1. Anna. I gripped my sword tighter and faced down my opponent. Sweat beaded on my face and threatened to obscure my vision, but I was too afraid to take my eyes off my foe for even a second to wipe it away. We circled each other warily, each of us waiting for an opening. Well, I circled him warily, and he watched me with amusement as he kept pace with me. Talon was tall and lithe, like most of the male fae that I had met. His dusky gold skin, dark hair, and flawless features were reminiscent of an Egyptian god. I, on the other hand, had completely missed out on all of the grace and agility that most fae seemed to possess. All my other packmates were already proficient with guns, knives, and explosives. But swords was something new for all of us. Talon had impressed on me the importance of being able to defend myself without magic. I didn't want to be helpless if I was cut off from magic. I never wanted to be helpless again. The Fae didn't use guns, explosives, or automatic weapons. Their weapon of choice was the sword. And so I was learning to use a sword. Slowly and painfully. I wasn't the only one. Austin had quickly realized that if we didn't keep Talon busy, he was going to entertain himself by making trouble in the pack. Having Talon work with all of our pack members to teach swordplay was more than just keeping Talon out of trouble. Austin wanted our pack to be able to take on the Fae if we had to. He needed all of us to be able to fight on their terms, just as well as ours. I could see Talon start to lose interest in our fight as his attention drifted to where Cody and James were sparring. The clashing sounds as their swords met filled the clearing we were training in. I took the opportunity to rush Talon to try and get a strike in. He quickly countered my attempted attack, and my dull blade went flying. Ugh. I wiped the sweat off my brow as Talon laughed.
At least try to keep the blade in your hands, Anna.
I shot him a dirty look, but stomped after my sword to retrieve it. Thankfully, he turned his full attention to Cody and James.
The sword is not an axe, you dumb brute,
he shouted at Cody.
You don't use it to hack at your opponent.
Cody let the sword fall and took a step toward Talon, a deep growl emanating from his chest. Cody was the largest wolf I had ever met. He was close to 6.5 feet tall and was all muscle. Most people were intimidated by Cody based on his sheer size, but he had a giant heart to go with his giant frame. Talon had quickly realized that Cody might growl and grumble, but wouldn't actually hurt anyone on our side. But I was worried that Talon would eventually push Cody too hard with all of his harsh criticism. All right, guys, I interrupted. Maybe we should take a break for some water? I placed myself in front of Cody to distract him, leaning on the sword tiredly.
For the love of the gods, Anna,
Talon cried out.
How many times do I have to tell you that a sword should not be used as a walking cane?
I rolled my eyes and kept my attention on Cody. Come on, big guy. Let's go in and I'll make you a snack. I reached for his hand so that I could tug him into the house. Cody's eyes finally left Talon to rest on me, a small smile on his handsome face.
I am kind of hungry,
he admitted. I grinned at him before turning to James. James wasn't sweating at all and didn't even look out of breath after battling Cody for the last half hour. He stood casually and held his sword comfortably, as if it were a part of himself. He wasn't as tall as Cody, but was still over 6 feet. His dark hair and dark eyes matched his all-black ensemble that included cargo pants and combat boots. You want anything? James just shook his head at me.
I'm fine.
James had taken the challenge of learning a new weapon very seriously. He had picked up on it quickly and was one of the few of us who had a chance of landing a strike on Talon. I loved to watch him fight. He was sleek and graceful with his movements and fought as if he were in a dance with death itself. Talon strode toward James, readying his weapon for the battle. I hesitated, but then turned back to the house. Cody wasn't the only one who was hungry. I was starving. I had been working with Talon on my magic early in the mornings before weapons training. which alternated between swords, guns, and hand-to-hand combat. My afternoons were filled with pack responsibilities, and then my evenings were spent on more magic training. It was exhausting. Cody and I walked companionably into the house to find Caleb already in the kitchen.
"Hey, Anna,"
he called to me with a smile.
"I thought you would be in soon, so I was making some soup and grilled cheese sandwiches."
I grinned at him before I stopped to give him a kiss. "You're amazing." Caleb was tall and lean, with more of a swimmer's build. He had chestnut brown hair that curled over his ears and brown eyes like melted chocolate. He was the sweetest wolf in the pack, and we had bonded over our mutual social awkwardness. Caleb blushed shyly at the attention as Cody hovered over the griddle to check out the sandwiches.
"Were those just for Anna?"
Cody asked worriedly, his brow furrowed at the potential seriousness of the food situation. Caleb chuckled.
"I think 4 sandwiches might be a bit much for Anna to handle. She'll probably be willing to share 1 or 2.
I laughed and gave him a shoulder bump. "I'm not sure about that, Cody. I'm pretty hungry right now." His Caribbean blue eyes twinkled at me as he wrapped an arm around my waist.
"Let the negotiations begin."
I could stare into those gorgeous eyes of his all day, so he wasn't going to be able to get much of an argument out of me. My attention was drawn away from Cody as Austin stalked into the kitchen. Austin was tall and muscular with dark blonde hair. He had a presence that usually exuded authority, but today I could feel the anger rolling off him in waves. I reached out with the pack bond to try and soothe him. He gave me a small smile when he felt my energy, but made eye contact with everyone in the room.
"We have a problem."
I sighed, even as my tummy churned nervously. The last couple weeks there had been this tension in the house, where everyone had just been waiting for more bad news to hit us. There was so much that was unresolved. It felt like fate was hovering over our heads, just waiting to start dropping bombs again. "Are we going to need to sit down for this?" I asked in resignation. Austin rolled his shoulders.
"Might as well."
He looked around the room at the 3 of us.
"I'll brief James afterward, but I think it's best if he keeps our Fae visitor occupied for now. I can meet with the twins later,"
Cody added.
"They won't be back from class until later this afternoon."
"And they have Gemma." I tried to keep all the resentment out of my voice, but I wasn't sure I succeeded. Austin confirmed that suspicion when he focused his attention on me. I squirmed a little under his close scrutiny and went to the cupboard for dishes. I felt like Austin could read my every thought just by looking at my face. "Caleb made lunch, so we might as well enjoy it while we chat," I announced in an attempt to turn his attention to food instead of me. Cody went to the drawer for silverware, while I brought the plates and bowls over to Caleb. "I'm almost afraid to ask," I said hesitantly as I turned to look at Austin. "But is this Fae-related news?" He walked up to me to take the bowls of soup as I ladled them out.
"No, that's one issue that's still on the back burner for us."
I had taken down the King of the Winter Court a few weeks ago, and my father had brought me back here so that I could escape the fallout. I wasn't naive enough to think that the Fae wouldn't come after me, but I was hoping that the battle to determine who would be their next king would hold their attention for some time to come. I was also hoping that they were too cautious of my magic turning on them to try and use me in their struggle.
"Whatever it is, we can handle it,"
Caleb told me with warmth in his brown eyes. He plated the sandwiches, and the 4 of us sat at the table. "Okay, I'm ready," I told Austin as I picked up my sandwich. "Lay it on us." I saw a twinkle of amusement in his eye before his look faded to seriousness.
"The witches are calling in their favors."
I took my first bite of the grilled cheese that was toasted to the most perfect golden shade of brown, but I was too nervous to really enjoy it. Wolves usually stayed far away from the witches, but our pack had used their services more than once recently. We had used a witch to get a tracking spell the last time we were attacked by a bomb, and Austin had used them to try and find me when I was taken from the pack.
What do they want?
Cody grumbled. Austin's eyes flicked to me, and I felt a sinking sensation in my gut. However, it was my fault that we owed them in the first place, so I sat up in determination. Whatever they wanted from me, I could handle it.
They want to take Anna for 1 month,
Austin said with a tightness around his eyes.
No,
Cody said.
Absolutely not.
Cody stopped eating and let his spoon drop into his empty bowl with a ping. I patted his arm reassuringly, and he turned to me with concern in his eyes.
We just got you back. There's no way I'm going to let anyone take you again. I haven't spoken with them directly yet,
Austin said.
But that was the message that was passed to me. Obviously, I plan on negotiating.
I sighed and sat down my sandwich. You think it's because of what Jade found when she did the spell? The witch was the first to notice that I wasn't a normal wolf. When she did the tracking spell, she had used my magic to fuel it. She had been surprised to find that I had more magic than 5 alpha wolves put together, but that it was out of my reach because of a barrier. I ended up shattering that barrier later that night. But did the witches know that? Or did they think that they could just siphon magic off of me like I was a clueless magic fountain? Austin nodded with regret.
I never would have agreed to let her involve you in her magic if I had known what you really were.
I tensed and looked at him carefully. I hadn't fully discussed the revelations about my Fae heritage with Austin yet. I think a part of me was still terrified that he would reject me or think less of me, now that he knew that I wasn't a full-blooded wolf. Austin hadn't been around much since I had been back. The shifter world had been filled with rumors after so many packs had been approached by Fae, who attempted to purchase their females. Austin had convinced the council to stop hiding what they truly were, and announced to the community that we were all descendants of the Fae. The news had sent shockwaves through our community, and not everyone was having an easy time accepting the existence of Fae and our history with them. Austin and the rest of the guys had convinced me that it was best to keep quiet about who my father was for now. Only a select few in the pack knew Froston was my father, and that I was half Fae. Well, more than half, really. But it seemed like most of the wolves were still going to consider themselves a completely different species. While I understood that Austin now had an important role in our community, as an influential member of the council, a part of me just wanted him to stay here with me in Seaside. All the unspoken words between us were causing frustration to build up inside of me. I kept telling myself that I just needed to wait for the right time. But what if that never came? I cleared my throat. We do owe the witches for their help, and I'm willing to fulfill that debt. But I'm not willing to walk into a situation where I'm not in complete control. Caleb looked at me quietly. We had talked a lot about how I was determined to learn to use my magic and never feel helpless again. I was adamant that I would never again place myself in a situation that made me a victim.
What are you thinking?
Austin asked thoughtfully. Cody opened his mouth to protest, but I gave his arm a squeeze before speaking. I'm guessing that they want to use my magic to fuel their spells.
I agree,
Austin said unenthusiastically before he took a bite of his soup. I'm not opposed to working with them if they intend to use my magic for good. But I decide what spells I'll participate in, and how much magic I'm willing to donate. I was proud of myself for sounding confident and self-assured as I made that statement. But deep down, I was worried. Had the witches realized what I was? Would they recognize that I had Fae magic from Jade's description? Would they recognize it if they came face to face with me now? The Fae had been banished from our world for at least 1,000 years, but they obviously hadn't respected that banishment. It was possible that the witches had run into them over the years.
I don't like the idea of you leaving our territory and being at their mercy,
Caleb said with a frown. I didn't like the idea of being alone in a crowd of witches focused on sucking the magic out of me either. I don't want them coming here, I told the group firmly. We have the barrier around our territory for a reason, and I don't like the idea of them messing with it. Talon and Froston had helped me put a couple of barriers around our territory to keep us safe from threats. There was one around the house that prevented anyone from entering who meant us harm. That one was too complicated and involved to place over all our land, so the second barrier that stretched the length of our property was thinner and would alert us if anyone crossed who meant us harm. That would give us time to mount a defense before they got too close to the house.
We need neutral grounds to negotiate,
Austin mused. What about Arminius? I suggested. The witches and the Lamia have close ties. Plus, he seems to have an interest in my well-being.
Can we trust him?
Cody asked doubtfully.
I don't like the idea of him having an interest in you at all, well-meaning or not. Imrys said that Arminius has always been more focused on making allies than enemies,
Caleb added. He had known Imrys for years through their mutual interest in technology. But did you really know someone if you only interacted with them through their internet persona? Arminius did invite me to his estate, I said slowly. I'd like to meet with him to learn more about my mom, if nothing else. Froston had shared very little with me about my mother, and he left a lot to be desired in a father figure. Arminius had claimed to have known my mother, and said that he had a long history with the White Wolves. If he was willing to share information, then I was more than willing to listen.
I can make contact with him,
Austin offered cautiously.
If that's something you want, Anna.
It is, I said strongly before taking another bite of my sandwich. I knew very little about my mom and my heritage. Plus, I had a feeling that there were reasons why Froston hadn't shared much with me. Froston might be my father by blood, but that didn't mean I trusted him. He had known exactly where I was in the human world for years, and hired Evelyn to keep an eye on me. He hadn't stepped in to save me from an abusive childhood. He hadn't stepped in to help as I shifted for the first time, scared and alone. And he hadn't stepped in until he decided he had a use for my power. He had given me quite a few excuses. He hadn't wanted me to grow up in the Fae world. He thought I was growing up in a good family. He had wanted to keep me hidden from his enemies, but I wasn't sure that I believed him entirely. Evelyn would have been able to tell me for sure just how much Froston had known. But she wasn't here for me to ask. Evelyn's death was what had set off a huge chain of events that had led to this day. I was still sad to have lost her, but I had come to terms with her death. There was so much I wanted to ask her, and so much I wanted to say, but she was gone. I still felt a little sting of betrayal when I wondered how much she had truly known about who and what I was. But I had to believe that Evelyn did what she thought was best for me. The four of us sat in a contemplative silence, and I wasn't the only one lost in my thoughts. The guys had taken the news of my parentage in stride, and had continued to be supportive of me. But I couldn't help but worry about the changing dynamics of our relationship. When Austin had taken me into the pack, he had thought I was a lost purebred wolf, separated from my pack at birth and raised by humans. He hadn't realized that he was taking in a half-fae, magical wolf that would bring death and destruction to his pack. I was the reason why so many bad things had happened to the pack, and a part of me wondered if he blamed me for his father's betrayal. His father was still missing, but I could tell that his shadow looked over Austin. Austin finished his sandwich and stood.
Thanks for lunch, Caleb, but I have to get back.
He walked around the table to give me a kiss on the top of my head.
Cody, you ready?
Cody gave my thigh a squeeze before leaning in to give me a kiss on the cheek.
I'm ready to be done with this council shit.
Austin sighed, and I could see the tiredness in his eyes. I'm sure that trying to herd a group of the most powerful wolves in the country in the right direction wasn't easy, but I was losing patience with just how much time he spent with them and how little he spent with me. I got to my feet and grabbed Austin's hand before he got too far. Cody gave me a knowing look and headed for the garage, probably to get the car and avoid the coming conversation. Caleb took one look at my face and then murmured something about cleaning up the dishes. He disappeared into the kitchen pretty quickly, so Austin and I were left standing there together. "Austin, I need to talk to you," I said quietly. "I know you're busy." He pulled me in close to him and rested his hands on my waist.
"I'm never too busy for you,"
he said quietly, looking into my eyes. A part of me melted as I sank into the warmth that he exuded. His masculine scent enveloped me, and I momentarily forgot what it was that I wanted to say. I was hyper-aware of how close his body was to mine. I shook my head to try to clear it, and focused on what it was that I wanted to say. "I don't want to sound like a whiny female, but I need time with you. We haven't really talked since I got back, and I'm not sure of where we stand in terms of our relationship." Austin blinked in surprise at my uncharacteristic bluntness, but the corner of his mouth turned up in a small smile.
"I want nothing more than to lock myself in a room with you to escape the rest of the world, but
you have responsibilities. I know that." I took a deep breath. "I want you to commit to a day with me, or even half a day. There are things we need to discuss," I said firmly. I wasn't going to take no for an answer. I was tired of wondering and worrying about Austin and where we stood. I wanted to get everything out in the open. It would either break us or make us stronger, but I couldn't stand not knowing. I could see the respect in Austin's eyes, so I was glad that I had pushed the issue. I wasn't going to let my fear of rejection rule my life any longer. I was going to go after the things I wanted, and Austin was definitely something that I wanted, in more ways than one.
"This weekend,"
he said softly before brushing my lips with his.
"Saturday we spend the day with the pack, but the evening is completely yours. We'll hide from the world and let it burn."
I laughed before giving him a kiss of my own. "We'll let it burn a little before we emerge to put the fires out." He pulled away from me reluctantly.
"Believe me, I don't want to walk away from you right now. But
you have to go," I said sadly. He nodded.
"The council is voting on the fate of a young wolf, and my vote is needed to push things in the right direction."
"Go, save the world," I told him, trying not to look sad. He gave me a wry smile.
"I'll see what I can do."
I watched Austin disappear out the front door and went to the table to gather up the remaining dishes. I brought them over to where Caleb stood at the sink, rinsing out the pans he had used to cook.
"Everything okay?"
Caleb asked with concern shining in his eyes. I shrugged. "Yeah, I'm just feeling sad and grumpy today." Caleb bumped his hip with mine.
"I think you're overtired. You've been pushing yourself a lot with magic, and I see how much it takes out of you. Everything seems more dire through the haze of exhaustion."
I bumped him back and set the dishes on the counter next to him, and grabbed a towel to dry off the pans he was finished with. "You should talk. I've seen you go days on only a couple hours of sleep."
"Exactly.
He grinned at me.
So I know what I'm talking about."
I made a face at him. "You're lucky I love you." He splashed some water in my direction.
"I know."
I snapped my towel at him before using it to dry the dishes he was washing. I was well aware that I was the lucky one. Caleb had been sweet and patient with me since I'd returned home from the Fae realm. I had been pushing myself hard to get control of my magic, so most nights I just passed out face down on my bed. I could complain about Austin not having time for romance, but I was just as guilty. I vowed to make time for each of my guys. I now had a date on the books with Austin, so now I needed to track down the others. I hadn't connected with James any more than I had with Austin once I returned. But I think James had been avoiding me on purpose. He was coincidentally only in the house when he knew that I would be busy elsewhere. And at mealtimes, he always had somewhere else he had to be. Something was going on with him, and I needed to get to the bottom of it. Getting control over my magic to protect the pack was important, but I shouldn't be sacrificing my relationship with the guys to do it. I just pushed Austin to make time for me, but now it was time for me to do the same for the guys. Magic could wait. "What are you working on this afternoon?" I asked Caleb. "Maybe I could help?" Caleb smiled at me.
"I'm going to be spending the day at my computer. Austin needs some dirt on a really bad guy, so I'm going to be going in deep."
I sighed and started putting the dishes away. Caleb was really good at what he did, so he would find whatever it was that Austin needed. But that meant that Caleb was going to be glued to his computer for 6 to 8 hours. I would be lucky if he stopped once to go to the bathroom.
"Take a nap in my bed,"
Caleb offered.
"I like having you close while I work,"
he said shyly. "Maybe," I wavered. A nap sounded glorious right about now, but it seemed too selfish. I could take time off my schedule for one of the guys, but for myself? Not worth it. I put the last dish in the cupboard, and Caleb leaned against the sink. "I'll walk you upstairs," I offered. "The pups are probably ready for some outside time, so I'm going to grab them so you can get some work done."
"That's a good idea,"
Caleb said with a smile.
"They were passed out earlier when I came down to make lunch, but they're probably rearing to go by now."
I smiled. I think some puppy playtime was exactly what I needed right now. "Have you talked to James lately?" I asked Caleb as we headed for the stairs. He frowned.
"Not today, but we'll probably meet later."
"Huh," I said noncommittally. Caleb reached for my hand, and I gave him a warm smile.
"He just needs a little time,"
Caleb said softly.
"He'll come around."
I blinked at him in surprise.
"Your thoughts are all over your face,"
he explained with a small smile. I blushed. He's avoiding me. I thought after everything that happened, I thought it would bring us all closer together. I feel like we're drifting apart. I hadn't realized just how true that was until I said it out loud. When I was away from the guys, unsure if I was going to make it back home, thoughts of them were what kept me going. But now, I still felt separated from them, even though we were all living in the same house. Caleb pulled me in for a hug when we got to the top of the stairs.
"We all handled it a little bit differently when you disappeared,"
Caleb whispered into my hair.
"James might seem the hardest on the outside, but he was the one that struggled with losing you the most."
I leaned into his warmth and held him tight to me. "So then why would he pull away from me now?"
"He'll never admit it,"
Caleb murmured.
"but I think the thought of losing you terrified him. James has spent his entire life honing himself into the perfect weapon. When Froston took you, he was helpless to keep you safe. He failed at his primary mission in life, and that wounded him more deeply than any of us will ever understand."
And when a predator is wounded, suddenly things about James fell into perspective. I still didn't like that he was avoiding me, but I understood a little more. I knew what it was like to have my identity stripped from me, to question everything that I thought I was, to be trapped in a maelstrom of unidentifiable emotions. I picked my head up off Caleb's chest to look him in the eyes. "You are scary smart, you know that?" Caleb gave me an embarrassed blush that was so cute that I had to give him a kiss. I pressed my lips to his gently, and as I pulled away, I saw that he was red up to the tips of his ears. I slid my hands from around his waist and ran them up his chest before wrapping them around the back of his neck. This time, he was the one who lowered his face to mine and initiated a kiss. Our lips met in a tender kiss that had my toes curling. Caleb's phone went off and I pulled away from him with a frustrated growl. Could we not get some time to ourselves? He gave me an apologetic look as he pulled the phone from his back pocket.
"Hey, Trevor."
The rest of the conversation on his side was more,
huhs,
and
okays
than anything of substance. But I had the feeling that Caleb was getting another assignment, added to his already full plate. I trailed after Caleb as he walked back to his room. I guess this meant that I was going to spend the rest of the day working on my magic, alone. Chapter 2. Anna.
Anna!
The sound of Jason's voice broke my concentration. I sat up from where I had been lying on the cold ground, safely wrapped in magic that kept me warm. My 2 pups jumped up from where they had been lounging at my side and ran for the twins, who were heading across the lawn to me. I hurriedly released the barrier that I had been practicing with, so that my 2 pups didn't run full speed into it and hurt their little noses. Jason crouched down to greet the 2 puppies, and they happily jumped all over him and covered him with kisses. Mason reached down to give Eeyore a scratch on the head as he passed by them and walked toward me. I held up my hands, and he pulled me to my feet with a grin that made my heart stutter. Gemma trailed behind them with a scowl on her face. That scowl would probably turn into a smile the second the twins turned around. But while she was out of their sight, I got a glance at who she really was. I narrowed my eyes at her but didn't say a word as Mason pulled me to my feet and wrapped me in a warm hug.
I missed you,
he said in a husky voice that had my body responding. I tightened my arms around him and closed my eyes to bask in his warmth and his scent. Jason joined in by wrapping his arms around me from behind, so the 3 of us were locked in an embrace. I enjoyed the moment while I could, wishing I could stay like this forever. I ignored Gemma the first time she cleared her throat and clung to my twins even harder. I had been struggling the past couple weeks with just how much time she was spending with them. I got that she had a difficult past. Mine hadn't been easy either. But instead of bonding over common ground, we found ourselves in a strange competition. My hackles rose every time she spent time alone with the guys. I knew that I had nothing to worry about, and my relationship with the twins was secure. But there was something about her that I just didn't trust. It didn't help that she acted one way when the guys were watching, and another when it was just the 2 of us. The deceit didn't sit well with me. "How was your day?" I mumbled into Mason's chest. It vibrated with his chuckle.
"Better now that we're with you,"
he murmured into my ear, sending tingles through my body. Jason agreed as he inhaled the scent of my hair. "I thought we were going to make dinner," Gemma said impatiently from where she stood several feet away. The puppies hadn't bothered to greet her, and were instead happily wrestling with each other to get out their excitement. Jason groaned and was the first to pull away. "Cody and Austin won't be back until later tonight, if at all," I told the twins. "James just left on one of his mysterious errands. Talon is out communing with the forest, and Caleb is deep in his cave."
"So it's just us?"
Mason asked with a gleam in his eyes. "Just us," I said softly, licking my lips in anticipation. "I think we should have a salad," Gemma announced, breaking into our moment. The 3 of us groaned. Gemma was a vegetarian and didn't seem to understand that wolves needed meat to live. I tried my best to be respectful of her eating habits, but it was really starting to annoy me when she tried to press them on the rest of us. I wasn't trying to force her to enjoy a juicy steak. "Let's order out," I suggested. "We can go on a run while we wait for it to be delivered," I said innocently. Mason quirked an eyebrow at me, catching my meaning. Gemma couldn't shift, which meant that I would get some alone time with my boys. We hadn't had naked forest sex yet, but I was more than willing to give it a try. "You can't leave me alone in there," Gemma whined. "Caleb's upstairs," I told her brusquely. Her eyes got big once she had the attention of the twins. "But I'm scared," she whispered. One big fat tear rolled down her face. I rolled my eyes, but Mason gave a resigned sigh.
"Of course we won't leave you alone,"
he said gently. He let go of my hand and walked toward Gemma as I glared at her. I thought I felt the barest trickle of magic, but when I tried to focus on it, there was nothing there. That had happened several times in the last week. I must be using way too much magic if I was hallucinating it. I sighed and trudged back toward the house, linking arms with Jason as we followed Mace and Gemma. Jason patted my arm.
I know she can be difficult sometimes,
he said quietly.
But she's damaged just like us. I appreciate how cool you are when we try to help her out.
I mumbled an agreement, but I couldn't wait for Gemma to go back to her pack. I felt a twinge of guilt hit me when I thought about if our positions had been reversed. What if I had grown up in her situation and had the chance to experience a small piece of freedom? I would probably be clinging to it just as hard as she was and would be desperate to stay. Was I a bad person for wanting to send her back to her own private hell? I resolved to try and be a little nicer to her tonight. Maybe she was just being defensive toward me because she sensed my resentment towards her and realized I wanted her gone. Maybe if I tried to be friends with her, she would relax a little and retract her claws from my twins. Attempting to pull her stupid shiny hair out of her pretty head would probably only make the twins upset with me and drive us further apart. It wouldn't kill me to be pleasant. That never worked with Kelsey, a little voice inside my head whispered. I had spent years in a toxic friendship with Kelsey, convinced that everything wrong with our friendship was my fault. I had finally wised up to her manipulation once I met the guys and experienced what true friendship was. Was this another Kelsey situation? Or was this just me being paranoid and jealous of another female in close proximity to my males? I wish there was an easy way to tell. After another argument with Gemma over dinner, we compromised on baked barbecue chicken, mashed potatoes, and corn with a side salad. I was very kind when I told Gemma that the amount of barbecue sauce I slathered on the chicken before I shoved it in the oven was more than enough to mask the smell of cooking meat that she found offensive. The sweet and tangy scent wafting through the kitchen was enticing enough to cause my tummy to grumble and my mouth to water. The twins set the table and then claimed the opposite side as their study area, spreading their books and laptops out. "How's the studying going?" I asked as I took a seat near them. Gemma was still busy chopping veggies for her salad while the rest of the food cooked. Mason shrugged.
"We just need to pass."
I rolled my eyes. I had been one of those crazy people that had to get an A on everything. Back in my school days, a B- would have caused me to shed tears. I also had no friends and spent my Friday nights in the library studying so I could spend all weekend working. Most of my classmates who spent their time partying graduated with passing grades and were pharmacists just like me. So maybe I was the one who had made the wrong decision. They had enjoyed their time in school while I toiled away. And yet we had all ended up in the same place in life. I was starting to realize that relationships and friendships were more important than work and perfect grades. "How many finals do you have?" I asked curiously.
2 finals and a paper due Monday,
Jason complained. "How's the paper going?" I asked as I peeked over Mason's shoulder as he typed. "Do you need me to proofread?" He reached out to muss my hair.
"I'm about halfway, but Jace hasn't even started his."
I gave Jason a worried look.
"It's fine,"
he assured me.
"It's not due until Monday, so we have plenty of time."
"Okay," I said anxiously. "But make sure you're finished by Sunday so I have time to give you feedback." Jason chuckled and gave me a mocking salute.
"Yes, ma'am."
I swatted at him. "Don't sass me. You know your grades went up once I started helping you." Mason laughed and pulled me onto his lap.
"Believe me, we know all the ways you made our lives better."
He kissed the side of my neck, sending shivers down my spine. I squirmed a little, and he groaned.
"I'm definitely less motivated to get work done now."
"I don't know why you are wasting your time going to school," Gemma criticized. "They don't really teach you anything useful, and Austin's going to give you the same job whether you graduated or not." The timer for the chicken went off, and I escaped to the kitchen before I ruined my nice streak. The twins were working hard to get through school, and were determined to prove that they deserved their spot here. I think they looked up to Austin for how successful he was with all the business ventures that the pack was involved in, and they wanted to contribute to that in a meaningful way. I poked at the chicken to make sure that it was done, and tuned out the sound of Gemma's voice. My 2 pups watched me as I pulled the chicken out of the oven, and I could see their little noses twitching with interest. They knew better than to get too close, and I was very proud of them for sitting so patiently. I speared one of the chicken breasts to make a plate for Caleb. He would be too busy right now to take a break for dinner, but he could eat while he worked. "Dinner's ready," I called to the twins. "I'm going to take a plate up to Caleb, but I'll be right back down." Jason was the first one to the kitchen.
"I'll make you a plate for when you get back," he offered.
"Thanks, Jace." I gave him a grateful smile and ran my hand down his back. "Leave a piece of chicken so I can cut it up for the pups."
"Of course,"
he murmured, his attention fully on the food. The pups scampered behind me as I carefully made my way up the stairs to bring dinner to Caleb. I made it to his room without dropping or spilling the plate, and headed over to his desk to see what he was working on. He had a bunch of different screens open and was typing away like a madman. Caleb tore his eyes away from the computer monitor to give me a grateful smile.
"Thanks for the special delivery. I meant to come down, but..."
I chuckled. I knew that Caleb could get lost in his work easily when he was faced with a difficult project. He thrived on the challenge and wouldn't give up until he got what he needed. "How's it going?" I asked as I ran a hand through his soft brown hair. Caleb shrugged and picked up his fork.
"This is going to be an all-nighter for me."
I rubbed his shoulders as he took a bite of the chicken. "Take a few minutes to eat, and I'll bring you some caffeine when I come back for your plate." Caleb looked at me guiltily.
"Thanks, Anna."
I gave him a warm smile. "No worries, you take care of me all the time. Let me take care of you today." I gave him a kiss and left him to get back to work. When I got back downstairs, it made me grin to see that Jason had picked out the juiciest pieces of chicken for me and scooped some extra barbecue sauce on top, just the way I liked it. We shared a smile, and I dug into my food. "Let's watch a movie after dinner," Gemma suggested.
"Can't,"
Jason said in between bites.
"We have papers to write."
Gemma pouted, but before she could come up with an argument, Talon came through the door. "Hey!" I was the first to greet him. "Dinner's on the stove if you want some." Talon shook his head and looked at me.
"We have work to do."
I sighed. 10 minutes? Dinner with the twins was my favorite part of the day, and I didn't want to give up any of it. But I at least needed enough time to scarf down my food. Magic took a lot out of me. Talon took a seat at the table.
"That's fine."
He looked at Gemma pointedly.
"Today, Anna and I are working on inverted magic."
I narrowed my eyes. This was a very weird conversation. Gemma didn't even have enough magic to shift. There's no way she would know what Talon was talking about. A look I couldn't identify flashed across Emma's face before it settled into a bored expression. "That's nice. Today, the twins and I are working on business papers." I looked between the two of them, confident that I was missing something. Was this a jealousy thing? I could only hope that Gemma would set her sights on Talon instead of my guys. The twins were oblivious to whatever was going on between them.
"Don't work her until she's too tired to go to bed,"
Mason cautioned Talon.
"I don't want to find her passed out on the floor again."
"That was one time," I muttered before taking another bite of my mashed potatoes.
"That's going to be the only time."
Mason gave Talon a hard look. Talon shrugged.
"I already apologized for leaving her there to sleep peacefully," he said sarcastically. "Next time I'll shake her awake. Next time you'll come get one of us, and we'll take her to bed," Jason corrected. "She doesn't sleep on the floor."
"She's a wolf," Gemma said callously. "Isn't sleeping on the ground normal?" The twins gave her dirty looks, so she relented immediately. "Not that I know anything about being a wolf," she said sadly. Mason's hard gaze softened, and I gave a snort before turning back to my food. I looked up to see Talon staring at me pointedly, before glancing at Gemma. Then the two of them glared at each other. Once I got Talon alone, I was going to question him about how weird he was being with Gemma. Talon broke his stare down with Gemma and shifted his gaze to me.
Anna, I'll meet you outside when you're done.
I nodded because my mouth was full of the giant bite of buttery mashed potatoes that I had just taken.
We'll clean up after dinner so you can focus on your magic,
Mason assured me. Thanks, Mace. I shoveled the last of my food in my mouth and stuck my plate in the sink. My two pups danced at my feet, ready for their share. I cut up the piece of chicken that Jace had set aside for them and put it in their bowls with some of their kibble. They were more than happy with their dinner and sat to gobble it up. I'm going out with Talon, I called to the twins as I headed for the patio door. I instinctively wrapped a barrier around myself as I stepped out into the cold winter night. Virginia winters were much milder than the ones I had grown up with in Buffalo. But there was a bite to the air tonight. It was nights like this that I preferred to shift into my wolf form. My Arctic coat was more than enough to keep me nice and warm. But I couldn't communicate with Talon as a wolf, so I was stuck in my human form for now. Talon was waiting for me on the patio and walked out to the lawn when he saw me coming. I waited until we were both seated before questioning him about Gemma. So, what's going on with you and Gemma? I asked casually.
Nothing's going on with me and Gemma,
Talon said pointedly, staring into my eyes as if he was trying to say something without saying it. The twins? I scoffed. I pretended that was the most ridiculous thing I'd ever heard, but I felt a little kernel of doubt unfurl in my gut.
Not on their end,
Talon said shortly.
At least not yet.
Not ever, I snapped at him. Gemma could try her hardest, but I knew what I had with the twins was real. They would never betray me. Never. Talon shrugged.
None of my business. Let's get started.
I took a deep breath and got control of my temper. When I was angry, I had a more difficult time staying in control of my magic. If I wanted to have a productive lesson, then I needed to clear my mind and focus on what I was doing.
You've met some of the most powerful Fae in the Winter Court,
Talon began.
But there are more of the lesser Fae than there are of the nobles, and not every Fae has a form like ours.
I nodded in understanding. I had encountered some of the lesser Fae when I was taken to the king. I had ended up draining magic from a lot of them and used it to kill their king, so they probably weren't that fond of me.
There are quite a few Fae that use their magic to make themselves appear different than their true form. We call that a glamour.
I nodded to show that I was following along in the lesson.
In order to hide the fact that it's not their natural form, these Fae will invert their magic so that not everyone can sense their true form.
I saw Drake invert the magic that he used on Cody, I said with a frown. I couldn't sense it until we were linked together and I could see his magic. Talon's eyebrows rose.
Fae don't generally link together unless they plan on forming a permanent bond with marriage.
I know. I sigh. My father warned me about bonding with someone too often, that it could become permanent. Talon nodded slowly.
It can. But linking with someone isn't the only way that you can sense their magic.
He focused his attention on his hand and created a glowing ball of light. I watched carefully at what he did, before it abruptly winked out of existence.
The ball is still there,
Talon told me.
You can't see it and you can't feel it, correct?
I nodded. Obviously.
What I want you to do is close your eyes and try to feel for something wrong. I'm going to move the ball around and have you try to pinpoint it.
I sighed. A lot of Talon's magical instruction involved really vague directions like this. He was always telling me to use my instincts. to feel for things using a sense that he couldn't define, or to focus my intent. I was getting better at staying focused on my intent and just letting the magic flow, as opposed to trying to micromanage individual strands of magic to make them do what I wanted. I did as he asked and closed my eyes, but I couldn't help but think of Star Wars. Talon had me looking for a disturbance in the Force. I held in my chuckle as I relaxed and let my awareness drift. I could feel Talon's unique magical signature from where he sat in front of me. I could feel the faint presence of the twins back in the house. If I stretched a little further, I could sense Caleb as well. I didn't sense Gemma, but I hadn't expected to because she didn't have magic the way that we did. I tuned into the air as it moved around me and the ground underneath my butt, just like Talon was always encouraging me to do. I was about to open my mouth and tell him this was ridiculous when I felt it. It wasn't that I felt the ball of magic, but I felt a distortion of everything else that should be there. I opened my eyes and pointed behind Talon's left shoulder. There! Talon gave me a genuine smile.
Excellent. Now let's work on uncovering what I've hidden.
We worked for hours on identifying and trying to uncover inverted magic. I was getting a lot better at spotting it, but still hopeless at uncovering it.
You need to pick at it until you get a hold of a thread that you can unravel.
Talon told me for the 1,000,000th time. That's not helping, I growled as I stared at the last ball of magic he made. I was getting more frustrated the more that I failed, and I just wanted to go to bed. I grabbed hold of the magic, but instead of tugging on it to pull something loose, I just pulled on it the same way I had when I had taken magic from other Fae. I slurped that ball of magic up like a milkshake and absorbed it into myself. I looked at Talon in satisfaction, but he had a look of complete horror on his face.
You can't. You shouldn't. How?
I shrugged self-consciously. The magic's gone. I have it now.
That's dangerous,
Talon spluttered.
You shouldn't be able to just take it inside of yourself like that. Magic from other people won't mesh correctly with yours. You're going to have to use it as quickly as you took it in.
I frowned. Morpheus and Drake both took magic from me, and nothing bad happened to them. So did the king.
They took pure, unformed magic and held it in a pocket designed for that. You just merged a magical construct with your own source magic.
I feel fine, I told him honestly. If I was going to die from this, I would feel something wrong by now, right? Talon nodded, still looking a little pale. I focused on my magic and made a little glowing ball of light that looked similar to the one that he had inverted before I ate it. All better, see?
Yeah,
Talon said faintly. And I was told that I don't have a specific type of magic, I said thoughtfully. That I can use all kinds where the other Fae are limited to one type or another. Talon cleared his throat.
I've noticed that. Most Fae have magic related to their nature, but yours is more pure.
Maybe that's why I can take in different types of magic without any side effects.
Maybe.
I laid back on the ground and stared up at the stars in the sky. I didn't ask to be weird or different. For most of my life, I had wanted nothing more than just to be normal. And yet, here I was, scaring the Fae with my bizarre magic.
You're getting better,
Talon offered.
But you need to practice more so that you can recognize the presence of inverted magic easily. With enough experience, it will come naturally to you. That way, if someone walks up to you in disguise, you'll immediately be able to sense it.
I'll keep practicing, I promised him. When I first learned to make a barrier from my magic, it had taken intense focus and concentration, but now it came easily to me. Right now, I could recognize a source of inverted magic if Talon told me it was there, and I concentrated to try and locate it, but my enemies wouldn't announce their presence and wait for me to uncover them. Is everyone as slow as me when they first start learning? I asked in frustration. Talon chuckled.
Most Fae learn magic along with learning how to read and write. You missed out on 20-odd years of magical instruction. Be patient. You'll get it.
Yeah, I said wistfully. While I couldn't say that I wished I had grown up with Froston in his castle, I did wish I grew up with my mom. She had been a white wolf, just like me. How would my life have been different if she had just run with me and not hidden me with the humans, with the intention of coming back for me later? My mind drifted as I imagined what it would have been like to have a loving mother growing up. Maybe she would have taught me magic, and we could have done amazing things together.
Let's get you back inside so your men don't threaten me again,
Talon said softly. The sound of his voice snapped me out of my reverie. There was no point in lamenting the past or wishing for something that would never happen. This was my life now, and I needed to play with the hand that I had been dealt. Those weren't threats, I corrected Talon. If my guys had wanted to threaten Talon, he would have known it. He gave a sigh.
You're lucky to have people who care about you so much.
I turned my head to look at him with curiosity. Talon never talked about his life in the Fae world. Do you have family back home? I hadn't thought about what he must have given up to come here. Talon shook his head.
Not anymore.
I waited to see if he would share his story with me. I didn't want to press him, and I had a feeling that it was deeply personal. Talon gazed up at the sky.
I'm not from winter,
he said quietly. I noticed, I said gently. Talon's magic felt more like spring than winter. He was good at things like turning the grass green and bringing dying plants back to life. His magic was fresh and green, where Froston's was icy and cold.
I was young once and stupid. I thought I knew better than everyone around me,
Talon said with a shake of his head. I murmured a quiet agreement, afraid that anything I said would distract him from his tangent of thought.
Winter and summer don't mix for a lot of reasons,
Talon told me.
Our magic is too different. We're too different. But I met a girl.
He hesitated, lost in his thoughts.
I had never met anyone like her before. She was dark and mysterious, whereas all the girls I knew were light and whimsical. I thought I could have something real with her, something lasting.
I turned to watch Talon, and the grief on his face was heartbreaking.
I left my world for hers, but our relationship quickly turned sour. Her people targeted her as a traitor for being with me.
He closed his eyes and took a deep breath.
She couldn't take the strain, and ended things. My people wouldn't take me back, saying that I made my choice.
That's terrible, I said sadly. Talon gave me a sad smile, but his eyes were unfocused.
I don't belong in winter. Being there drains my magic. I struggled just to survive. I thought that coming here would give me a second chance.
He shook his head.
But being cut off from both Fae worlds is painful. I don't belong here any more than I belong in winter.
Is there anyone you could talk to in summer? I had no idea that being a summer or winter Fae designations was anything more than a social construct. But I guess it shouldn't have surprised me. Their magic was such an integral part of who they were. Talon being trapped in winter was probably like a spring flower that bloomed too soon and struggled to stay alive through a late frost. Talon laughed bitterly.
My king exiled me. No one will even speak to me.
We sat together in silence, and I was at a complete loss of what to say. There was no way that Talon would be comforted by any words that I could utter. Do you want to go back to winter? I asked cautiously. Was winter the lesser of two evils? Talon sighed.
I don't know.
The Fae ancestors of the wolves found ways to survive in this world, I said slowly. Maybe we can find out how they did it.
Did they?
Talon asked me with a sharp look.
Fae are immortal. Where are they now?
I looked at him in surprise. That was true. Where were our Fae ancestors that had colonized this world?
It's more likely that they survived just long enough to mingle with the humans before fading away or being slaughtered by enemies,
Talon said quietly, his face hopeless. I reached out and took his hand. I couldn't say anything, but maybe just knowing that he wasn't alone in this could be enough for now. At least until we could figure out a way to get him back to Summer. Talon gave my hand a squeeze, and we both stared up at the sky, wondering what life had in store for us.
Chapter 3. Talon. My thoughts lingered on my conversation with Anna earlier tonight. I had held in the pain of losing my family, my love, and my world for too long. I couldn't remember the last time I had someone to confide in, or even someone who was interested in anything I had to say. Life in the Fae world was all about political games and power. Fae made and broke alliances easily and without regret. The world that I had left behind was all about getting the upper hand and accumulating power. Being here in the human world was relaxing in some ways, but I could feel the constant drain of my power. Life in the world of the Winter Fae was difficult, but at least I had a faint connection there. I didn't have a connection to the earth at all in this realm. I needed to go back to one of the Fae realms soon if I wanted to stay alive. My life force was fading faster every day. I walked slowly down the dark hallway toward the room that the wolves had assigned to me. The house was quiet. All of the wolves must be fast asleep. I spent as much time as I could outdoors, desperate to try and forge a bond with the earth here. Even if I could tap into the power here just a tiny bit, it would be enough to sustain me. Being trapped in this human construct of a house cut me even further off from the magic in the earth that I needed so badly. "Where are you going?" Gemma hissed at me from the shadows of her open door. I stopped in my tracks, turned to look at her, and simply raised an eyebrow. Gemma was one complication that I hadn't expected when I agreed to Froston's conditions to come here. I had thought that I would be able to escape from all the Fae while in a human world. The Lian-Shi were a small colony of lesser Fae that managed to survive in this world by feeding off clueless humans. Many of the Fae, like me, considered them to be little brothers and sisters who lost themselves in the human world. Gemma had set her sights high by targeting twin shifters. They might have enough magic to sustain her for quite some time and make her one of the more powerful of her kind. But she was taking a huge risk. If these wolves figured out what she was... "We had a deal," Gemma accused me. "Now you're thinking about going back on it because of that abomination?" I glanced up and down the hall. Gemma wouldn't have confronted me if any of the wolves were around, so I was free to speak my mind for now. When I first arrived here, I was angry at Froston, forcing me to babysit his half-breed offspring, and jealous of the amount of power Anna had. Fae worked their entire lives to become as powerful as she was, and she didn't appreciate it. She was living her life as if she was a lowly human, completely neglecting her Fae heritage. As I got to know Anna, I realized that it wasn't neglect as much as ignorance. Anna had no clue how much power she had, and was unsure of how to use it. I was still frustrated when she struggled to embrace her true self, but I had realized that it was fear that held her back. I had gone from thinking of ways to sabotage her to thinking of how I could help her. I even found myself feeling affectionately towards the wolves that surrounded her. A very small amount of affection, on a rare occasion. "We made a deal when I thought they were a bunch of mangy mongrels," I said smoothly. "Things have changed." She attempted to slap me, but I grabbed her wrist. "I might not be able to come out and tell them what you are," I cautioned her. "But Anna is smart, and soon she's going to be able to see through your deception." Anna worked hard during our lessons, but as soon as they were over, she closed herself off from her magic again. I was at a loss to find a way to convince her that magic wasn't a tool that she kept locked away when she wasn't using it. It was a part of herself. By cutting off a vital part of who she was and keeping it locked away, she was doing herself a disservice. she was also missing what was right in front of her face when it came to Gemma. "I'm not leaving alone," Gemma warned. "I'm close to getting 2 of them. She can keep the other 4. I shrugged. Gemma was completely insane if she thought that Anna would let any of her guys go without a fight. They had something real, something that I had craved for myself my entire existence and would never find. It might be too late for me, but I wouldn't begrudge others their happiness. I'd advise you to run now, while you still can." "What happened to you?" Gemma asked angrily. "How did she get to you?" I sighed. I realized that these wolves possess more honor, courage, and loyalty than the entire Fae realm put together. Gemma snorted. "Weakness." I let go of her hand. "Strength," I countered before walking away. I might not be able to tell the wolves what Gemma truly was, but I could certainly keep pointing them in the right direction. And I was learning quickly, but I was worried that it wasn't quick enough. Fae children were raised with the belief that they could do anything with their magic, that nothing was out of their reach if they became powerful enough. Anna was holding herself back by thinking like a human. She needed to trust her instincts and let go of the idea that doing magic was like following a recipe. Magic was a part of who we were. We bent the world around us to our will. I sighed as I stepped into my room. I had the feeling that it would take something big to snap Anna out of her way of thinking and let her use magic the way she was meant to do. I was just afraid it would be something too devastating for her to recover from.
Chapter 4. Anna. I hovered close to the front foyer as the guys made dinner for us tonight. I was pretending to be focused on playing fetch with the pups, but my ears were perked and waiting for a certain someone to come through the door. I was also avoiding Gemma and our usual arguments over dinner. That meant it was up to the twins to make sure we had something edible tonight. There was a sweet and spicy scent coming from that direction, so I had high hopes. Today had flown by as I spent the entire day working on my magic. Austin and Cody weren't going to be back until the pack meeting tomorrow. So tonight, my focus was going to be on James. He might have been giving me the cold shoulder since I got back from the Fae world, but that was going to end soon. Hopefully tonight. I sighed as I tugged the super mini tennis ball away from Tigger so I could throw it again. He scrambled eagerly after it as Eeyore hid behind me, gnawing enthusiastically on a rope toy. We could always order takeout if Gemma insisted on having mushrooms for dinner again. I chuckled to myself when I thought about one evening last week. Gemma had announced we were having mushroom burgers. I think Cody had assumed that meant he was getting a burger topped with mushrooms. The combination of confusion and sadness on his face, as he lifted the top of the bun, looking for the burger, still made me smile. He and I had escaped later that night to grab some burgers from a fast food spot down the road, and ate them in secret while we hid in the garage. Cody was not the type of wolf who could be forced into vegetarianism. The house had felt oddly empty the past couple days. I missed having the steady presence of all my guys close by. I also missed the closeness of the guys that were still in the house. Gemma's presence put a buffer in between myself and the twins that I didn't like, and she was making it very difficult to have quality time with them. Caleb and I had both been too busy to connect with some one-on-one time, and James was still carefully avoiding me. Finally, I heard the creak of the front door and jumped to my feet. I smoothed down my hoodie and took a deep breath, trying to act like I hadn't been waiting on pins and needles for this. Quinn gave me a nod in greeting, but stopped in the foyer when he heard Gemma's high-pitched voice coming from the kitchen. I sidled up to Quinn. "Did you get the stuff?" I asked in a low voice, glancing around to make sure no one else was paying attention to us loitering over here. Quinn was on guard duty tonight, but had agreed to bring by a special order for me before he went out. Quinn chuckled.
"Girl, you're making me feel like I should be wearing a black trench coat."
He popped the collar of his invisible coat and peered at me. I rolled my eyes and made a grab for the plain brown paper bag he had at his side. He blocked me and shook his head in rebuke.
Not so fast, Anna.
I huffed a sigh. What's it going to cost me? Quinn tapped a finger on his chin.
Well, I'm going to assume that this is for Mr. Grumpy McGrumperton.
I nodded and glanced around again. No one seemed to notice us being weird over here. The twins were throwing potatoes at each other instead of cutting them, so I guess potatoes weren't going to be on the menu for tonight. Caleb was captivated by whatever he was doing on his tablet, and Gemma was staring blankly at the twins. James was, of course, nowhere to be found.
I don't want him to come down on me for this,
Quinn told me with a sly look.
He's not someone I want pissed off at me.
This stays between us, I promised, making another grab for the bag. Quinn held it just out of my reach, so unless I wanted to make a scene and tackle him, I was going to have to negotiate. Your price? I asked impatiently. Time was ticking, and I needed to get this done while everyone was occupied down here.
A future favor of my choosing,
Quinn announced. Fine, I agreed. But I reserve the right to refuse if it's too outrageous. Quinn chuckled.
The only thing outrageous is what I have in this bag.
He handed it over, and I peeked in. It was everything that I could have hoped for. The bag was full of hot pink, purple, and red mankini briefs. The ones on the very top even had a glitter unicorn on the butt. Oh, Quinn, you have really outdone yourself this time, I said with a pleased purr.
Right? I always deliver, just remember that.
He booped me on the nose before sauntering off to the kitchen. I looped the handles of the bag around my hand and headed for the stairs. I had a couple more minutes before the guys would look for me so they could start eating. Caleb stepped out of the kitchen and into my path.
Everything all right?
He asked with concern shining in his eyes.
You seemed kind of intense over there with Quinn.
He was holding my new dress hostage, I lied, holding up the bag. You know how he is. Caleb stared at me for a heartbeat, and I felt shitty for lying. But this was a personal prank, and I wanted to keep it between James and myself. I'm just going to hang it up so it doesn't get wrinkled, I assured him. Caleb gave me a smile and a kiss on the forehead.
I'll referee until you get back,
he said, looking over at the twins as Jason ducked beneath the counter and Mason leaped over it to get to him. I laughed and headed for the stairway. My heart pounded as I ran up the stairs, and I couldn't help the glee that was bubbling up inside of me. The only thing that would make this better was if I could see his face once he realized what I'd done. I slipped into James's bedroom and went right to his dresser. I rolled my eyes when I found that the top drawer was nothing but black socks. The second was black undershirts, and the third was black boxer briefs. The man had a major commitment to black. I emptied the shopping bag so I could scoop up all his black underwear and shove it in there. If he wanted them back, he was going to have to come find me. James had been avoiding me for way too long, and if this was what I had to do to get him to come to me, so be it. I laid his new and improved underwear selection carefully in the drawer, making sure to showcase the ones with glitter. I couldn't help but giggle at the thought of James actually putting a pair of these on. I really, really hoped he would. I closed the drawer with satisfaction and picked up my bag of loot. Where could I hide this where James would never think to look? The first place he would check would be my room, and then the twins' rooms. I peeked out into the hallway to make sure the coast was clear before exiting his room. I hesitated for a moment before heading to the supply closet that I had organized just last week. I couldn't picture James searching for a bottle of Windex anytime soon, so I doubted he would think to look there. I rolled up the bag and tucked it way into the back on the bottom shelf. Unless someone decided to empty out all 20 bottles of Lysol wipes, they weren't going to accidentally come across the bag of James's goodies. I smiled to myself and brushed off my clothes as I stood. This was going to be fun. I tried to wipe the smile off my face before I went back down to dinner. If I had that happy, I just planned a really awesome prank look on my face, the twins were going to tickle the truth right out of me. I wanted this to be just between James and me, so that he would have to come to me directly. I walked back downstairs to see the twins picking up errant potatoes from around the house. It didn't look like anything got broken, so that was a plus. We can have oven fries tomorrow, I told Jason as I picked up a potato that had rolled under the coffee table. He grinned at me.
I love oven fries.
Me too, I said with a grin that was probably a little bit too gleeful. Luckily, the kitchen timer went off and signaled that dinner was ready, taking the attention off me for now. What's for dinner tonight? I asked cautiously, afraid of hearing mushrooms anywhere in his answer. Jason flung his arm over my shoulder as we walked back to the table.
Well, my girl tried teaching us how to make stir-fry.
Mason grinned as we came in range.
But we couldn't remember all the ingredients, so we just used one of those sauce packets from the store. Without meat for Gemma, with chicken for the rest of us,
Jason said with pride. Sounds good, I told them, relieved that this was going to be an edible dinner. I had been trying to back off and let the twins do the job that was assigned to them, with some gentle prodding in the right direction. With how much time I had to spend training, and the additional responsibilities Austin had assigned to me, I really couldn't manage cooking all the meals for the pack. Austin had made it clear that he didn't expect me to, and advised me not to let the guys guilt me into it. I helped plate up the food while Caleb grabbed some silverware for the table. The twins poured drinks, and we carried everything over to the table. Gemma made a move to set her plate down in the spot between my twins, and I tensed. I always sat between Mason and Jason when we had dinner together. It was one of our things. I wasn't petty enough to be a bitch and make her move, but it was going to rip me apart if the twins were okay with this. Relief flooded through me when Jason stood up and moved her plate to the other side of the table.
That's Anna's seat,
he said simply. Mason patted the chair next to him.
Yeah, Anna, I got you a blackberry bold rock.
I grinned at the sight of the bottle he placed next to him. I definitely needed a little bit of alcohol tonight. Something sweet and delicious sounded perfect right now. Gemma shot me a dirty look, but I just shrugged and gave her a sweet smile. She was going to have to realize that replacing me was not going to be that easy. Chapter 5. Anna. Gemma and I were left to clean up the dinner mess after the guys all scattered. Caleb had more work to do upstairs, and the twins went to get their backpacks out of their Jeep so they could start studying. I wasn't very enthusiastic about spending time alone with her, but maybe it would turn out to be a good thing. Maybe Gemma and I just needed some bonding time to relieve the building tension between us. So, Gemma, I racked my brain for how to start a conversation with her. How have things been going? I kicked myself for how lame that sounded, but I had to start somewhere. She gave me an annoyed look, not at all impressed with my attempt to draw her into conversation, as she gathered up the dishes on her side of the table. Fine. I picked up as many dishes as I could carry and followed her into the kitchen, setting my load down on the counter next to the sink. She took the spot in front of the faucet as I hovered in the area awkwardly. My first attempt at conversation didn't go that well, but that didn't mean I was ready to give up just yet. So, I heard the guys gave you a tour of their campus. Gemma sighed and turned on the water. Listen, I already know where you're going with this, and if you have a problem with me spending time with them, then you need to talk to them. They invited me there, and they want to spend time with me. I cleared my throat as my face got red. Gemma, that's not what I was trying to say. I know things have been awkward between us, so I wanted to try and spend some time with you. Get to know you the way that they do. She heaved a sigh and turned the water on. I thought she was going to ignore me completely, when she suddenly whirled around to face me. I'll be honest, I don't like you, and I don't want to get to know you, she said acidly. My jaw dropped in surprise, and I was at a loss at how to respond. I had expected her to be reticent and unsure. I hadn't expected her to be hostile and confrontational. She didn't wait for a response from me to continue. I think you're selfish and greedy. You're stringing all of these guys along and not giving any of them what they really need, she hissed at me. I was trying to gather my thoughts so I could get a word in edgewise to defend myself, but Gemma was on a roll now. The twins need someone who will be there for them, someone who will dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to loving them. They deserve better than you. She looked at me as if I were a cockroach caught scuttling across the kitchen floor. I had been taken aback when she first started, but the longer she continued, the angrier I got. I love them with every piece of my heart. Gemma interrupted me with a snort. You're just stringing them along until you can get your claws into the alpha. I know how wolves like you work. You think you're better than everyone else, and you won't hesitate to fuck your way to the top. You have no idea what you're talking about, I said angrily. I gripped the edge of the counter and felt my magic burning inside of me like an inferno. I fought to keep the magic from exploding and glared at Gemma. I might be furious with her, but I didn't want to accidentally hurt her with my magic. I know that I can give them what you can't, she said in a low voice, her eyes burning with hate. You can't, I finally shouted as the rage inside me finally bubbled to the surface. Gemma had just pushed me too far. She could criticize me or look down on me, but she couldn't claim to know what was in my heart. You can't be everything to them, and you're not even a real wolf. You don't belong here.
Anna!
I spun around to see Jason walking into the kitchen. Electricity crackled between my fingertips, and it took everything I had to pull my errant magic back inside of me. Jason, I said in frustration, Gemma needs to go. He raised an eyebrow at me, and I could feel the disapproval coming from him. Even if he hadn't heard anything that Gemma had said, and only heard my last words to her, he should still be on my side. There was no way that he should be walking across the room to stand by her side instead of mine. But that's exactly what he did. Tears of hurt and frustration came to my eyes, and I turned to Mason as he walked in the room.
What happened?
He asked with a frown, looking between Gemma and me. I opened my mouth to answer, but I could tell that I was too late, as the twins were already using their bond to communicate. Mason gave Jason a doubtful look, but that's when I felt another trickle of phantom magic. I tried to focus on it, but it disappeared again just as quickly as it had appeared. Now both the twins were standing at Gemma's side and oozing disapproval in my direction. I saw a flash of triumph in Gemma's eyes as the twins had their attention focused on me. That sent my blood boiling again. I let out a growl and took half a step toward her before I even realized what I was doing. The twins formed a wall in front of her as she burst into tears. I could not believe this was happening. There is no way that manipulative little monster was going to get away with this. Mason took a step towards me and held up his hand.
Anna, I need you to take a deep breath and calm down,
he said in an even tone. She threatened me, Gemma sobbed. She wants to hurt me. That's ridiculous, I spluttered defensively. I wouldn't be too upset if she tripped and fell down the stairs, but I wouldn't actually harm her. Or would I? Doubt threaded through my mind. Would I have lost control of my magic if the twins hadn't stepped in? Could I have actually hurt her? She was mostly human, so she wouldn't be able to defend herself from me, or to heal if I accidentally harmed her. I took a step back, nausea in the pit of my stomach. Mason saw the change on my face.
Get some fresh air,
he said gently.
We'll clean up after we get Gemma upstairs.
I looked between him and Jason, tears coming to my eyes again. This isn't how things were supposed to be. They should be standing by my side, ready to defend me, soothing my hurt feelings, taking me upstairs to relax, not sending me away. Gemma should be the one to go. Mason's eyes softened and he took a step toward me. I looked at him hopefully and wiped away the single tear that had managed to escape my eye. But before he could cross the kitchen, Gemma reached out and grabbed his arm. He stopped mid-stride and his eyes glazed over before focusing on me again. This time there was no hint of softness, only condemnation. I couldn't handle seeing that look directed at me. Not from him. I turned and ran for the patio door, my heart breaking into a million tiny pieces. Chapter 6. Anna. I hid outside, away from the twins, and away from anyone who would see the hurt and shame on my face. It didn't take long before my pain burned away in the face of my anger. I took a deep breath of the cool night air and tried to get my temper under control. I never wanted to be the jealous girlfriend who got angry at any females that dared to speak to her man. But was I really the one in the wrong here? I paced back and forth as I thought. Gemma was a visitor to our pack, and she hadn't had it easy in her life. Could I really blame her for enjoying the attention that the twins gave her? No. But she knew very well that they were with me, and I couldn't shake my anger at how she was trying to undermine that. My pacing slowed when I realized that I didn't have to trust Gemma. I wasn't in a relationship with Gemma. I was in a relationship with Mason and Jason. I knew that they loved me, and I knew that they would never do anything to betray me. My pulse steadied, and I looked up at the moon cresting over the tree line. Gemma could try her best to tear us apart, but the bond we had couldn't be broken. I was just going to have to give the guys time to see what Gemma was truly like. She couldn't hide who she really was for long. I just hoped that she would expose herself sooner rather than later to the twins. I even understood their instincts in stepping between her and I. The twins would always step in to defend an underdog because they had been in that situation themselves. They had been unwanted and unloved for a long period of their most formative years. Gemma had picked up on that and was intentionally playing into their protective instincts by pretending to be the victim and making me out to be the big bad wolf. I huffed out a breath of frustration. As much as I wanted to stomp back in there, demand that Gemma drop her act, and make the twins see reason, I knew that yelling at them wouldn't make any of those things happen. I needed to clear my head and go to them once my temper had cooled. I knew deep in my heart that the twins would listen if I sat down and explained how I was feeling to them. They had seen into my soul on more than one occasion, and I had to believe that they would do so again. I closed my eyes and let the cool night air soothe my heated temper as the breeze swirled around me. Tomorrow I would fix things with the twins. I heard the sliding glass door open behind me and turned to see James step out onto the patio. "Hey," I said softly, checking to see if there was steam coming out of his ears. He seemed cool and collected, so he must not have gone through his dresser yet. Makes sense. He probably wouldn't notice until he went to get dressed tomorrow. I inhaled his masculine scent as it floated to me on the breeze, and I tried to push away the myriad of emotions that lingered after my fight with the twins. James gave me a nod and came to stand next to me. I leaned back on the railing and reached for his hand, but he avoided me. A flash of hurt burned through me, and I swallowed down all the emotions that threatened to bubble up. I was already feeling vulnerable and alone, but bursting into tears because James didn't want to hold my hand would probably just make him run further from me. He must have picked up on my emotional state, because I saw regret in his dark eyes.
"I need to patrol," he said gruffly, as he gazed out into the forest. "I want to check on the guards."
I huffed, but didn't say anything. I just watched him as he slipped off his shoes. I had been planning on going on a run with the twins later this evening, and our fight just meant that I had even more excess energy that I needed to burn off. I narrowed my eyes at James as he ignored me. I might need to take a breather from the twins before I could figure out how to fix things with them. But James was right here in front of me now. I did the only sensible thing I could think of and took off my top.
"What are you doing?"
James grumbled. "Oh, I was just about to go patrol the perimeter," I told him airily. I turned my back to him and unbuttoned my jeans. "I guess you can probably tag along if you're headed the same way." James rolled his eyes and looked skyward in exasperation. I know, I said mockingly. "I am the least stealthy person that you have ever met in your life. Everyone will see me coming a mile away." He just looked at me as if to say, "Are you done?" "But that means that they will be so busy staring at me that they won't see you coming from behind," I pointed out as I shimmied out of my jeans and turned back around. His shoulders relaxed, and he looked at me thoughtfully.
"Can you stay on mission?"
I reached back for the clasp of my bra, and his eyes heated as I let it fall to the ground. "Can you?" I asked defiantly. His eyes trailed over my exposed flesh as he looked up to meet my gaze.
"I can,"
he said in a low voice that caused my lower belly to clench. I nodded as if I had no desire to jump on him and wrap my legs around his waist. "Excellent. We'll compare notes after," I told him in my best throaty purr as I shimmied out of my panties.
"We'll see,"
he grunted before he pulled his shirt over his head. Before I could get even more flustered by a naked James, I shifted and landed on all four paws.
"No chasing fireflies,"
James called to me as I trotted across the patio. "It's winter," I told him with the pack bond. "Everyone knows there aren't any fireflies left." I flicked my tail at him in irritation before I jumped down to the lawn. Now he was definitely going to get pounced once he shifted. I heard his belt buckle hit the ground not a moment later, so I turned to get into position. He went to the opposite side of the patio, anticipating my attack, so naturally I bounced over to his side. I made it there just as he leapt onto the ground, but I was a couple seconds too late. I attempted to pounce him anyway, but he adeptly avoided me like the pro he was. I swished my tail, annoyed that he had managed to elude me yet again.
"Follow the tree line to the ocean front,"
he told me with our bond.
"We'll see if Quinn's paying attention."
I huffed but headed in that direction. I wouldn't mind sneaking up on Quinn. I froze in mid-step when I felt James's presence abruptly vanish from my periphery awareness. I whirled around in alarm to see him trailing behind me. He sent me a wave of reassurance.
"I'm right here."
"Why can't I feel you?" I wasn't even embarrassed at how panicked I sounded. I was that worried.
"I'm cloaking my presence so they won't feel me coming."
I circled around him, reassuring myself that he was really there in the flesh. I had become accustomed to being able to feel a person's magical essence, as long as they were in fairly close proximity. I hadn't realized just how much I had come to rely on that sense until I was completely blind to it now. It was very disconcerting to see James but not be able to feel his protective presence. I don't know how I ever lived without it before. This reminded me of the inverted magic that Talon had been trying to teach me. He had shown me that he could hide pieces of magic, and told me that someone could use it to hide their true magical nature. But he hadn't mentioned that someone could hide their presence completely from me. If James hadn't been standing right in front of me, I wouldn't have known that he was there. I don't like this. I brushed up against him and inhaled his scent.
"I'll be right behind you,"
he said gently.
"I won't let you out of my sight."
I'm not worried about me. I was a little insulted.
"I'll be fine."
I could feel his amusement with his last message to me, but I couldn't ever forget holding him in my arms as he bled out into the dirt not too long ago. The thought of losing James was too much to bear. We made it to the forest and he melted into the shadows. I forced myself to keep moving, and not to keep glancing back to where I last saw him. We were on pack land. The protective barrier was up and strong, and we had plenty of our wolves on the property. What could go wrong? There was no way for me to hide like James did, so I tried to be as quiet as possible. Maybe I would get lucky and Quinn wouldn't see me coming. I carefully put one paw down after the other, being cautious not to step on any sticks or dry leaves. The forest was fairly quiet, but I could still hear the ocean waves crashing in the distance, the occasional cry of a lonely seagull, and the breeze rustling the bare tree branches and the fallen leaves. What I didn't hear was the sound of another wolf in the vicinity. I kept glancing around me as I crept through the forest in order to maintain what the guys like to call 360-degree security. But I didn't see anything other than the occasional squirrel running for the safety of a tall tree. What I really wanted to do was forget about all the concerns of the human world and just run. I wanted to be wild and free, surrounded by my pack the way it should be. I heaved a sigh. Traipsing through the woods alone wasn't satisfying any of my wolf urges, and James wasn't even really with me. I perked up a little when I thought about what I might be able to get James to do after we finished our mission. I wouldn't be able to tempt him into playing or wrestling, but I bet I could challenge him to a race. I felt the presence of another one of my packmates nearby, and stretched my senses to try to figure out who and where he was. I could easily recognize my 6 guys, but the others were a little more difficult since I didn't spend nearly as much time with them. Austin had extended my pack bond to include the guys on Trevor's team, since they pulled security here so often. He wanted me to be able to reach out to them for help if I needed it. I think a part of it was that he knew they had zero interest in me as a mate, because of their relationship with Sam. That's why when I heard a heavy weight drop behind me, I jumped almost a foot in the air and whirled around in alarm. Quinn jumped me, and we wrestled for a moment before I used my magic to push him off me and hold him in place. "Where did you come from?" I demanded.
"If you had looked up, you would have seen me,"
Quinn laughed. "What kind of a wolf climbs trees?" I asked defensively.
"The kind with a panther is one of their best friends,"
Quinn told me, still laughing.
"Sam got the drop on me a couple times before I wised up. Don't feel too bad about it."
I pouted but released him from my magical hold. Quinn was right. I had been so busy looking down at my feet and around the ground that it never occurred to me to look up in the trees. "Don't tell the other guys I'm out here," I told Quinn. "I want to surprise them." Quinn gave a wolf snort to show how ridiculous he thought that was.
"Okay."
He looked around suspiciously.
"I'm surprised to see you on your own out here. None of the guys wanted to go on a run?"
I swished my tail in irritation and circled around him. "I can go out on my own if I want to. I don't need them." Quinn shot me a look of pity.
"Uh-huh. We'll talk later,"
he promised me. I watched curiously as he crouched and then leapt up to one of the lower hanging branches of the tree next to me. It was unnatural to watch an oversized wolf scramble up the tree and then pick a branch to lounge on. He was definitely spending too much time with Sam. "James, you want to show your face?"
"No, I'll get him on the way back. Keep going to the rocky overlook. I've caught some of the guys napping out there before."
I sighed and trotted off in that direction. But this time I spent less time looking at my feet and more time eyeing the trees for surprises. I gave up on trying to be as silent and unseen as James. Instead, I thought about how James was cloaking his presence, and if the others could do that as well. It seemed pretty similar to the inverted magic that Talon had been trying to teach me the other night. Could I somehow use my magic to hide not just my presence, but also make myself invisible and scentless? There was so much that I didn't know about magic. I felt a pang of longing when I thought about my mother. What would she have taught me if she had raised me herself? Chapter 7. Anna. My lungs burned as I pumped my legs as fast as I could. I could feel my opponent coming up close behind me, but I was determined to win this race. The patio came into view as I broke through the edge of the forest and I buckled down in resolve. I could do this. I could hear the panting behind me as my rival closed the distance between us. My muscles were on fire as I pushed myself harder. But the last stretch of the race proved to be my downfall. I had the advantage with my smaller frame and the ease of maneuverability while in the forest, but the straight stretch across the lawn favored James's longer legs. I stretched my nose out as if that would help me get to the finish line any faster, but skidded to a stop once James made it past me and leapt gracefully onto the stone patio. I walked off my disappointment on shaky legs, easing the burn in my lungs and muscles. To his credit, James didn't gloat. He circled back around and nuzzled me with concern, while I wheezed like an older wolf that should be in retirement. I huffed and sat down once the worst of it had passed and I could breathe normally again. James looked at me in amusement once he was sure I was going to survive.
"I think we need to add running to your daily tasks,"
he said with humor coloring his thought. I got to my feet and shook out my coat. "Maybe," I told him noncommittally. I already had a lot on my plate. Although, to be honest, my physical fitness had taken a back seat to my magic. I tried to think back to when I had gone running last, but pulled a blank. Surely I had gone running since returning from the Fae world. James nudged me in the direction of the patio.
"I'll have to take you on patrol with me more often."
I looked up at him in surprise before warmth flooded through me. James volunteering to spend more time with me filled me with all kinds of pleasant feelings. I hadn't managed to surprise any of the wolves on guard duty, but James had startled both Chris and Jamie while they were busy stalking me. He gave them a quick lesson on not being distracted, or so I assumed. I hopped up the stairs and suppressed a groan as my muscles protested. James shifted back to his human form and headed for the side of our heated pool that had the hot tub. My eyebrows rose. That sounded like an excellent way to complete the night. I hurriedly shifted back into my human form and stretched. Some of the soreness of my muscles had transferred over to my human form, but I was already healing. I'm sure some hot tub time with James would soothe my sore aches just fine. I admired his backside as he checked the temperature settings and made sure the jets were on as I walked across the patio toward him. He looked up just in time to see me checking him out, and I saw a hint of a smirk on his face. I tried to fight the blush that turned my cheeks pink, but I knew he saw. He hopped smoothly into the tub as I approached and gestured for me to join him. I attempted to replicate his move, but my foot caught on the edge of the tub and sent me tumbling into the water face first with a large splash. James helped me up as I spluttered. Of course, I had inhaled what felt like half the tub, and the water had also gone up my nose in addition to in my lungs. I took my seat, but it wasn't pretty as I tried to breathe air again and detangle the mess of hair that obscured my face. I don't think I could have been any more unsexy if I had tried. I could tell James was holding in a laugh as I attempted to pull at the strands of hair that were now glued to my face from being face down in the tub. I gave up and just dipped my head back in the water so that I could get it all slicked back and out of my face. Once I was situated and breathing again, I started to laugh. James looked at me cautiously at first, but joined in with a chuckle. I'm sure the scene had looked pretty hilarious from the outside, and I wasn't so arrogant that I couldn't laugh at myself. I leaned back in the tub as my giggles subsided and enjoyed the feel of the warm water. James let out a breath, and I saw him start to relax out of the corner of my eye. James was always tense and alert, like a guard dog. Or maybe like an ex-special ops military guy with a blacked-out file. It was rare to see a genuine smile or relaxed posture from him. I created a barrier around the hot tub area to keep the cold night air from encroaching on our little bubble of relaxation. I stretched out my legs and let myself float a little. I looked over at James to see that his attention was captured by my naked breasts, barely below the surface of the bubbling water. A slow smile spread across my face, and I floated over in his direction. He raised his eyes to meet mine, and I saw that all of the humor was gone, leaving a dark heat that was perfectly James. I straddled him, but left my bottom closer to his knees than to his more interesting parts. "James," I said softly, looking into his dark eyes, "why have you been avoiding me?" I meant for the question to be playful and teasing, but there was an edge of hurt there that I hadn't managed to hide. He sighed and placed his hands on my waist, his eyes turning sad.
"I'm an asshole. You know that,"
he grumbled. I cupped his face in my hands and forced him to look at me. "No, you're not," I told him firmly. "Not with me." I almost let go of him after a minute of silence when I was sure he wouldn't answer. But he surprised me with the vulnerable words that came out of his mouth.
"Anna, you look at me and see the man I wish I was, not who I truly am."
I looked into his dark eyes and saw a pit of self-loathing and despair.
"If you knew some of the things I've done, I don't deserve for you to look at me like this."
"You inspire me every day." James tried to look away from me, but I held his face steady, forcing him to see the truth in my eyes. "Your determination, your loyalty to the pack, the way you protect those that you love, I see all of that. That is who you are. We've all done things in the past that we regret, and those things have shaped who we are now. But we have to keep fighting to be better, and there is no one that I would rather have at my side in a fight."
"Anna."
He seemed to struggle with what he wanted to say. His voice broke, and I saw raw emotion on his face.
I can't lose you."
"You won't," I murmured before brushing his lips in the barest form of a kiss. "But isn't it the same thing if you pull away from me?" He shook his head.
"I was so close to you that I missed the threat. If I had taken a step back and not been so distracted and cocky—"
I turned his head so I could look directly in his eyes. "It wouldn't have made a difference," I assured him. "None of us had been expecting the Fae to suddenly appear in our home. Even if we had, there was no way anyone could have prevented Froston from taking me. My wolves were brave and tough, but teeth and claws couldn't defend against the magic that he had wielded. That's why I was so determined to get a handle on this. I needed to be able to provide the magical defenses for my pack." I saw the doubt and self-blame that he must have been tormenting himself with, shadowed on his face, and I attempted to ease it. "There was nothing that you could have done differently." I paused. "And things worked out for the best in the end. If I hadn't been kidnapped by Froston, I wouldn't have been introduced to the Fae half of my heritage. Would that have been so bad?" A little voice inside me whispered. I would have been content being just a wolf and settling in with my pack. But I couldn't deny that I wanted to learn how to use my magic. A lot of the stuff I was learning was pretty cool, but it came with a price. I hadn't yet felt the backlash from my own kind once they found out what I really was, but I was dreading it. I could see a glare on James's face that was not directed at me. He was probably replaying the battle in his mind.
Next time
I'll be ready," I interrupted him determinedly. "I'm not the same girl that went into that portal, and I'm not going to be hiding behind you when trouble comes knocking at the door. I need you to respect me as a fellow warrior and to accept that I will be standing at your side for the battle to come."
"Fuck,"
he expelled in an exhale of air.
"I have never wanted you more than I do right now."
The heat was back in his eyes and seared me to the bone. I crushed my mouth to his and we devoured each other, our lips and tongues tasting and exploring. I pulled back to catch my breath, and he lowered his lips to my throat. I moaned as he kissed and licked his way down my neck. His hands cupped my breasts, and I arched my back to give him better access. He groaned as I pressed my body further up against his, and I saw that the look on his face was just as starved as mine. I craved James, My entire body ached for him. He took one nipple in his mouth, and liquid heat surged through my body as he used his tongue to tease me. He sucked on my nipple before releasing it and turning his attention to my other breast. Pleasure shot through me as he used his mouth and his fingers to drive me into a frenzy. My hips rocked against him, and I felt his erection pressed against me. I took him in my hand and ran my thumb around the head, causing him to moan my name. James looked up at me with his eyes half closed and head tilted back. He seemed just as lost to the sensations as I was. The look on his face was so irresistible that I leaned forward to capture his mouth with mine. Our tongues battled, and he gripped my thighs tight. I worked him with my hand, feeling victorious when he had to break from our kiss to catch his breath. It was my turn to squirm as he slid his hand in between my thighs, teasing the slick heat that waited for him there. Need pulled at my core, and I couldn't wait any longer to have him inside of me. "James, I need you," I panted. He shifted so that his erection was pressed right up against my entrance. I eagerly slid forward, taking him inside of me. He slowly filled me, inch by inch, and I couldn't stop the moan that escaped my lips.
"Anna,"
he murmured. I was consumed by the raw need that shone from his eyes, matching my own. I started to move with him inside me, the feel of him filling me completely, driving me even further into madness. He grasped my hips and we moved to a rhythm that had me begging for release. Tension built up in my body to almost unbearable levels. The pleasure was so intense that it was at the brink of pain. My entire world exploded as my muscles clenched around him. His hips met mine with a renewed vengeance as my orgasm pushed him into his own. He threw his head back as he came, and our bodies stilled. We both struggled to catch our breath as my pounding heart slowed back to normal. James cupped my face and surprised me with a gentle kiss. I pressed my forehead to his and enjoyed the languid feeling spreading through my limbs. This moment, James and I together, was absolutely perfect. I relaxed and dipped my hair in the water. A shrill ring interrupted the serenity of the night, and I could see the tension bleed back into James. The relaxation and openness faded from his face and gave way to his usual serious expression. I sighed as he climbed out of the tub and made his way back to where he had left his pants on one of the patio chairs.
"Yeah,"
he answered gruffly. His eyes flicked to me.
"She's here with me."
I sat up straight and watched him curiously. That had to be either Austin or Cody on the phone with him. The other guys were in the house and would have just used the pack bond. And I knew James wouldn't have given up my location so easily to anyone outside of our relationship. He grunted a couple times before hanging up the phone and tossing it back on the chair. "Well?" I asked impatiently. He had better not think that he could get away with not telling me what that was all about.
"Austin and Cody are heading back overnight,"
James said with a frown.
"You have a meeting with Arminius tomorrow."
"That's great." I smiled. James pulled his pants back on.
"No."
"No what?" I asked in confusion.
"He wants to meet with you on his yacht, which is currently in the Florida Keys."
"Really?" I said in surprise. "I've never been there before." Virginia was the furthest south I had ever gone. I had also never been on a yacht before. I always thought that yachts were reserved for action films and music videos. And maybe royalty. None of those things applied to me. James picked up his shirt and shoes and moved to sit on the edge of the tub.
"I don't like the idea of you and Austin going so far from the rest of the pack."
"We'll be okay," I said softly, reaching for his hand. James met my eyes, and I could see the worry that was churning inside of him.
"You had better be."
He gave me a tight smile, but I could see his thoughts were miles away. Probably already in Florida. I gave his hand a squeeze before standing up The hot water had done wonders for my sore muscles. "How long do I have to pack?" I asked curiously. I was probably going to have to beg Quinn to help me find yacht-worthy clothing, and I already owed him a favor. Luckily for me, Quinn liked dressing me up like a Barbie, so he probably wouldn't object too much.
"A helo will be here at 6 to pick you up,"
James said absent-mindedly. "In the morning?" I squealed. That did not give me nearly enough time to get ready. James looked at me in amusement.
"I'll wake you up."
I scowled but agreed. I had a lot of packing to do to get ready. I looked at the furrow between James's brows and felt my thoughts drift. Maybe there was something I could do with my magic to help put James at ease. Caleb had been right that my disappearance had been hard on James, and I didn't want to put him through the torment of not knowing again. I was going to have to make a stop in Talon's room before I could start packing.
Chapter 8. Mason. I took a sip of my water, wishing it was something stronger. My cursor blinked on the Word document that I was staring at, while I sat here thinking about everything except the paper that I should be writing. Something had been off between Anna and us since Gemma had stepped into the picture. When we first picked Gemma up at the airport, her shyness and skittishness had reminded me a little of Anna when we had first met. Maybe because of that, Jace and I made an effort to try and acclimate Gemma to our world, to give her the confidence to go out and be successful at whatever she wanted to do. But our efforts had the opposite effect. Gemma was becoming more withdrawn and would only interact with the two of us. While Anna had blossomed like a flower that had seen the sun for the very first time, Gemma had been turning into something ugly. I snorted when I realized how ridiculous that sounded. Fucking flowers? Jason shot me a questioning look, and I was glad he hadn't been tuned into my thoughts. I would have never lived that one down. I had been surprised when Gemma's shyness started turning to hostility when she met new people. She wasn't willing to open up and give anyone else a chance, regardless of how hard Jason and I had worked to show her that not everyone was like the pack that had kept her down her whole life. I was starting to realize that not everything Gemma said added up. She was quick to backtrack when we pointed out inconsistencies, and became emotional when we questioned her. It was difficult to accuse someone of lying when they were helplessly sobbing. Earlier tonight, Anna had very uncharacteristically snapped at Gemma. Jason and I had stepped in before Anna said or did anything that she would regret later, but Gemma's theatrical hysteria had reached new heights. Regardless of what Gemma said, I didn't believe that Anna would attack her unprovoked, or would have truly harmed Gemma. Anna was the sweetest person that I knew, and it would have taken a lot to push her to the point where she had shouted. What bothered me was what happened after that. Things were blurry, but I couldn't remember why I thought it was a good idea for both Jace and me to stay with Gemma while Anna left. One of us should have stayed with Anna to make sure she was okay. The next thing I knew, James was telling us with the pack bond that he was taking Anna on a run because she looked upset. That should have been us. We should have been there when she needed us most. Now, we were trying to get some work done while we waited for Anna to come back so we could apologize. We had taken over the table with our books and laptops, so she would have to walk past us to get into the house. Jason threw a pen at me, undoubtedly picking up on my thoughts. "She's with James. She'll be okay." I scowled at him. Right, because he's the warm and fuzzy type. I knew Anna would be physically safe with James. It was her heart that I was worried about. "He's certainly making her feel good." Gemma's footsteps approached from the hall. I suppressed a groan. I felt like an asshole thinking it, but I was hoping the rest of the night would be Gemma-free. "They're in the hot tub, getting it on now," Gemma said slyly. She was obviously just trying to get a rise out of us. It was times like this that I regretted Jace and I being assigned as her caretakers. Austin had worried about assigning her to some of the low-ranking wolves, thinking they might take advantage of her shyness and upbringing as the lowest of the pack. But after knowing Gemma for this long, it was apparent that she would have terrorized them. Jason shrugged. "And?" Gemma put her hand on Jason's arm, and I saw him tense. She trailed her hand across his shoulders as she walked in my direction, and Jason let out a loud breath. His body relaxed, and I saw his eyes glaze over as Jenna came closer to me. I watched her suspiciously and reached out to my brother with our bond. His mind felt foggy and sluggish compared to just a few minutes ago. I stood up in alarm. Something wasn't right here. Gemma grabbed onto my arm. Anna doesn't need the two of you now that she has the high-ranking wolves wrapped around her little finger. You were just a stepping stone for her to get to them. Anger flashed through me before a fog slid through my brain. I shook my head to try and clear it. I was just on the cusp of figuring out something important. What had I just been thinking about? I slowly sat back in my chair and stared at my laptop blankly. Gemma was still talking, but her words faded into an indistinct murmur. I had been working on my paper, but my eyes were growing heavier with exhaustion. I had all weekend to finish this. There was no reason why I couldn't call it quits early today. Deep down, I felt a nagging sensation telling me that there was something else I was supposed to be doing. My exhaustion got worse, and I laid my head down on the table. Jason hit my shoulder clumsily, and I cracked an eye open to look at him. He looked just as tired as I felt, and jerked his head up in the direction of our rooms. I gave a slight nod to let him know that I was ready to head up as well. Fuck this paper. I would work on it tomorrow. I was vaguely aware of Gemma circling us as I braced myself on the table. It took all my strength to stagger to my feet and shuffle toward the stairs. I hadn't been this fatigued since the crucible at Paris Island.
Chapter 9. Anna. I finished my project for James early in the morning, with only an hour before the helo was due to land. I had been surprised to find that not only did Talon have a magical solution for the challenge I proposed, but that he was also more than happy to help me with it. I had half expected him to roll his eyes and dismiss me outright. I was tired from staying up all night, and from all the magic I had been using, but my excitement over my upcoming trip kept me moving. I headed to my closet to start packing. I wasn't sure what I would need for a weekend on a yacht, so I decided to do what most females did: pack 10 times as much as I should, and hope that I had what I needed. I flung my empty luggage open and went to pack my undies first. Quinn had been quietly filling my unmentionables drawer with all kinds of sexy stuff that the old Anna would never have been brave enough to wear. I opened my panty drawer only to find it completely empty. I frowned to myself and opened the next drawer to find all my bras missing too. I gave an irritated sigh, but then brightened up. If the twins were pranking me, it must mean that I was forgiven. Nothing said I'm sorry like stealing all of a girl's underthings. I exited the ridiculously large walk-in closet that was becoming fuller as the days went by and walked across my room. I flung open my door and turned to go down the hall towards Jason's room, only to pull up short when I saw James leaning against a wall in the hallway. I was surprised to see amusement shining in the depths of his dark eyes and looked at him suspiciously.
Missing something?
He asked with a raised eyebrow. My breath hitched in surprise. As much as the twins and I had teased and tormented James with our pranks, he had never before stooped to return the favor. Meting out punishments or extra jobs in reparation for the chaos we caused, sure. But retaliating with a prank of his own? Never. Would you know anything about my missing items? I asked sweetly.
Depends.
He met my eyes steadily.
Would we be talking about a mutually beneficial hostage exchange?
I tilted my head at him slyly. Maybe. I walked toward him until my clothes were brushing his, and I could feel the warmth that radiated off his body. His eyes darkened even further with the heat that was now burning between us. Are you wearing them? I purred, hoping he would say yes. James in a pair of hot pink sparkly man briefs with a glittery unicorn on the butt would be an image that I would happily hold on to for the rest of my life. He didn't bat an eye.
Am I?
I licked my lips and ran my hand along his waistband before dipping my fingers inside. I ran my hand down the hard plane of his abs and to his hip bone to find nothing but bare skin. A small part of me was disappointed, but the rest of me wanted to explore his body with my tongue.
Satisfied?
He asked with a raised eyebrow. Not even close, I murmured, trailing my hand back up to his abs to rest above his belt buckle. You know it takes more than that. He chuckled darkly.
I do.
I heard a door open down the hall and reluctantly removed my hand from under James's shirt. I turned to see a sleepy Caleb rubbing a hand through his messy hair.
Hey, Anna,
he said with a yawn.
Heard you were going away for the weekend and wanted to make sure I said bye.
I smiled at him and leaned in for a hug. I was just packing, I told him with a pointed look at James. James just gave a barely discernible closed-mouth smile and waited. I gave a sigh of resignation and pulled away from Caleb's hug. Meet back here in 5? I asked James. He gave a tight nod and stalked back to his room.
Do I want to know?
Caleb asked with a smile. I shook my head. James got the best of me in a prank.
Really?
Caleb raised his eyebrows.
What did the twins think about that?
They weren't involved, I mumbled as I opened the storage closet and crouched down to get to the back of the bottom shelf.
Maybe that's why,
Caleb mused. I shot him a dirty look. I could pull a prank off by myself if I wanted to. I reached for the bag of James's undergarments and pulled them out. I sat back on my heels and thought, maybe Caleb had a point. Part of the fun of pranks was the time I spent planning them with the twins. This prank had fallen flat regardless of their involvement, but I did miss my partners in crime. Hey, Caleb, I asked softly. I know you're already busy, and you have a lot on your plate. Caleb reached for my hands.
What do you need?
I chewed my lip nervously. I'm worried about Gemma. I don't trust her. Caleb chuckled.
James said the same thing.
My eyes widened slightly. James says that about everyone. Did that mean I was becoming just as cantankerous and paranoid as James? Caleb shook his head.
Not everyone.
Well, he said it about me when I first got here. Caleb smiled at me.
He grumbled, but he was protective of you from the beginning.
I blinked in surprise. James had not been happy about Austin letting me in the pack that first day.
He watched out for you,
Caleb said softly.
But he watches Gemma. There's a difference.
And you? I asked him quietly. How do you feel about Gemma? Caleb frowned.
I haven't seen any hard evidence that she's dangerous, but my gut tells me to be cautious.
I nodded. She makes me uneasy, but I'm not sure if it's just because she's another female in my territory, close to my males. I don't want to become Reagan. Caleb pulled me close.
You won't. And you never felt like that around Sam, did you?
I thought for a moment. No, I liked Sam from the beginning, but she didn't have any interest in my guys.
None of your guys have any interest in Gemma. I can promise you that,
Caleb assured me. I know. I wrapped my arms around him and gave him a squeeze. Keep an eye on her for me?
I already am,
Caleb promised.
I give daily reports of all her activities to James.
Huh, I said in surprise. Did you give reports on me when I first got here? I pulled away from him so I could watch his face. Caleb just laughed.
No, but I can tell you that there was more than one night when a certain black wolf patrolled outside of your room, making sure you were safe.
I picked up the bag again. I have something else I need to get from my room for James, I told Caleb. I gave him a kiss and ran a finger across a red mark on his face. You fell asleep on your desk again, huh? He blushed.
Maybe.
Get some sleep. I gave him another kiss. In your bed, though. He laughed and gave me a squeeze.
Enjoy your swanky trip.
I gave him a wave as he went back into his room and I headed for mine. I picked up the necklace that I had made with Talon's help and held the crystal in my hand. admiring the blue stone. I didn't have a gift box for it or anything, but I doubted that James would care about that. James stepped into my room, carrying a large bag that I could only assume was stuffed with my pilfered items. He paused a foot away from me, and his eyes flicked down to the necklace I had in my hand. He had an unreadable look in his eyes, so I decided to just blurt it out. "This is for you." I held the necklace out to him, and he blinked in surprise. When he hesitated to take it, I started to explain. Fae warriors will give their beloved one of these before they go off to war or to slay dragons, or whatever they do.
"You're my Fae warrior, and I'm your beloved?"
I could see the confusion and amusement warring in him. I cleared my throat awkwardly. "Well, it's kind of pretentious to refer to myself as your beloved, if you've never named me as such." I felt my face getting red. My intention had been to do something for James so he wouldn't worry as much, but I was making this into a painfully awkward interaction. He stared at me for a second before the confusion faded and left only amusement in its place.
"What was I thinking?"
he murmured as he stepped closer to me. His face turned absolutely serious.
"Anna, will you be my beloved?"
I ducked my head to hide the goofy smile that came over my face. "Yes," I told him shyly. "I would like to be your beloved." I tried to look serious, but I couldn't seem to pull back the wide smile that involuntarily stretched across my face. "That means I can officially declare you to be my fearless dark warrior." He stared at me for a second, and I started to second-guess myself. Was this too weird, even for me? Why had I thought that this would be a good idea? It must have been the lack of sleep that caused my brain to malfunction. I had made this situation incredibly awkward instead of romantic.
"Now that we decided that you're my beloved, do you wear the necklace?"
James asked, looking completely serious and a little out of his element. I laughed and shook my head. "It's not just a necklace." I held it out to him again, and the stone swung as it dangled from my hand. "And you don't have to wear it. That's just how the stone came." He took hold of it and wrapped the silver chain around his hand so that the stone laid in the palm of his hand. "It's imbued with my magical essence," I told him quietly. "If you hold it in your hand and focus, you can feel the tiny pulses of magic that match my heartbeat." His eyes snapped up to mine with surprise, and his hand reflexively clutched it tightly. "It's not limited like the pack bond is. You'll be able to sense me wherever I am in this world, or one of the others," I explained. James was completely still.
"I can find you, wherever you go?"
I nodded. "Because it has my essence in it, you could use it to locate me. Talon might have to help with that part, though. I'm not sure about the exact magic you would need." He pulled the necklace over his head and tucked it into his shirt. It was on a long chain, so the stone hung down between his pecs. "You can have the stone put on something else," I offered. That was just what I found on short notice. James put his hands on my waist so that he could pull me close.
"It's perfect."
Our lips met in a gentle kiss, and I pulled away from him reluctantly.
"Your ride will be here in less than an hour."
James seemed almost as hesitant as I was to pull away. I stared into his eyes for another moment, searching those dark depths. There was so much more to James than anyone else knew. He would never be the type of man that waxed poetically about his love for me, but I didn't need him to. He didn't have to tell me that his greatest fear was losing me. I already knew. He didn't need to tell me that he was having a difficult time watching me walk out the door, away from him. He also didn't need to say that this gift eased the worry that ate at his soul, or that by letting me walk away he was showing his faith that I would return to him, and his respect for me as an equal. I saw all of that for myself. I took another deep breath, unsure of what I should say. The twins solved that problem for me when they barreled into my room. James rolled his eyes and murmured what sounded like
"Shitheads."
but I heard the undertones of affection beneath the irritation he was projecting. I hid my smile. James loved them. James let go of me and turned to the twins.
Say your goodbyes quickly. Field day starts the moment that helo takes off.
Jason scowled at him while Mason mussed my hair affectionately.
Don't think we're not jealous right now,
he teased me.
Yeah,
Jason added as he swung an arm over my shoulders.
Personal helicopter, private jet, fancy yacht. You're living the life.
James exited the room and shut the door softly behind him. Guys, I had so much I wanted to say, but not sure how to start with any of it. An hour wasn't nearly enough time to resolve all our issues.
I know,
Mason said with sad eyes.
We need to talk, but we'll be okay.
I nodded. When I get back?
Yep.
Jason hugged me from behind and lifted me so my feet dangled. Gemma, I hated to even say her name, and I was unable to keep all the emotion out of my voice. I wasn't proud of myself for how I sounded. It was unlike me to have hostile feelings toward anyone, but she had pushed me too far.
You have nothing to worry about,
Mason assured me as he motioned for Jason to put me back down.
You're the one for us. You're the one we love.
I patted the top of Jason's head as he gave my shoulder a playful bite.
We came to help you pack.
I laughed. Okay, but we need to be quick. As frustrated as I was with our situation, I couldn't get too mad at them. I knew they had only the best intentions. Jason gave me a serious nod, but I could see the sparkle in his eyes.
We'll pack only the fanciest of your clothes.
Mason strode into my closet with Jason close behind. I grabbed the bag of my underwear that James had returned to me and pulled out the things that I thought I would need. Well, I pulled out the things that I thought I would need if I were going away for a week instead of a weekend.
Why haven't we ever seen you in this?
Mason asked as he stepped out of the closet with a hot pink string bikini dangling from his fingers. I blushed. Probably because it's the middle of December and not really beach season. A tiny pink bikini wasn't my normal underwear. But if I was on our private section of beach with just my guys, why not? The twins had certainly seen me in a lot less on more than one occasion, and I had come a long way in being comfortable in my own skin. Mason tossed the bikini in my luggage that so far only held lingerie. Jason had somehow found the couple of lace teddies that had suddenly appeared in my closet one day and added those to my luggage before flipping the lid shut.
All set,
Jason declared with a grin. I rolled my eyes. You all realize that I'm going to be on a yacht with a Lamia that may or may not be one of our friends, and not the two of you, right? The twins exchanged glances and their expressions darkened.
Good point,
Mason said.
But I don't think you could wear anything to make you less attractive. You're hot even in sweats. You're especially hot in my sweats,
Jason added as he cocked his head to the side and eyed my attire. I shrugged. You shouldn't leave your stuff in my room if you don't want me to wear it.
Who says I don't?
He said with a sly smile.
It makes it all the more fun to take them off you.
I laughed as he started to stalk toward me.
I think I actually want my pants back now,
Jason said as he dove for me. Mason sighed with regret as we wrestled.
I hate to be the voice of reason, but we really do need to get you packed. Austin called to say he'd be back in 30 minutes, and to have you waiting downstairs with your stuff.
I felt a flicker of hurt that Austin hadn't called me. He had called James to tell him about the invitation, and he had called the twins to make sure I was packed and ready. Jason let me up while Mason watched me thoughtfully.
Where's your phone?
I blinked in surprise and looked around my room.
The rest of us are required to keep them on us and charged at all times,
Mason pointed out. My skin flushed and I realized what he was getting at. My magic didn't always mesh well with technology, so I had gotten in the habit of leaving it behind while I worked. I didn't have anyone that I really wanted to talk to outside of my pack anyway. I had gotten out of the habit of having it on me all the time, but I should probably fix that, if I was going to insist that Austin contact me instead of one of the other guys. I gave an embarrassed shrug and picked up my phone from where it sat on my bed. I vaguely remembered throwing it there the day before. My sound had been turned off, and I saw that I had a couple of missed calls and texts. 2 from Austin. Oops. I shoved the phone in the pocket of the sweats I had stolen from Jace. Pockets were one of the main reasons why I had stolen them in the first place. Female clothing had the tendency to prioritize cute over functional. The guys followed me into the closet as I eyed my selection of clothing that had been mostly procured by Quinn and Reagan. I pulled some dresses off hangers and handed them over to Jason to put in my luggage.
Roll them up so they don't get wrinkled,
Mason suggested. I gave him a surprised look.
What?
He shrugged.
Marines know how to pack shit.
I just laughed and shook my head and picked up my packing pace. I didn't want to make Austin wait. I ran around my closet and bathroom tossing things at the guys and trusting that they could make it work. Jason had just sat down on my luggage to zip it closed when I felt a nudge from Austin.
Anna, you almost ready? Transport will be here in 15.
I could pick up on the tiredness and worry beneath his words. It must have been a difficult couple of days being stuck with the other council members. I knew that was not how I would have wanted to spend my time. Heading down now, I assured him. Austin's here, I told the guys. Now that the moment had come, my heart started beating faster in a mix of nervousness and excitement. Who has a helicopter come to their house to pick them up for a vacay? Mason picked up my bag while Jason lunged for me. I avoided his first grab, but he tripped me the second time and was able to snatch me up before I fell.
I'm not sure I want to let you go after all,
he murmured into my hair as he held me tight.
Let her go,
Mason called as he headed out to the hallway.
The boss is going to be pissed if you mess up the timetable.
I wiggled out of his arms and gave his butt a smack before sliding out of the stolen pants.
Now we're talking,
he said with a grin. I rolled my eyes and hurriedly switched out my plain t-shirt for a sundress I had sat on the bed while packing. Jason pouted in disappointment as I slipped on my sandals and tied my hair up in a messy bun. I was proud of myself for accomplishing all that in less than 2 minutes. I assumed my hair would be a mess from the helicopter anyway, so I didn't bother to look in the mirror. I'd worry about it later. Don't think you'll beat me down there just because I'm in a dress, I warned Jason.
You're on,
he challenged me. We both lunged for the door at the same time, and I giggled as I pushed him out of the way so I could be first into the hallway. We might still have a long way to go in working out some of our problems, but I knew the big things hadn't changed. I still had my twins. I just needed to get Gemma out of my life so things could go back to normal. Chapter 10. Anna. I relaxed on the deck and stretched my legs out on the luxuriously cushioned chair. Sitting here at sunset as I sipped on a glass of wine was loosening the tension in muscles that I didn't even realize I had. The breeze was becoming cooler as the warmth of the fading sun disappeared, but I found it more refreshing than bothersome. I admired Austin's impressive physique from where he stood across the deck, checking in with the pack back home. His tall, muscular form was outlined by the pink of the sunset, giving me an enjoyable view. He must have felt my gaze because he gave me a knowing smile from across the deck that made me blush.
These are the days that make it all worth it,
Arminius said in his rich voice as he took the seat next to me. He stretched out his long form and lounged comfortably. He was dressed similarly to Austin in linen trousers and a button-down shirt. Austin and I had taken a helicopter to get to the airport, where a private jet had been waiting for us to fly down to Florida. While I had been glued to the window in the helo, I had sunk right into one of the buttery smooth leather seats and passed out for the majority of the flight on the plane. Austin hadn't complained, so I was guessing his week had been just as exhausting as mine. You're incredibly lucky to have all this at your fingertips, I told Arminius dreamily. We had taken his private jet to a small airport in Florida, and then a boat out to the yacht. I couldn't imagine being able to just come out here for a lazy weekend anytime I felt like it.
Luck has nothing to do with it,
Arminius said with a labored sigh.
Wealth is something I have now, but it wasn't easy to get to this point.
I looked at him out of the corner of my eye to see if I had offended him, but he still seemed relaxed. Austin had told me that the Lamia were immortal, and Arminius was one of the older ones among them. That meant that Arminius had the respect of most of his kind, and the power to back up any promises that he made to us. What I really wanted to ask was just how long that had taken, and how old he was, but I held my tongue. Do you ever get tired of it all? I couldn't imagine centuries of struggling to be on top, but I guess there was no such thing as retirement for an immortal. Arminius gave me a wry smile.
I'll survive either way, but life is much more enjoyable when you have money.
I can agree with that, I told him seriously. Living on ramen noodles and wondering if I was going to be able to make next month's rent wasn't so far in my past that I didn't remember the struggle. I made it through that period in my life because I was confident that I would become a pharmacist and my life would get better once I graduated. But if something had happened and I didn't graduate, I would have been stuck with thousands of dollars in student loans and no hope of ever paying them back. It was that desperate motivation that kept me at the top of my class for so long. So, how long did it take you to get to this point? He laughed.
Is that a polite way of asking how old I am?
I gave an embarrassed shrug. Maybe. Austin walked over to where the two of us were seated, and Arminius leaned in close to me.
Maybe later,
he said with a wink. I blushed and looked up at Austin as he stopped beside where we were seated and ran his hand over my hair affectionately.
Everything okay?
I gave him a smile and a nod before Arminius answered for me.
We were just making small talk before dinner.
Arminius got to his feet.
Speaking of which, Matteo should have things prepared for us by now. I hope you like Italian.
Oh, yes, I said enthusiastically. My tummy chose that moment to grumble to punctuate my statement. Both guys politely ignored it, but I saw Austin's slight smile. The staff of Arminius's yacht had greeted us with a fancy array of light snacks, but I needed something a little more substantial. Arminius had been delayed getting here, so Austin and I had been waiting around most of the day. After making myself presentable in what I hoped was a yacht-worthy dress, I had taken the opportunity to alternate between snacking and napping in the warm sun, so I was well prepared for the evening. I don't know what I had been expecting when I found out I was headed for a yacht in the Florida Keys, but the reality was even better than anything I could have imagined. This was like a palace floating on the water. There were 5 decks. 5! You could take the glass-enclosed elevator or the glossy marble staircase to travel between them. There was a movie room, a gym, dining room, and multiple lounge areas inside and out. Every inch of the yacht was impeccably decorated and screamed old money. I had no idea how much something like this would cost, but I was guessing you had to be a billionaire to afford it. I had never been on a cruise before, but I had been on the USS Comfort, and believe me, the Infinity was nothing like that. Austin put his arm around my waist as we followed Arminius down the stairs and to the dining room. I was grateful for his touch to anchor me as we made our way through the opulent yacht. A part of me was looking forward to dinner, but another part of me was nervous about what our host had in store for us. Chapter 11. Anna. I looked over eagerly as Len entered the room again to bring us the next course of food. We had already enjoyed something called Italian carne cruda, and a very elegant prepared halibut. As pleasant as Arminius was, I kind of wished dinner was just me and Austin. I was ready to spend time alone with him. This vacation hadn't been the bonding experience that I was hoping for as of yet. Arminius's staff had been hovering over us most of the day, making it difficult to fully relax. I think their intention was to provide us with everything that we could want or need, but all I really wanted was some quiet time alone with Austin. Len put the first plate in front of Arminius.
Here we have rabbit sausage, turnips, and Castelvetrano olive passado.
I licked my lips in anticipation as my dish was placed in front of me. My mouth watered at the tempting scents, but I waited patiently for everyone else to pick up their fork before I even thought about digging into my own dish. Arminius watched me with amusement in his eyes as I picked up my fork with enthusiasm.
Austin, I have to say that I envy you,
he said with a smile.
It's rare in this time to find a female who will genuinely enjoy a good meal.
I rolled my eyes. Oh, there are plenty of us out there, I told him seriously. You need to drop the supermodels and go after the girls with curves. Believe me, you won't be disappointed. His eyes wandered down my form, which was encased in a dress that was slightly more suggestive than anything I would usually wear.
No, I don't think I would be.
I felt Austin's hackles rise at the perusal, and Arminius raised an eyebrow at him.
I had heard that you're willing to share on occasion.
My face turned bright red as my mouth opened in surprise. Had this evening been planned by Arminius with the intention of it turning into a seduction? Did he think that just because I was in a relationship with more than one of my wolves, that it meant that I was open to sleeping with any man that crossed my path?
No,
Austin told him flatly.
Does that change our position here?
Arminius leaned back in his chair, his mask of amusement never fading.
I can't say that I'm not disappointed, but no, that doesn't change the main reason why we are all here this weekend.
The tension was thick in the air as Austin and Arminius held eye contact. I chewed on my bottom lip, nervous about what would happen next. I hadn't considered that others outside of our relationship might be looking in and seeing promiscuity instead of love and devotion. I loved each one of my wolves with all my heart. Sleeping with anyone outside of them would be the ultimate act of betrayal in my eyes. Arminius broke eye contact with Austin, which was probably a good idea. To a wolf, breaking first would have been a sign that he was too weak to protect his female, and Austin would never allow that to happen. Arminius looked at me.
Anna, I hope I don't offend you.
I glanced at Austin and squirmed uncomfortably in my chair. I didn't want to tell him that, yes, I was terribly offended and ruin our alliance. But I also didn't want to say I wasn't and insinuate that I had been open to his suggestion. This was why I hated politics of any kind. I can see how our situation might be confusing, I offered, but I am deeply committed to the men that hold my heart. I held my breath and watched his face. Had that been suitably inoffensive? Arminius nodded thoughtfully.
My apologies for the misunderstanding. I hope we can still continue to enjoy the evening.
I let out my breath in relief. Austin looked at me, waiting for my decision. I knew that if I gave the slightest hint that I wanted to leave, he would make it happen immediately. But I wasn't going to let a slightly indecent proposal ruin an alliance that Austin had spent years cultivating. Sure, it might be a little awkward for the rest of dinner, but I could move past it if he could. Of course, I told him with a bright smile. It's already forgotten. Arminius laughed, and I felt Austin relax beside me.
Let's enjoy our dinner then,
Arminius said with a smile. There were a couple minutes of silence as we picked up our forks again and tasted the food. I had never had anything like this before, so I was completely delighted by it. While I enjoyed the mix of flavors, I tried to think of how to change the topic of conversation to something I really wanted to know. But what was the right transition from, hey, want to have a threesome? Tell me about my mom. I finally just blurted out. That was one of the main reasons I was here. Arminius had known my mom and had facilitated my adoption through proxy. He had to have some good stories about her. Arminius relaxed back in his chair.
You remind me so much of her.
I leaned forward in interest. How did you know her? What was she like? He smiled in amusement.
We crossed paths when she was a teenager. She was rebellious and got herself in some trouble in France. Luckily for her, it was in one of my clubs, and I recognized what she was right away.
My interest was definitely piqued now. What was she doing in France? He shrugged.
I think the boundaries and responsibilities of her pack chafed. She went looking for an escape and ended up in Europe.
Her pack let her go? I asked in surprise. Austin and I exchanged glances. It would have been a big deal for the Canadian pack to let my mom wander around Europe by herself. The fact that she was a white wolf, tasked with protecting our world from the Fae, made it even less likely that it was an authorized trip. He chuckled.
They didn't let her do anything. She definitely had a mind of her own. I think the only reason she agreed to go back was because that was her only option at the time.
It sounded like I did have some things in common with my mom. We had both struck out on our own, to make our own way as teenagers. But I hadn't been as adventurous as her. I had only gone across a bunch of states to go to college. She had left the country to explore a whole new world. So she went back to her pack? When did she meet my father? Arminius paused to reflect.
I don't know how or when they met. I just know that several years later she contacted me and asked for my help. She wanted to leave her pack for good, and bring her newborn babe with her.
That's when Emerus hid me with the humans? He nodded.
It is.
So what happened? I burst out in frustration. Why did she bother to leave me with the humans for that short period of time? Why not just take me and go? Austin rubbed my back, but waited for Arminius to answer. Arminius looked thoughtful.
I don't think we'll ever know for sure.
I reflected on that for a moment. So far, I hadn't met anyone who could tell me what really happened to my mom. My father didn't know, or wouldn't tell. I had hoped that Gemma would have some useful information, because she was from my mom's pack. But Gemma had never even met my mother, and was completely useless as a source of information. Who do you think killed her? I asked Arminius quietly. His eyes hardened.
I suspected her pack, but I questioned her packmaster, and was satisfied that he knew nothing about it.
You don't think he lied? I asked inquisitively. What made Arminius so sure? The amusement came back into his eyes.
You don't know very much about Lamia.
I don't know anything, I admitted, glancing down at the table. But I want to, I added hopefully. I did remember the twins telling me that the Lamia hid the truth behind Evelyn's death by erasing the memories of the humans involved. But what else could they do? Could they do the same to a powerful packmaster, or just to humans?
We have our own magic, different from yours,
he started to explain. I leaned forward in anticipation. I had a feeling that it wasn't that often that a Lamia would open up like this to one of our kind. Arminius turned his attention to Austin.
This stays between us. Of course,
Austin murmured in agreement. He didn't look nearly as interested as I was. Did he already know all of this? Or was he just playing it cool?
You use your magic to shift, but we need ours to survive,
Arminius started.
We need to be able to feed on humans, and make them unaware of what happened. So we have the ability to see or alter the memories of others. We can also bend others to our will, if we're strong enough.
Arminius paused and lowered his voice conspiratorially.
It's not really blood we feed on.
Really? I breathed in surprise.
We feed on the very essence of the human soul.
I frowned. Did he mean magic? What was a soul even made out of? But humans don't have magic. What is it exactly that you get from them? He shrugged.
Whatever it is, it's enough to keep us alive.
I thought about that. But do you drink their blood?
The younger ones among us have to. They don't have the ability to pull what they need without drinking blood. But the experience can be quite pleasurable with the right partner.
I tried not to blush at the insinuation and kept on task. So, you use their life force to survive, I theorized. What happens if you take from one of us? Can you absorb the magic instead? He gave me a grin that reminded me of a Cheshire cat.
We can. It's one of the reasons we won the war against the Fae.
I scooted forward in my chair. Arminius was a wealth of information. I wish I could sit here and pick his brain for hours. Austin cleared his throat, and I looked back in his direction. He looked like he was fighting the urge to pull my chair back to him. I settled back and tried to be patient. What happened? I burst out.
What happened is that we are the only thing above the Fae in the food chain, and that never sat well with them. Things eventually came to a head when they decided to make a bold move to eliminate us for good.
Arminius's attitude was slowly changing from casual and amused to incensed. I was almost afraid to ask what happened next, but I really wanted to know. Luckily, I didn't have to interrupt because he continued on his own.
Our men gathered for battle against them, leaving the women and children protected in a secret enclave.
He glanced over at me.
It was a different world back then.
He made a fist.
The Fae used their portals to evade us, and went right to where we had hidden the most precious among us. None of them survived.
My eyes widened in horror, and I swallowed. That was awful. What kind of an army purposefully would slaughter the helpless? Arminius shook his head.
They thought that would break us, but we had nothing left to live for. We went after them relentlessly, not stopping or backing down. They cut us down as fast as we could come at them. But we eventually wore them down with our numbers. Our population was decimated by the time we obtained our victory. Many of us chose to die in battle, rather than go on without our loved ones. And so they left this world.
Austin said softly.
They did.
Arminius agreed.
There were a few among them that were so horrified by the actions of their military that they fought on our side. Those are your ancestors.
Austin and I exchanged glances. That was why some of the Fae had been left behind here. They wouldn't have been welcomed back into their world after taking the side of the Lamia.
The treaty was for all of the Fae to return to their world. But we looked the other way for those that stood by our side.
Arminius paused.
But I think all of us agree that your kind has become something other than Fae.
I glanced down at my plate, unsure of how I would even classify myself. Was I a Fae or was I a wolf? Austin agreed with Arminius.
The concept of the Fae is foreign to most of our kind. We've just recently announced the truth of our heritage, and very few are pleased to find out about the very existence of the Fae.
Arminius grimaced.
Yes, and not many of us were pleased to hear about their return.
Arminius glanced at me, but he kept his thoughts to himself. Len chose that moment to reappear with dessert.
Presenting a dark chocolate budino, chocolate sables, whipped ricotta, and a white chocolate gelato.
My mouth watered as he sat the small dishes down in front of us. This was a really good time for some chocolate. I took a small bite and barely held in my moan as the flavors danced across my tongue. This was the perfect finish to a stressful dinner. I tried to savor it slowly, but my small portion was gone before Austin had even taken a couple of bites of his. I blushed when he caught me looking longingly at his portion of dessert, but he just smiled and switched my empty dish for his full one. It was these small acts of kindness that showed you a man's character. Arminius watched the dessert transaction with an unreadable look in his eyes, but didn't say a word. It probably violated rich people code to eat off one another's plates, but I didn't care. I sat back in my chair after I finished and enjoyed the satisfied feeling of a full belly. Thank you for dinner. I told Arminius. It was lovely.
You're very welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
He swirled his glass of wine in his hand before taking another sip.
I do have more planned for this evening.
He stood and smoothed down his shirt. I got to my feet and hoped that my belly wasn't looking like I had a food baby inside.
Come.
Arminius beckoned to me, and Austin tensed. Arminius kept his eyes on me, as a small smile ghosted across his face.
I have a gift for you.
I took Austin's hand and followed Arminius. My curiosity piqued. He led us out of the dining room and into a library/office area. I wanted to check out the books he had on his shelves. Certainly, he must have accumulated a few gems over the years. But instead, I kept my attention on him. Arminius motioned to us to sit, while he slid a painting across the wall to access a safe. My eyebrows rose, and I exchanged a look with Austin. "What do you think it is?" I asked Austin with our bond. I wish I could say that I was patient enough to simply wait for a couple minutes to see, but I wasn't.
Whatever it is, don't accept it right away,
Austin cautioned me.
We don't know what he might expect in return.
I nodded, but my eyes were glued on Arminius's back as he drew a good-sized white cardboard box out of the safe and set it down on the table in front of us.
I had assisted your mother in setting up several safety deposit boxes,
Arminius explained.
Once I met you, I had their contents collected and delivered to me until I could meet with you privately.
I shot a quick glance at Austin, and he gave me a nod. I stood and moved to pull the box across the table to me, but Arminius laid his hand on top of it. I narrowed my eyes but resisted the urge to tug it away from him. He gave me a mild smile.
I haven't looked through the contents, but I ask that you return my generosity by indulging my curiosity.
I blinked in surprise. If he was so curious, why not go through it before giving it to me? Austin stood and laid a hand on the small of my back.
We can do that, assuming you acknowledge that the contents belong to Anna. Of course,
Arminius said with a smile. Tension rose in the room as the two men faced off. My patience was just about out, so I gave in to my desire and started to tug the box from underneath Arminius's hand. He shook his head and gave me an indulgent smile.
Please, go ahead.
He removed his hand and sat in the chair opposite me, leaning back casually. I opened the cardboard box eagerly. What had my mother deemed so important that she hid it in a safety deposit box far away from her own pack? I took out a couple of sealed plastic bags containing cash. I could see how that would be useful to a single mom on the run, but I was looking for something more personal, something to give me insight as to who she was as a person. I took out a large yellow envelope next and dumped out the contents on the desk. 3 fake IDs tumbled out first. I picked one up and gazed at the picture of my mom longingly, but set it aside for now. I would have time later to study them in detail. There was more paperwork in the folder. I flipped through it quickly to see bank records, but stopped on the last page. This looked like what might be my real birth certificate. I smoothed my hand over it gently. The spot to list my father was blank, which was not really surprising. I ran my finger over my mom's signature, trying to picture the moment that she would have signed. Had she been holding me in her arms? I handed the stack of paperwork over to Austin, who had remained close to my side. Arminius was lounging in his chair and sipping on wine, but the focused look in his eyes told me that the casual act was just that, an act. He was very interested to see what I was going to pull out next. The money and paperwork hadn't been sealed or hidden, so he would have gone through all of that already. He was waiting for a big reveal that had yet to come. I reached back into the cardboard box to pull out an elegantly carved wooden box. It was stained a dark color with roses covering the 4 sides, more worn in some places than others. Something told me that this box was old, and my instincts made me handle it gently. I ran a finger lightly over the snarling wolf that was carved onto the top of the box. A distant memory prickled the edge of my mind. I felt like this wolf and roses should mean something to me, something I'd forgotten. I shook my head to clear out the cobwebs and examine the box closer. There wasn't a clear way to open it. I frowned and held it up so that it was practically touching my nose. There was no line along the sides to even show me how it would open. No handles, no buttons, no openings.
Perhaps try blood,
Arminius suggested with a glint in his eye that I didn't particularly like. I reached out with my magical senses to get a feel for what might lie inside. My eyes lit up when I realized that this box felt similar to the inverted magic that Talon had taught me how to feel for. There was definitely something of interest in here, something that I needed to get my hands on. You think that smearing my blood on it would help? I asked Arminius bluntly. He laughed and reached for a silver letter opener, handing it to me by the hilt.
Just a drop or two should do it. I doubt your mate would appreciate it if I offered to do the bloodletting.
Austin stilled beside me.
No, that would not be acceptable.
I set down the box so that I could have both hands free for this. I ran my fingers along the tip of the letter opener, feeling the cool touch of the silver against my skin. I pressed the tip of my index finger into the sharp point of the metal and flinched when blood welled up. I did not want to think about the possible bacteria that I had just exposed myself to, but I doubted that Arminius kept alcohol swabs around for disinfecting his letter opener before he gave it to people to stab themselves with. I set down the letter opener and squeezed my injury so that a drop of blood splattered on the box. Instead of marring the surface like I had expected it to, the drop traveled across the carvings and slid into the wolf's mouth. My jaw dropped in surprise when the blood disappeared entirely, and the box opened with a soft snick. This was definitely a magic box, no doubt about it. Arminius leaned forward, forgetting to pretend he didn't care. I pulled the box a little closer to myself and apprehensively raised the lid. What was I going to find in here? There were 2 journals. I picked up the one on top first. This one was bound in dark brown leather, and its pages were thick and aged. The spine creaked as I opened it to the first page to see spidery, cursive handwriting scrawled across the pages. To my disappointment, I was completely unable to read any of it. I wasn't sure what language it was written in, but it wasn't English. I sighed and reached for the second journal in the box. This one was much more modern, with a pink unicorn on the front that made me smile. Had this been my mom's journal? I picked it up and thumbed through it, once again disappointed when I couldn't read any of it. Arminius cleared his throat.
Your mother found every way she could to thumb her nose at tradition. So I think you'll find that the unconventional one is hers.
I held it up to my nose and inhaled deeply, but there was only a slightly musty smell. There was no hint of the scent that would have belonged to my mother. Maybe it was my wolf side, but I desperately wished that I had something, anything, that had her scent on it. But who was I fooling? Even if I had her scent, I wouldn't recognize it. I sighed sadly and placed both books back into the strange wooden box. I would have more time later to examine the books in greater detail, when I didn't have an ancient Lamia staring at me, with an unreadable look in his eyes. What was it that he had to gain from giving me this? Why was he being so generous? It would have been easier for him to keep these things for himself. What was his angle? Arminius didn't seem bothered by my scrutiny, but was that just a pleasant mask that he used to try to hide the true thoughts that lay beneath? He stood up from the table and sat down his glass of wine.
Would you like me to place it back in the safe until you leave, Anna?
I closed the box and saw that it had now returned to its previously unopenable state. There was no sign that it had been opened.
We have your assurance that Anna can take it with her when she leaves?
Austin asked, with suspicion lacing his voice.
Of course.
Arminius told him.
I wouldn't have given it to her if I hadn't intended to let her keep it.
That was clever. Remind us that I wouldn't be looking at this right now unless he had shared it with us. But he was right. If he hadn't wanted me to have it, then why show it to me? If he couldn't open it before, he couldn't open it now. A part of me wanted to ask him what language the books were in. If he had traveled the world for centuries, then he must be familiar with a host of different languages. Would he be able to read the journals? What was written in them that was so important that my mother had locked them in a magical box? I slid the box back over the table toward him. "Thank you," I said simply. "I appreciate you sharing this with me." He gave me a nod before placing everything back into his safe hidden in the wall.
I suggest retiring for the evening.
Arminius picked up his glass of wine again.
The witches are arriving in the afternoon. That gives us the morning to discuss strategy.
Excellent, Austin agreed. He ran his hand down my back and my spine tingled. This was the first night that Austin and I would spend alone together in, well, ever. Heat crept over my flesh as I thought about what might happen tonight. Arminius flicked his eyes between Austin and me.
The rooms are soundproof for privacy, so feel free to enjoy your evening.
The knowing look in his eyes made my cheeks burn, but I held my head high. I had nothing to be embarrassed about. Austin and I would enjoy ourselves tonight. We said our goodnights and made our way back to our opulent stateroom. I had kicked off my uncomfortable heels before Austin had even shut the door behind him. I hoped that I had packed something more comfortable than this dress to lounge around in. Or maybe I should stay in the dress? I finally had Austin to myself, something that I had been waiting way too long for. Maybe I should stay pretty for a little longer. I turned around to see Austin watching me carefully, as if he was afraid I was going to make a run for it. I frowned. That definitely wasn't the mood I had meant to set for the evening. I was nervous about spending time with him, but it was more of a good nervous, not a bad nervous. I sighed. That didn't even make sense to me. How was I supposed to explain it to him? I walked over to where he lingered near the door. "Hey, I finally have you all to myself." I leaned in close and wrapped my arms around his waist. I could see the tension slowly fade from his body as he relaxed at my touch.
And I finally have you all to myself.
So, this was so awkward. Why was this awkward? This was Austin, the man who had taken me into his pack and given me a home. I blinked in realization as it came to me. It was awkward because Austin had always been slightly out of reach. I had been thinking of him as our packmaster for too long. It was time to get to know Austin the man, Austin the wolf. Most of the wolves in the pack had a tendency to put him on a pedestal, and I had been just as guilty. Tonight was the night to see him stripped down, in more ways than one. I licked my lips, but before I could say anything, there was a knock on the door. I saw a flash of irritation in Austin's eyes that probably mirrored my own before he turned to open the door. Len, the butler, was standing there with what looked like a bottle of champagne chilling in a silver ice pail.
The master sends a bottle of Dom Perignon Luminous Rose Champagne with his compliments. That's very generous of him,
Austin said politely as he gestured for Len to enter. Len expertly popped the bottle without spilling a drop and poured a tiny bit into the first of the champagne glasses before handing it to Austin.
Does it meet your approval, sir?
Austin took a sip and savored it for a moment.
It does.
Austin handed his glass back to Len for a refill. I just stood there awkwardly in my bare feet, wishing I hadn't been so quick to fling my shoes across a room. I don't know if I was ever going to be comfortable with the rituals of the wealthy, or feel like less of a fraud in these situations. It just seemed weird to me to have a guy here to pour our champagne for us. I couldn't help the slow smile that spread across my face at the thought of straight-laced Len witnessing the twins and I drinking straight from the bottle and passing it amongst ourselves.
The horror.
Austin handed me one of the glasses once Len was done pouring.
Thank you, Len. That will be all. Be sure to relay our thanks to the host. Of course, sir.
Len gave a slight bow and then left, the door closing behind him. While the idea of having a butler and a team of people around to bring you anything that you want, the reality just made me uncomfortable. I would rather be at home with my wolves. I took a couple of sips of champagne and tried to enjoy it, as I was sure it was outrageously expensive. Austin set down his glass of champagne and reached for me.
You're uncomfortable.
I set down my own glass and let him pull me into an embrace. I gazed into his dark blue eyes and saw a flicker of worry there.
Anna, nothing has to happen tonight that you aren't ready for.
I smiled. It's not that. I paused. Did my nervousness make him think that I didn't want to be here tonight? Austin, I said softly, I've been looking forward to spending time alone with you. It's taken way too long to get to this point. He chuckled.
I agree. I just don't want you to feel pressured or obligated.
I shook my head. I'm just a little nervous because I'm out of my element here. Everything is so fancy here. I feel like any minute now someone is going to realize that I don't belong in a place like this and tell me to leave. I dropped my eyes in embarrassment. I hated to admit that my past was still holding me back, but it was the truth. I had gotten better at holding my head up high and making certain that people on the outside couldn't see my insecurities. But obviously not good enough, if Austin could read me this easily. I wanted to be a female that could be at his side in all situations. Someone he could be proud to have on his arm at the upscale events that were necessary for his position.
Anna, you deserve the very best in this world.
Austin raised my chin so he could look into my eyes.
Never let anyone make you feel like less than them. I wish I could give you a life of opulence and wealth, but it's going to take more time.
I stopped him right there. I might feel a little out of place in this type of environment, but I definitely wasn't asking for this lifestyle. I don't need mansions, expensive clothes, butlers, or any of that. All I need is you, our pack, and a place to run as a wolf. A smile spread across his face.
I can do that,
he said softly. I gazed into his eyes for a moment before leaning in for a kiss. I brushed his lips gently with mine, and he responded with a kiss that tasted like champagne. I pulled away with a smile, my heart racing. We might as well enjoy our expensive champagne in our elegant stateroom on this extravagant yacht. I gave a casual shrug. Since we're already here. Austin chuckled.
I believe we promised to let the world burn tonight.
It's a good thing we're on a yacht in the middle of the ocean, then. We both laughed, and the tension was broken. I picked up my champagne glass and took another sip. It wasn't barefoot bubbly, but it would do. I wandered over to the side of our room that had a wall of windows and looked out at the stars. I don't think yachts were made for wolves, I said softly as I pressed my hand to the cool glass. I'd rather be out underneath the stars, where I could breathe in the fresh air and stretch my legs out in a run. Austin came up behind me and brushed my hair to the side so that he could kiss my bare shoulder.
I don't think so either.
I'm not nervous for the reasons you might think, I murmured. It still bothered me a little that Austin might think I was concerned about feeling pressured to be with him. Austin stilled behind me, so I continued. I'm just always a little nervous around you because... I paused for a second to gather my thoughts. I just worry that you might think that I can't be everything that you need. That you'll realize that I'm not as elegant as your mother, or not as refined as some of the other females. I want you to feel confident that I can be by your side in all situations. I drained the rest of my champagne. I might feel more comfortable in sweats, but I can pull off a ball gown when I need to. I don't want you to feel like you made a mistake with me. Austin chuckled and met my gaze in our reflection.
Bringing you into the pack was the best decision that I've ever made.
My heart melted, but I continued. I've gotten the impression that you were raised in a wealthy environment. Austin shook his head.
One of the reasons why I love you is because you aren't like the women I grew up around. I love my mother, but she doesn't always have her priorities straight. I know that you will always put pack and family above personal gain, power, or wealth.
My heart melted once again at his words. Austin loved me? I turned to face him, and he laid his hands on my waist.
I'm not done,
he murmured.
Let me erase all of those doubts for good.
He gently brushed a hair off my face.
I love that you're not afraid to roll up your sleeves and get your hands dirty when there's hard work to be done.
I blinked in surprise, but he continued.
I can trust that my pack is safe in your hands when I have to be away. You bring us all together in a way I didn't expect.
I blushed at his praise, and he glanced down at the empty champagne glass dangling in my hand.
Let's get you a refill.
I trailed behind him as he walked to the other side of the room to pour me another glass.
Did you know that I've never seen James with a genuinely happy smile on his face until we met you?
Austin asked as he handed me my glass back. He doesn't smile very often, I admitted. But I've learned how to read the micro-expressions on his face and in his eyes. Austin laughed.
That's James.
He topped off his own glass.
Do you know how much the twins have settled down since you came to our pack?
I looked at him in surprise. Austin shook his head.
Cody talked them into coming to Seaside, but I could tell that they were going through the motions, unsure of their place. Once you came into the picture, I saw their attitude change. They see their future with the pack.
His voice softened.
With you.
I'm almost afraid to see what they were like before, I chuckled. He shook his head.
They're good guys, but they were reckless with their own lives. I think they were just careening through life and enjoying it while they could. Unsure of just how far they would make it, and not too hopeful that it would last long. Now they have a future to work toward, something to center them.
I wasn't sure what to say to that, so I took a gulp of the champagne. Austin smiled at me affectionately.
And Cody, I've never seen his eyes light up the way that they do when he hears your voice.
I blushed and downed the rest of my glass. I was going to be tipsy if I kept going at this rate. Austin took a drink before setting his glass down.
You have Caleb coming out of his shell. He used to be reluctant to come out of his room. He didn't really connect with the other pack members. But now, he's happy to come to our pack dinners, and I see him starting to truly bond with the other guys.
And it doesn't bother you to share? I asked curiously. I'd felt the urge to rip Jim's hair out on more than one occasion. I couldn't imagine living like that every day for the rest of my life. Austin shook his head.
I know that they are there when I can't be. I won't lie and say that I've never felt a flash of jealousy or sadness when I've seen you with them. But that's because I want to be close to you, the way that they are.
We haven't had time together yet, I reminded him. We'll get there.
I know,
he said softly.
And I've tried my best to be patient and try to focus on my work and what I need to do. But there have been days where I just want to say fuck it all and go home to you.
Now's our chance, I told him. Tonight, it's just you and me. I held out my glass for another refill, and he obliged. I was rolling with the fuck-it-all attitude today.
I need these moments,
Austin confessed as he handed my glass back to me.
In front of the pack, I need to play the part of the all-powerful, all-knowing packmaster. I need to be mindful of everything. Make sure I don't do or say anything that will make them question my leadership or my authority. But with you, I can relax and be myself.
I looked at him in surprise. I hadn't realized that he felt so much pressure. He had always come across as a natural leader to me. I kind of know what you mean. It's kind of like being at work versus when you go home. He nodded.
You're good for me. You've been good for all of us.
And you have been good for me, I told him with a smile. I've changed for the better since I first met you. Austin chuckled.
I'll never forget the day we first met. I don't think I've ever seen James's face so red. You press his buttons, but you have an honesty and sense of integrity that he respects.
Enough about me, I said with a shy smile. Let me tell you why I love you. Austin gave me a warm smile as I walked toward him. I love that you always put the pack above yourself. Everything that you do is for the people around you. Even now, I murmured to him as I put my arms around his waist. You're thinking about the happiness of the other guys. I pressed my body against his. Even though you have me here, all to yourself. I said that last line in the sexiest purr I could manage, as I ran my hands up his chest and around the back of his neck. He licked his lips, and I could see the desire start to burn in his eyes.
I think it might be time for me to show you how I feel.
He lowered his mouth to mine, and our lips met in a kiss that was hesitant at first, but quickly turned passionate. My heart raced at the thrill of having Austin here in my arms, my body pressed against his. Austin broke contact to look into my eyes, and I tried to catch my breath. My face was flushed, my lips swollen from his kisses, but I still wanted more.
May I suggest moving this to the bed?
He asked with a glint in his eyes that I definitely liked. I grinned. Absolutely. I gasped in surprise when Austin scooped me up in his arms to carry me across the room to the bed. I wound my arm around the back of his neck and enjoyed the ride.
I've wanted to do this for so long,
he murmured as he laid me down gently on the soft covers. I propped myself up on my elbows. And I've been waiting for this moment for too long. It seemed like the champagne that I had guzzled had gone to my head. Austin's eyes widened a little in surprise, and I giggled. It seemed like Austin was expecting a sweet, innocent Anna tonight. He was about to find out that he was getting a healthy dose of spice with his sugar. He unbuttoned his shirt and tossed it aside with a ripple of muscles. I licked my lips as I took in the work of art that was Austin's body. He wasn't as large as Cody, but he was ripped. I wanted to explore all the dips and valleys of his chest, six-pack, and sexy V that disappeared into his pants. Pants that he was, unfortunately, still wearing. I wanted to trace my fingers over the tats that decorated his arms, chest, and back. Tats that his suits and conservative button-down shirts usually covered. I loved the complexity of Austin, and I was eager to see the side of himself that he usually kept hidden. The businessman, the council member, and the packmaster were the sides that he showed to the public. I wanted to see the real Austin, stripped down and raw before me. I pulled at the long dress I was wearing impatiently so that I could get up on my knees to greet Austin with a kiss as he stepped up to the edge of the bed. His hands ran up and down my body, causing shivers to run along my spine. I nipped at his lower lip as he found the zipper to my dress and slowly pulled it down. Cool air caressed my bare skin as I slid my dress down and it pulled at my knees. Austin stepped back and reverently ran his fingertips up my arms as his eyes drank in the sight of me in my lacy red bra and panties. He was looking at me as if I were a cold glass of water set in front of a man lost in the desert. I got to my feet on the bed so that I could escape the dress wrapped around my legs. I laid my hands on Austin's shoulders to keep my balance, and his gaze raked down my nearly naked body. I wanted to see Austin lose control. I wanted to break past his smooth exterior and see the raw need that lay beneath the surface of the confident packmaster. I pulled him back onto the bed with me, and he chuckled as he braced himself on his elbows, careful not to put his full weight on me. I wrapped my legs around his waist, determined to break his perception that I was a delicate little china doll. I was a wolf, and I deserved everything that he could give without holding back. I was his equal, and I wanted to see him treat me like it. I slid a hand through his hair and pulled his mouth toward mine, not being gentle at all. Heat flooded through me as I felt his body sink into mine, as he devoured me with his mouth. I could feel the control slowly bleeding out of him, and I wanted to push him even further. I ground my hips against his and moaned as I felt his erection pressed in between us. He slid his hand up my back, and I leaned up so that he could undo the clasp of my bra. He rolled off me, baring my breasts to the cold air. My nipples pebbled as he raked his gaze over my nearly naked body. Austin knelt in between my legs and ran his hands across my abdomen and down to my hips, leaving a trail of goosebumps as he went. The devotion in his eyes made me feel like a goddess being worshipped before him. I started to move, but he growled for me to hold still. His hands traced around my panties and to my thighs, leaving me trembling for more of his touch. A slow smile spread across his face before he lowered his mouth to the inner part of my leg, just beside my knee. He gave me a quick bite and then a wicked smile when he heard me gasp.
"I want to take my time with you," he murmured. "I want to taste every inch of your body, make you mine completely."
I just nodded wordlessly as he kissed his way up my thigh, getting closer and closer to my heated core. He looped his fingers around the sides of my panties, and I shifted my hips so that he could pull them off me. He slowly worked them down my thighs, bearing me to his gaze and caressing my sensitive skin with the sides of his hands. I raised my legs so that he could pull the panties up over my ankles and fling them across the room. Austin pulled my knees apart.
"I want to taste you, but not yet. I want you writhing and begging for me first."
My eyebrows rose at the intensity in his voice and his eyes. But this was what I wanted, to see Austin without a filter.
"Put your arms up over your head. Link your wrists together and don't move unless you want me to stop," he ordered.
God, this was hot. I didn't think I would be into this sort of thing, but giving up control in this situation was really turning me on. I trusted Austin absolutely. Austin explored my body with his hands, his mouth, and his tongue. He avoided touching my nipples or in between my legs, but he managed to find every other erogenous zone on my body. I was shaking with need, my blood on fire for him, and he hadn't even really begun yet. I was in trouble. I exhaled shakily as he caressed the outside of my breasts, slowly working his way closer to my nipples. The ache inside of me was growing with every moment that he touched me, every moment that he wasn't inside of me. Finally, he took one nipple in his mouth and used his hand to play with the other. With every flick of his tongue and his fingers, need pulsed in between my damp thighs. "Austin, please," I panted as I squirmed.
"Please what?"
He teased me. "I need you," I moaned. He slid his hand down from my breast to tease my slick folds. I couldn't help but grind myself up against his hand. I craved him like nothing I've ever felt before.
"You're so wet,"
he murmured as he explored my body. He abruptly changed positions so that my thighs were over his shoulders, and I could feel his breath on my most sensitive bits.
"Are you ready?"
he asked with a grin. I gave an eager nod, speechless for what was yet to come. My eyes rolled back in my head as I felt his tongue exploring me. I almost exploded the second he found my clit, but I managed to hang on as he teased me. I whimpered and moaned as he brought me to the edge again and again, only to back off right before I was about to come. I finally had enough and wrapped my hand in his hair, holding his head in place, and put an end to this exquisitely pleasurable torture. Austin pulled away from me with a teasing grin.
What did I tell you about the hands?
My jaw dropped as he pinned them up above my head again and leaned over me. His erection was jutting out, and I could see that he was ready for me. I wrapped my legs around his waist and rubbed up against him. "I'm ready," I purred. He leaned over to kiss me, and I could taste myself on his lips.
"I'm ready too,"
he admitted.
"But I want you on your hands and knees with that sweet ass up in the air."
I didn't think it was possible, but I was even more turned on than I was before. He released my wrists and I turned so that I was face down on the bed, vulnerable in the way that I was exposed to him. Austin rubbed himself up against my slick heat, teasing me as I moaned. He gripped my hips before guiding himself fully inside me. I opened myself up to him completely, giving in to the sensations that rocked my body. Austin started slow, giving me an opportunity to adjust to his size. He filled me completely, caressing deep inside me. He slowly pulled almost all the way out of me before driving back in with a rapid thrust. I gasped at the unexpected sensation and pleasure built inside of me as he did it again and again. I cried out with every thrust as his rhythm increased its pace. The pleasure grew to new heights that I had never experienced before, and it felt like it wasn't just mine. I could feel Austin the way that I did when we used our pack bond to communicate. But this was different, more intense. It felt like his very essence was inside of me, that I was inside of him. Our sensations and emotions tangled together until I was lost completely. Our bodies slammed into one another in a punishing rhythm that had made me soar higher and higher. I felt like I was flying high, riding a wave of pleasure that was about to crest. And when it did, it was like the entire world stopped. Waves of ecstasy reverberated through my body, which triggered Austin to release as well. His orgasm felt like an echo of my own, and it took several minutes for me to come back down to earth. I struggled to catch my breath as Austin and I collapsed on the bed, our bodies entangled together. "Is it always like that for you?" I managed to get out.
"No."
Austin stilled.
"I've never connected with anyone like that before. I've heard rumors, but to actually experience it..."
He let out a breath.
"That was amazing."
"It was," I sighed. If I was honest with myself, I never truly opened myself up to another person so completely. The champagne may have played a small part in getting me to relax, but I had also made a huge breakthrough with my own personal issues. Hope filled me, and I realized that I had a real chance to have something that I've always wanted, but didn't think I would ever find. I never thought that I was good enough or that I deserved it, but I had found true love. This moment with Austin was just the beginning. Things would get even better from here. Chapter 12. Anna. I cuddled up to Austin and gave a happy sigh when he put his arm around me to draw me in closer. "This might sound bad," I murmured, "but I kinda want to stay in this moment forever." My champagne buzz was fading, and I was starting to remember why we were here in the first place. Austin's chest vibrated as he chuckled.
"We'll get hungry eventually."
"Yeah," I said sadly. "We should probably enjoy it while we can."
"Hey,"
Austin said softly before giving me a kiss on the top of my head.
"this is a new beginning for us. Things are just going to get better from here."
I smiled when he echoed the thoughts that I had only moments before. "Good," I murmured. "But I think we should make a standing date every week, just to make sure that we always have time together."
"That's a good idea,"
Austin agreed.
"How about Sunday nights?"
"I'll pencil you in." Austin chuckled.
"I appreciate that."
"I did want to talk to you about more serious stuff." Austin stilled.
"Like what?"
I considered telling him about Gemma, and how I wanted to just pack her up and put her on a plane back to Canada. But I held my tongue. Austin had told me a while back that the alpha female in the pack was responsible for handling all the issues with other females. I didn't want him to think that I was too weak to manage one female who couldn't even shift. I wanted him to believe in me and to trust that I could shoulder my share of pack responsibilities. I hesitated. Would it hurt to ask for his advice? He had been managing a large group of males for some time now. I couldn't imagine having 50-odd Gemmas on my hands. I shuddered internally at the thought. I think I might want to officially quit my job in the human world and start a shifter clinic, I blurted out. That thought had been ruminating in the very back of my mind, but I think I was just as surprised as Austin when it came out of my mouth. Maybe the champagne wasn't wearing off as quickly as I thought it was. Austin rubbed the bare skin of my arm thoughtfully.
Cody mentioned that, but do you think you're ready?
I tilted my face up to look at him. I'm not saying I want to quit my job and just live off the pack. I'm not ready for that. Austin gave me a small smile.
I didn't think so. I meant giving up your human life, though. Do you think that a part of you clings to your job, because that's the last connection you have?
I blinked in surprise, but stayed quiet as I thought that through. I think you're right, I admitted. There's a part of me that's still in denial of everything that happened, that thinks I can just go back to work and everything will be normal again.
Is that what you want?
Austin asked quietly.
To go back to living like just another human with a secret?
I shook my head. No, I wouldn't give this up for anything. I wouldn't give you up for anything. Austin was 100% correct. I needed to stop straddling both worlds and fully commit to one, and I already knew which one that would be. What I want to do is create a clinic where wolves from any pack can come to be healed. And shifters like Sam will also be welcome. I want a place where we can come together with the common goal of making things better for our race. Austin hesitated.
I see your vision, but that won't be easy. Most packs stay isolated from each other and only come together for council events. And most other shifters avoid us entirely.
I know. I leaned up on his chest. But that's what I want to change. We're too divided, too isolated. We need to come together. And I think that if we set the example, then other packs will follow our lead. Especially if we have something to offer.
Medical care?
Austin said doubtfully. I knew what he was thinking. Wolves healed injuries much more quickly than humans did, and avoided hospitals whenever possible. But so did the Fae, and they still used healers. I wanted to be just as talented as AirMed one day. Maybe then I could make a real difference. Medical care, I confirmed. We can't heal everything without intervention. Plus, I want to focus on women's health. One of the major issues that we had as a species was that it was difficult for women to carry children to term and to survive childbirth. That was why there were so many less females than males. The males were more likely to survive in the womb, and not many females were lucky enough to survive giving birth multiple times.
That's a good goal, Anna.
I could hear the hesitation in his voice. Just say it. Humor flashed across Austin's face before it was replaced once again with worry.
You haven't had a chance to work with any pregnant females. What if
there's nothing I can do? Austin stroked my hair.
I know this is important to you, and I'm going to support you on it. I'm just suggesting that we figure out what you can do first. I don't want to see you disappointed.
I took a deep breath. I couldn't get upset because he was right. I had no idea if there was anything I could do to help a pregnant female. But I would never know if I didn't try. We don't exactly have any pregnant females in the pack. I need to find patients. Austin sighed.
You're right. I just don't want to have to explain to their mates that we're going to be using experimental magic on females who were already in a precariously delicate condition.
I sighed. True. I need to learn more about healing. I swallowed nervously. But I'm not going to be able to figure it out in a human hospital. It pained me to get those words out. I had worked really hard to get a career and a job that I loved. A part of me felt like I was giving up and quitting on my dream. But another part of me realized that there were a lot of other human pharmacists that could step into my job at the hospital. How many other part Fae, magical white wolves were out there to help solve the problem of our females dying way too young?
You've been on medical leave for a few weeks now,
Austin reminded me.
Are you ready to let go?
Austin had saved me from getting fired from my job while I was in a magically induced coma, and I had been selfishly clinging to that job for weeks. I know it probably hasn't been easy for my coworkers, being short a person. It's not really fair to them to hold on to my spot when I can't actually do my job. There was no way that I could do everything that I needed to for the pack, my guys, and my potential clinic. I had to give something up, and I think taking another step away from the human world was the right decision. Tears came to my eyes when I thought about the moment when I would actually have to say goodbye for good.
I don't want to pressure you, but I think you're making the right decision.
Austin encouraged me. I know, but it doesn't make it any easier, I sniffled. I was so glad that Austin realized how much my job meant to me, how it had been such an essential part of my identity for so long. But now my identity was changing. I was becoming something new.
Speaking of women's health, Austin said quietly, it should be almost time for you to go into heat, shouldn't it?
Yeah. I breathed out a loud sigh. For me, it usually happens between Christmas and New Year's Day. I got lucky that it was always during winter break while I was in school.
How do you want to handle it this time around?
Austin asked. I blinked in surprise. The same way I usually do, I guess. Spend a week alone and miserable. I'm definitely not ready to have pups. When I had first hit puberty, Evelyn had procured some shots that helped to suppress the hormones. Each year, the shots got less and less helpful as my body became more accustomed to overwhelming them. The last 2 years, I hadn't bothered to take them at all. Going into heat might sound fun in theory, but for a single female, it meant having a painful and insatiable need to mate. I don't know how much of it was biology or magic, but it was impossible to relieve it on my own.
But you're not alone now. There are a lot of ways that your males can help take the edge off without getting you pregnant,
Austin told me.
Plus, humans invented condoms.
I laughed. But condoms are only 99% effective, and that's if they are used perfectly. Accidents happen.
True,
Austin agreed.
Just be aware that you don't need to be alone and miserable, and that the others and I will respect any decisions that you make.
A warm feeling flooded through me. It was definitely nice to know that I wasn't alone, that my guys always had my back. But the thought of going into heat around a bunch of male wolves was starting to make me nervous. Evelyn had always taught me that if a male caught the scent of a female in heat, he would relentlessly pursue her. That I wouldn't be safe if I stepped out of the safety of my home during those times. She said that males would lose all sense of their humanity and act purely on the instinct to mate. Of course, Evelyn had told me a lot of things that turned out to be less than accurate. She never would have believed me if I told her how sweet and caring my wolves were. I relaxed in Austin's embrace as I thought it through. My guys had always shown me love and respect. A bunch of hormones wasn't going to change that. I knew I could trust them. But could I trust myself? Once the hormones took control, would I lose my sense of reason while in the presence of virile male wolves that I was madly in love with? Would the need to mate overwhelm my sense of caution? I should probably just stay in my room for it, right? Avoiding all the guys might help me make it through without risking pregnancy.
No, We're not going to lock you away. We would never do that to you.
Austin's gaze hardened.
But we may have to ban any other males from the house. If another male even looks at you while you're vulnerable like that, things could get violent.
I swallowed nervously. There were times where I could pretend that we were humans that could occasionally turn into wolves, but this wasn't one of them. Whether I liked to admit it or not, we were just as much wolf as we were human. And sometimes those wolf instincts came to the surface, even when we were in human form. We still have time to figure it all out, I said with determination. Right now, we have bigger problems.
I hate to say it, but you're right,
Austin admitted with a sigh. There were a couple of moments of quiet, where we were both lost in our own thoughts. Hey, Aus? I asked softly. Before you knew that I was Fae, back when you thought that I was a purebred wolf, we had talked about mating. I paused and nervously swallowed. Did finding out the truth change anything for you? Austin rubbed my back absent-mindedly.
I think it changed how I see you.
I tensed up. I guess I'd been hoping to be reassured that it changed nothing, that Austin still wanted me in the same way. I had been afraid of what he had offered before, afraid that I couldn't fill the role of a packmaster's mate. But now I was ready, and I wanted a life with Austin and the rest of the pack. Austin glanced down at me in surprise, undoubtedly picking up on the panic that was slowly rising inside of me.
When we first met, you were a lost wolf in need of protection. But now?
He shook his head with a smile.
Now, you are on the fast track to becoming one of the most formidable wolves out there.
He brushed a lock of hair away from my face.
I like that you aren't with the pack or me, because you need something from us. You're strong, independent, and here with me because you want to be.
I relaxed. I liked the fact that he still referred to me as a wolf, that he didn't think of me as other.
I like that you aren't going to stand by and wait to be rescued,
Austin continued.
You're just as much of a warrior as any other wolf in my pack.
Pride washed through me. That's right. I was a badass. Austin kissed the top of my head and I snuggled into him, completely relaxed once again. Austin stroked my hair.
You've noticed how accommodating Arminius has been.
I nodded. He seemed way too nice for an immortal vampire.
It's because you are a major player. He's trying to woo you on his side.
I grunted. The threesome thing? Austin chuckled.
I'm sure that he regrets not being able to snatch you up while you were single and alone. He might have briefly entertained thoughts of seducing you away from me. But I think after watching us together, he realized that what we have together is real.
It is real. Austin, I pushed the blanket away and straddled his waist, making sure that I had his full attention. This is it for me. This is what I've always wanted. His hand slid up my thighs.
I have never been happier,
he confessed.
No matter what comes our way, no matter who comes against us, we'll stand and face it together.
I gazed into his dark blue eyes and saw only honesty there. Whatever comes, we can handle it, I assured him as much as myself. Life was about to throw us a bunch of curveballs, but as long as we stuck together, we could make it through what was to come. Austin urged me to lean forward as he slid his hands up my back. I braced my hands on either side of his head as I pressed my chest against his. Our eyes met, and he flicked his gaze down to my mouth. I lowered my mouth to his, and I felt him growing hard between my legs as our tongues danced. I was more than ready for round 2.
Chapter 13. Austin. I gazed at Anna. The morning sunlight glinted off her soft blonde hair and highlighted the flecks of gold in her pretty green eyes. She smiled up at me, and I couldn't help but brush a stray tendril of hair off her face. Arminius cleared his throat, and I reluctantly shifted my attention back to him. As much as I might like to pretend that I had whisked Anna away for a romantic weekend, we were here for business. She shifted closer to me on the cushion we were sharing at the table, and I tried to be subtle about inhaling her alluring scent. I shouldn't be so desperate for it, considering I had spent the entire night covered in her scent. But I'd held myself back from her for so long that being this close to her was making me lose my mind. I just wanted to lose myself in her completely. Anna set down her fork and leaned back happily after finishing her breakfast. She was obviously enjoying the fine food and wine that Arminius had been plying us with since we stepped foot in his territory. I knew that this was just a ploy and a game to him, but I was still irritated. I wanted to be the one supplying my future mate with things that made her smile and gave her pleasure. I didn't like the fact that Arminius had somehow known that fresh strawberries were one of her favorite foods, or that she liked pink champagne. I swung my arm over the top of Anna's cushion so that my arm just barely brushed the top of her shoulders. I knew I was being territorial right now, staking my claim, but I just couldn't help it. Anna scooted closer and curled towards me, so that our bodies were just touching. Her response made me relax a little and focus on what we needed to get done today. Arminius watched us over a steaming cup of tea, amusement flickering in his eyes. I'd known him for years, and the two of us had been the ones to hammer out an agreement between our two races. I wasn't naive enough to call him a true friend, but we were allies. I'd never been this on edge around him before, and his casual attitude regarding women had never bothered me in the past. But now that I had Anna, everything had changed. Arminius had always had a friendly attitude toward me, but his own kind whispered about him in the shadows. He was not someone you wanted to fuck with. He hadn't survived the fall of the Roman Empire by being a nice guy. I wanted to keep our alliance with him, but also make it clear that Anna was completely off limits. "Have you thought about what you are willing to offer the witches?" Arminius asked. He flicked his glance between Anna and myself, making it clear that the question was for both of us. That was good. He respected the fact that we were making the decision together. Anna frowned. "They asked for a month with me, which we planned to deny. They performed 2 minor spells for us, so it would be fair to offer them the same." Arminius chuckled. "They'll try to get everything they can out of you, which is why I volunteered to help. They aren't above using blackmail and other tactics to get what they want." I sighed and rubbed my thumb against Anna's shoulder. We wouldn't be here right now if I hadn't been so arrogant as to enlist the witch's help. I had no idea that Anna was a magical powerhouse that would catch the attention of some of the most powerful people on Earth. If I had known, I would have kept her as far away from them as I could. I realized that Arminius was most likely helping us because he wanted to use Anna's power for himself somehow. But that would have to be a struggle for another day, one problem at a time. "Do they have any skills in healing?" Anna asked curiously. I could practically see the wheels turning in her head. She was hoping to be able to use this as an opportunity to learn more about magic. Arminius cocked his head slightly to the left. "They don't use magic the way that you do. Magic is a part of you. You can use it the same way you would use one of your limbs. For witches, they need to obtain power from an outside source, and then use spells to manipulate it to accomplish a purpose." Anna visibly wilted. "So, what do they want to do with my magic?" Arminius shrugged, but I saw a glint in his eye. "We'll find out in an hour or so." He took another sip of his tea. "What do you intend to do with your magic?" I tried to stay relaxed, but tension thrummed through me. Was this the reason he had asked us here? To feel Anna out for how she intended to use her power? Anna brightened. "I want to make a clinic, where all shifters will be welcome." She blushed. "I want to help with our procreation issues." Arminius smiled indulgently. "That sounds wonderful, Anna." My ire rose. He was patronizing her. "I hear you have an alliance with the Fae?" And there it was. He had told us last night that the Lamia and the Fae were bitter enemies, setting the stage for the discussion today. He wanted to know which side Anna was on. Anna frowned. "Not really. I mean, my father is a Winter Fae." She glanced up at him. But you already knew that. Anna looked at me, obviously unsure of how much to tell Arminius. Informing him that Anna had killed the king of the Winter Court might endear her to him for now, but it would also put a target on her back. If she could take down one of the most powerful beings alive, what was to stop her from turning on him one day? It would be smart to take her out when she was still young and untrained. Icy fear trickled down my spine. Had I just brought Anna into danger again? Anna has limited contact with her father, I said smoothly. He tends to only appear when he needs something from her. Anna let out a sad sigh that Arminius didn't miss. He watched her thoughtfully and tapped his finger on his cup before setting it down. I think you'll find that Fae don't have the same affection for their offspring as the rest of us do. Yeah, Anna said quietly. I've noticed. She laid her hand on my knee and gave it a squeeze. Luckily, I don't need a father figure. I have a pack. I took her hand in mine and raised it to my mouth to give her a light kiss. And we love you. She blushed, but gave me a warm smile. Arminius leaned forward. Have you considered closing the gate to their world? You could keep the entire world safe from them. I blinked in surprise, but Anna laughed. I'm nowhere near being able to do something like that. My father said it took him centuries to even be able to use portals. Arminius shrugged. You have plenty of time to learn. I relaxed. If Arminius wanted Anna to be able to close the gates and prevent any Fae from using a portal to get to our world, then he intended on keeping her alive and on his side for quite some time. Anna looked thoughtful. I guess I haven't really thought about that. She looked up at me. We might be safer without them. We would definitely be safer without them. It was only a matter of time before the Fae sorted out who was going to take the throne. Would the new king let Anna be? Or would he come after her for revenge? If there was going to be another battle with the Fae, we were definitely going to need the Lamia on our side. Arminius looked pleased with her answer. I hope the journals will be helpful in developing your skills. Anna nodded, and I could see that she had a question on the tip of her tongue, but she was hesitating to ask. What is it? I asked with our bond. The journals are in a language I can't read, Anna admitted. But I'm afraid to ask him to help translate. My mother kept them hidden for a reason. We'll take them back to Caleb, I told her. He has an entire world of knowledge at his fingertips. Anna brightened. That's true. A sudden gust of wind blew Anna's blonde hair into my face. I brushed it aside and looked out to the horizon where dark storm clouds were gathering. Arminius followed my gaze. We should head in. Storms move quickly over the ocean. I nodded in agreement and held out my hand for Anna to stand. She blushed, but took my hand as we followed Arminius inside. I hoped the storm wasn't a portent of how our meeting with the witches would go.
Chapter 14. Anna. The first few drops of rain hit glass walls of the meeting room, giving us a clear view of the water that surrounded us. I looked out to see the wind whipping the ocean into choppy waves that hit the side of the vessel. The rain started to come down harder until it was pounding the deck and the glass walls that protected us from its onslaught. The boat started to rock with the force of the wind and water, making me hope that I wasn't one of those people who were susceptible to seasickness. A flash of lightning flashed outside and was quickly followed by the rumbling of thunder. Austin glanced at me as I rose out of my seat and stepped closer to the large windows. I've always had a fascination with storms, but ever since the day my father had shown me how to draw power from lightning, they had an even stronger draw for me, and I had lost my fear of them. Maybe it was my face side, but I felt the urge to step outside and welcome the storm with open arms. Arminius chuckled.
The witches are being escorted out to us now, and they're in for a bumpy ride.
There was an undercurrent of enjoyment there that made me turn to watch him more closely. He had a ghost of a smile on his face and a definite glint in his eye. I was getting the impression that maybe he wasn't such great allies with the witches after all. He looked up at Len.
Perhaps you should prepare some hot tea for when our guests arrive.
Lynn nodded and gave a slight bow.
As you wish, sir.
He left the room and I gave a loud sigh. While Arminius might be getting some amusement out of their uncomfortable demise, I was becoming more nervous. Austin and I needed these negotiations to go in our favor. Having the witches bedraggled, miserable, and prodded into agitation by Arminius would not go well for a harmonious resolution to the debt that we owed them. Austin patted the seat next to him.
Anna, come sit and relax.
Arminius glanced up.
Yes, it would be best if we show them a relaxed and united front.
I huffed, but took the seat that Austin had offered. I wanted to get this meeting over with as soon as possible. Being on a yacht was fun at first, but I was more than ready to get back to my pack. I kept feeling little tendrils of dread swirling around in me at the thought of Gemma being alone with the twins. A sharp crack accompanied the next flash of lightning, and I heard shouting on one of the lower decks.
Sounds like they're here,
Arminius stated, steepling his fingers to partially hide his grin. Austin picked up my hand and gave it a kiss before rubbing his thumb gently over my skin in reassurance.
I can do most of the talking for us,
he offered gently with his bond. I could feel his concern bleed through into the thought that he had sent to me. I sat up straighter and stiffened my spine. The last thing I wanted to project was weakness and insecurity. I did not want to be the weak link that would cost us a great deal. I got this. Angry footsteps pounded on the stairs that led up to the deck that contained our meeting room. 2 women entered the room, both of their faces obscured by the heavy cowls of the black cloaks they were wearing. It looked like they dressed the part of what I had expected a witch to look like. Water dripped down their cloaks, and I watched them with interest. In their situation, I would have used my magic to prevent any of the rain from touching me. I thought back to what Arminius had told me about how I used magic differently than they did. Did they not have the ability to use magic for simple tasks? Or were they merely conserving it? Arminius didn't stand to greet them. He instead lounged comfortably in his chair as they lowered their hoods to their shoulders to scowl at him. Great. We were off to a fantastic start here. They were already pissed off. The first woman looked to be in her 40s or 50s, with gray streaks throughout her dark hair, and a frown that seemed to be permanently engraved on her face. The second woman was younger, maybe in her late teens or early 20s. I saw a brief flash of amusement on her face at the first woman's unhappiness, but she quickly settled her expression into something neutral. Len took both of their black cloaks and offered to dry them. The older woman gave him a glare that probably should have set something on fire, but the younger one gave him a small smile and a word of thanks. Arminius waved his hand.
Anna, Austin, you have the unique pleasure of meeting the maiden and mother, Ileana and Wisteria. The old crone couldn't make it out?
I was starting to realize that everything Arminius said and did was carefully calculated to produce a reaction. He had intentionally introduced us as if the witches were the outsiders, and not the strong allies that I had thought they were. He was making it clear that he trusted us above them. Wisteria snorted in irritation. She's not going to come all the way out here just to meet with a couple of your pet wolves. I bristled. Wolves were never pets.
Yet here you are,
Arminius said softly. Ileana gave me a small smile and a nod, while Wisteria complained loudly about their journey here. Apparently, she was not a fan of the ocean, boats, or anything in general. Lynn served all of us tea, while Wisteria continued to complain, and everyone else ignored her as if this was completely normal. Arminius eventually interrupted.
Let's get to the reason why we are all gathered here today.
Yes, Wisteria hissed.
Your pets owe us something. Arminius raised an eyebrow.
Careful. I let it go the first time, but I'm not going to continue to let my friends be insulted.
Wisteria gave an irritated huff, but Ileana shot me an apologetic look. It looked like not all the witches were bad. I was starting to like Ileana.
Careful.
Austin cautioned me.
This might just be a case of good cop, bad cop.
I sighed. I hated politics and mind games. I'd rather be straightforward and honest with my intentions. I cleared my throat, deciding that it was my time to speak up. We're prepared to reimburse you for the favors that you've done for us, but what you've asked for is not comparable. Wisteria shot me a withering look. I thought the females of your kind were just slaves to the males. They let you speak for yourself? I narrowed my eyes at her, but kept my temper under control. Apparently so. Austin gave my hand a gentle squeeze under the table, but let me continue to take the lead. I wasn't about to let him down, since he was trusting me to manage this. I raised my chin. I'm willing to help you do 2 minor spells of your choosing, so long as the purpose of the spells doesn't conflict with my code of ethics. Minor spells? Wisteria said in disbelief. She turned to Austin. You're going to allow her to speak for you? This agreement will have consequences for your kind, as well as your pack, she threatened. Austin casually shrugged.
Anna has the right to decide how she will use her power, and our pack will back any decision that she makes.
I think that's a pleasant change from some of the other packs we've dealt with, Ileana said with a smile. Wisteria shot her a death glare, but Ileana didn't flinch. The witches did 2 spells for us, I said firmly. And the second didn't even work. We should really be offering 1, but we want to foster a good relationship with your kind. I could see red infusing Wisteria's face. Ileana shook her head at me slightly in warning, but I was done playing these games. Wisteria gripped an amulet in a tight grip and muttered angrily to herself, her knuckles turning white. I ignored it at first, assuming she was just working out her rage. But my gaze snapped right to the amulet as I felt magic start to seep out of it and head in our direction. I immediately snapped a shield around her that trapped the magic from her amulet in a small bubble with her. She gasped as the bubble filled with a light green mist that looked like it was made purely of magic. I stood up. I don't know what you intend to do to us, but I'm going to stand here and wait to see what happens to you. Ileana looked at me in alarm and extended her hand to the barrier that I had erected around Wisteria. She touched it and looked at me with surprise. You never even murmured a spell. Arminius laughed.
You witches have been isolated for far too long. There are far more dangerous things out there than you.
Ileana watched me carefully, but I could see the panic start to set in Wisteria's eyes as the green mist seeped into her every breath. I crossed my arms and waited. She had done this to herself. Fine, she shouted. Let's make a deal.
2 minor spells.
She ground her teeth in frustration. That require my approval, I added. And I have the ability to veto them if they conflict with my morals or my goals. I could see the rage bubbling up inside of her, and I wondered why she wasn't attacking. If she were another Fae, she could have probably shattered my barrier and attacked by now. Could she only do magic if she had a specific spell for it? Did my puny little barrier, made by a baby Fae with barely any magic skills, really deter her that easily? Austin stood at my back protectively, ready to move on her if I needed him to. Arminius just sat back in his chair and watched with obvious enjoyment. I wondered if he had ever been on the receiving end of some of her shady magic and had been unable to protect himself. I was starting to understand why he had seemed gleeful at the thought of them being trapped in the storm. Wisteria was a very unpleasant person to deal with.
She had no sense of honor or respect for others. I just stood there and crossed my arms, waiting patiently for her to say the words that I wanted to hear. Wisteria's eyes started to glaze over, and I felt a twinge of worry. Just what kind of spell had she tried to place on us? I kept a stoic look on my face to make it clear that I wasn't going to waver in my determination to let this play out. But what would happen if this spell ended up seriously harming her? Would I be blamed? Would it cause a war? Some of my worries must have trickled over to Austin when I reached out to him with our bond, because he placed a comforting hand on the small of my back.
"She's about to cave,"
he reassured me. Wisteria slumped back in her chair.
"Of course we agree," she murmured lifelessly. "That sounds like a good deal."
Arminius let out a bark of laughter and gave me a wink.
"I wish I could have you at all of our meetings."
I shrugged uncomfortably. "We should probably open one of the windows so I can force the magic out to sea when I drop the barrier." There was green mist still hanging around Wisteria's languid body. I knew that I didn't want to breathe in any of that stuff. Arminius cocked his head in question and looked over at Wisteria again, while Austin strode over to the large window. "He can't see the magic like we can," Ileana explained. "He might be able to sense that magic is present or being used, but the males lack the ability to use magic." Arminius gave her an irritated look.
"I'll write up the agreement as the neutral party present."
Len brought forward a stack of thick cream paper and a heavy gold pen from wherever he had been hiding them. I focused on dropping my barrier and quickly used wind to gather up the remnants of Wisteria's spell that had turned on her. I motioned for Austin to open the floor-length window, which might have actually been a door, so that I could sweep it all outside into the storm. Wind and rain swept into the room, bringing the fresh scent of the storm inside. Again, I felt the urge to go out and bask in the fury of the sea, but stayed put. Austin shut the door quickly, cutting off the storm and leaving an uncomfortable silence. Wisteria looked like she was blissed out on the spell she had tried to cast on us, but was otherwise unharmed. Austin held out his hand.
"I think I'd feel more comfortable hanging on to that amulet for now."
Wisteria nodded mutely and docilely handed it over. Ileana slumped down in her chair next to Wisteria, and the only sound in the room was the scratch of Arminius's pen as he wrote. Austin handed the amulet over to me, and I examined it closely. I couldn't feel the presence of magic in it, and I couldn't feel that it was wrapped in a cloaking spell or anything. It looked like the magic was used up. I kicked myself for not being able to sense the magic before Wisteria had activated it. Talon had just shown me how to uncover inverted magic. I should have been looking for it the second the witches had stepped into the room. Sadness crept over me when I realized that I should have suspected that they would try to betray us somehow. I needed to get over my stupid naivete and realize that the rest of the world was not going to play nice. People were going to come after us, and I needed to be on guard to protect my pack. I had been telling myself that I wasn't the sweet little Anna anymore, but there was still a shred of innocence that clung to me. I needed to be harder, more suspicious of everyone that I came in contact with. I needed to stop thinking of new people as potential friends or allies, and start assuming that everyone was an enemy until proven otherwise. Arminius finished writing, and I let Austin read through the document first. While he read, I glowered at Wisteria and watched her for more signs of treachery. Ileana gave me a timid smile, but I just included her in my glare. It seemed very unlikely that she had no idea that Wisteria planned on drugging us to get us to agree to the deal they wanted. Austin gave me a nod before he handed the paperwork over to me. I read through Arminius's elegant script with a small amount of envy. My penmanship looked more like chicken scratch than art, but I guess that was one advantage of living for centuries. The agreement was written pretty straightforward. I didn't see any wiggle room for them to screw us over again. I took the pen that Austin offered and signed my name at the bottom before handing it off to the witches. Ileana signed before helping Wisteria do the same. She still seemed drugged and overly compliant compared to her abrasive nature earlier. Ileana stood. The document is signed, but we need to seal it with magic. I eyed her with suspicion. You expect us to trust you to work magic on us? Ileana flinched. Okay, we deserve that. But it is standard.
They use the spell on all the agreements that they make with us,
Arminius interrupted.
I'll recognize it if they change anything.
I gave him a nod and sighed. And I'm guessing that you're going to need my magic to accomplish it? Ileana blushed. Our magical stores have been running low, and Wisteria used a lot of it to infuse her amulet with that spell. So, yeah, I need your magic to do the spell. I really hope you're not waiting for me to feel sorry for you, I snapped at her. It wasn't my fault that they had used all their magic to try and put a sneaky spell on us. I saw a flash of irritation in Ileana's eyes before she lowered her head and took a deep breath. I'll guide the spell. I just need you to donate a little magic. I looked at her and took the hand that she offered. Austin looked at me worriedly, but I was ready for anything that she might try. I got this, I assured him with our bond. He gave me a nod, but I could feel his concern through our bond. Ileana reached into her cloak and drew out an ornate athame. Just what kind of magic did she need a knife for? I must have visibly stiffened because she gave me a reassuring smile. In order to seal the spell, we both need to bleed a little. Our blood will mingle together and set the spell. I sighed. More blood. I allowed Ileana to make a small cut on the palm of my hand and flinched when she pressed her hand to mine. Maybe it was the human-educated healthcare professional inside of me, but I couldn't help but worry about any blood-borne diseases that she might be exposing me to. If she did this with everyone she performed magic with, who knows what she might be carrying? In the hospital, a simple accidental needle stick was enough to send someone to the emergency department for post-exposure prophylaxis. Would I be out of line in asking when the last time she was tested for HIV? A couple drops of blood dotted our agreement as blood flowed. I opened myself up to my magic and let a tiny bit trickle out toward Ileana. She started chanting words in another language, and I watched carefully as the magic swirled around us and the agreement. I felt a snap as the magic settled into place, and there was a brief moment where it felt almost as if my skin was too tight. The feeling quickly dissipated and left me feeling no different than I had before the spell. I flexed my hand, and Austin passed me a napkin. Ileana smiled at me sadly. You should have put something in the agreement that prevented her from coming after you. Once she snaps out of this, she's going to want revenge, and she can be a vindictive bitch. You're telling us this now? I asked in disbelief. Why wait until the agreement was already signed if she wanted to be helpful? I angrily wiped the last of the blood off my hand, pleased that the cut was already healing nicely. Ileana shrugged. She would have skinned me alive if I had helped you before the agreement was in place. But I get the feeling that you're good people and you deserve a warning. I huffed in irritation.
Is a warning the best you can do?
Austin asked quietly. Essentially, she said apologetically. Well, at least half of our obligation is already done, I said snarkily. I was over this entire interaction. Austin looked at me in surprise. The agreement stated that I would lend them power to perform a spell twice, which I just did, so they have one spell left. Ileana's jaw dropped.
That was the agreement,
Arminius interrupted with a grin. I wondered if he had phrased it that way in the document, knowing how the witches usually sealed their agreements. He clapped his hands together.
It looks like it's time for you both to go.
He must have made some kind of a signal because several men dressed in black combat uniforms came into the room. Ileana helped Wisteria stand, and it looked like she was starting to come out of her stupor. It was definitely time for them to go, if that was the case. "We'll be in touch," Ileana told me stiffly. I just gave her a nod and watched as the men escorted them out. It was still raining outside, but the wind had slowed, so it looked like the storm was passing. Their boat ride would probably be a bit more gentle than the way in, but still unpleasant. They had used up every last drop of compassion that I could have felt for them, so I didn't feel bad at all at the thought of them suffering through an uncomfortable boat ride. Arminius smiled at Austin and me.
That was even more enjoyable than I had expected. Please, continue to enjoy my hospitality until the storm passes. I have business to attend to, unfortunately, so I will have to leave you to entertain yourselves for the next few hours.
I murmured my thanks to Arminius, but truth be told, I was looking forward to spending more time alone with Austin before we went back to Seaside. Chapter 15. Anna. The warm, humid breeze tousled my hair as the small boat we were riding in approached the dock. Austin was second to jump off once we docked, and held out his hand to help me step safely onto the wooden planks. I was grateful for his help. The wind and rain had stopped, but the water was still choppy enough to make climbing out of the boat a precarious situation for someone like me, especially since I had the wooden box containing the mysterious journals held tightly underneath one arm. I didn't plan on letting this out of my sight until I could figure out what was written in them. I gave Austin a warm smile, and he placed an arm around me as we walked across the dock toward land. I was surprised when Trevor jumped out of the waiting black SUV. I had thought all of our packmates were still in Seaside. He was dressed in black combat fatigues and heavily armed, like he was ready to go to battle. Austin frowned at the surprise on my face.
You need to be aware of your surroundings more, Anna,
he chided me gently.
You should have felt some of our packmates close by.
I blushed. He was right. I should have felt them close by. But I was so used to not having any magical ability that I rarely used those skills unless I was practicing. The guys seemed to always have all their senses engaged. Maybe being prior military caused them to be on high alert most of the time. I extended my magical senses outward now to make up for my lapse. I could feel Trevor and one of our other packmates in the vehicle, with 4 others close by. Austin held the door open for me so that I could climb in, while our luggage was being loaded into the back. I scooted into the SUV and found Sam waiting for me in the front passenger seat with a wide grin on her face. "Heard you kicked some witch ass?" I shrugged with a blush. "Maybe a little. I wasn't expecting you guys here." Sam chuckled. "You didn't think Austin would let you walk into the den of a lion without some backup close by, did you?" "Guess not," I said with a frown. It would have been nice for him to let me in on the plan, though. Austin slid into the seat next to mine.
I needed you to be your genuine self, Anna. If you had been wary and suspicious, Arminius wouldn't have opened up so much.
"Huh," I said in response, wheels churning in my brain. This felt a little too much like a manipulation to me. Austin had intentionally withheld information from me to elicit a specific reaction. Hurt bled through me. Austin was supposed to be my partner, my equal. By not trusting me with the full story and involving me in the plan, he had just shown me that he didn't trust me on the same level as the rest of the team. Austin put his arm around me and gave me a kiss on the forehead.
"Don't look at me like that,"
he pleaded. I took a deep breath. "Austin, I need you to respect me as an equal member of the pack. I don't like that you kept information from me. You should have confided in me and let me know that you had an extraction team nearby.
Austin sighed and pulled away.
And I need you to trust me to make tactical decisions.
I huffed. I understand that you have more experience when it comes to this stuff, but it doesn't mean that you can't share your plans with me. We went into that situation together. I crossed my arms and sat back in the seat to glare at him. Trevor shook his head as he shut the door to the trunk and walked around to the driver's seat, but Sam looked back and forth between us. She has a point, Sam chimed in. If she's going to be your mate...
Stay out of it,
Trevor growled at her. Sam rolled her eyes, but turned in her seat to face forward as Trevor started the car. There was an awkward silence until Trevor cleared his throat.
You okay heading to the jet now, boss? The rest of the team can return the helo and meet us there. That's fine,
Austin grumbled. You rented a helicopter? Where do you even go for that? I asked with a frown.
Borrowed,
Austin corrected me.
We have connections in this area.
Looks like the boys haven't been sharing their toys with you, Sam sang.
When do you go back to active duty?
Trevor groused. Sam punched him in the arm and Austin chuckled. I leaned forward to talk to Sam. What happens when your con leave runs out? Do you have to go back overseas? Sam shrugged and looked at Austin to answer.
We're working on pulling some strings with her detailer to get her reassigned to Camp Allen.
Trevor gave him a questioning look.
Previously Camp Elmore,
Austin clarified.
That's not going to be an easy sell,
Trevor murmured.
Isn't that the anti-terrorism security team?
Austin nodded.
If he can't get her into the open billet there, the only other option is for her to try and get attached locally as limited duty. But that will keep her on the sidelines, and probably lead to a med board.
Trevor grunted, and I looked at Sam nervously. I really liked having her here. It was great having another female shifter that I could confide in and ask for advice. Sam was down to earth, and the type of hard-working, badass female that I wished I could be. Hanging out with her just felt natural, like we were meant to be friends. I would be sad if she couldn't stay with the pack. But Marines went where they were needed, not necessarily where they wanted to go. I hugged my wooden box to my chest as Trevor drove us back to the plane. Austin was busy texting to catch up on everything that he missed while we were out for the weekend. Sam filled in the rest of her team on the plans as Trevor drove. I think one of the most surprising things about the first time I flew on a private jet was the fact that you could drive your car right up to the plane and step right on. No long lines with TSA checkpoints, no waiting for hours at the crowded gates, and no jostling to get on the plane with 100 other people. I was quick to grab Sam's hand when we got out of the vehicle plane side. Austin raised an eyebrow at me, but I just shrugged. Sam and I need some girl time. The guys let us get on the plane first, and we were greeted by a very smiley flight attendant. Sam and I picked some very comfortable-looking seats toward the back of the plane. I turned down the flight attendant's offer of a drink, eager to get some alone time with Sam. The flight attendant went to fuss over Austin and left us in peace. Sam raised an eyebrow at me. What's with the box? I fought the urge to hug it closer to me, and instead showed it to her. Arminius had helped my mom set up security deposit boxes before she died. When I connected with him, he had the contents pulled for me. Wow! Sam's eyes got bigger as she examined it. Is this a Heritor box? If that's a box that needs my blood to open it, then yes. My grandmother had one of these. I saw sadness creep into her expression. She used to tell me that it would be mine one day. Of course, that was before my parents left the community. Sam didn't like speaking about her past, but I knew she had been homeless before she was recruited to the Marines. Have you spoken to your grandmother at all since you left? I was just a kid, she said softly. But my parents didn't leave on good terms. Her expression hardened. I tried calling once my parents were killed, but she refused to even come to the phone to speak with me. I gave her hand a squeeze. That sucks. I'm sorry you had to go through that. It is what it is. If she had taken me in, I wouldn't have joined the Marines, and I wouldn't have met you guys. Sam sighed. I would probably be mated to another panther that my grandmother chose for me. Despite her stating otherwise, I sensed that she had some longing for the place she used to call home. I knew firsthand how difficult it could be living as a shifter pretending to be human, being completely alone in my secret as a wolf. But did she have a desire to reconnect with her family and other panthers? Have you thought about going back and getting closure? I asked gently. Sam got a fierce look in her eyes. I've thought about going back, just to show them what they threw away, but I'm afraid of getting drawn back in. Her face softened. I don't want to give them control over me or let them dictate how I can live my life. But it would be nice to see the cousins I played with as a kid. Maybe find out why my parents really left. How old were you when you came to the U.S.? I asked. My dad was American, so we visited a lot. But they left the community when I was 15, and we moved to Texas. We had a couple good years until... Sam swallowed, and I could see that the death of her parents still haunted her. I was on my own for less than a year until I found the Marines. She shrugged, putting on a deliberately casual face. That's when I found that I had a true calling for mayhem. What do you want to do, in general? I asked curiously. Do you want to get out of the Marines or stay in? Sam paused. The thought of leaving the Marines. She swallowed and avoided my eyes. I was nothing until they gave me a purpose, a mission, an identity. I don't know what I would be if I wasn't a Marine. I nodded. I completely understood her hesitation. My own sense of identity was tied tightly to my job. I'm thinking about leaving the hospital, I said softly. Sam looked at me in surprise. You love your job. I didn't think they would be able to talk you into quitting. I bristled. No one talked me into it. I have to do what I think is best for myself and for the pack. Sam let out a loud sigh and leaned back. If you had asked me a couple of months ago, I would have refused to even consider leaving the Marines. But now that I've met all of you here and gotten a taste of what my life could be like, I see what I've been missing. The Marines make me feel like I'm part of something bigger than myself. But they would never accept me if they knew what I really was. Being here with the pack, being able to be my true self, has changed my life in unexpected ways. Plus, I see you and Austin leading the pack to do great things for the community. I want to be a part of that. Would you consider joining the pack permanently? I asked hopefully. Sam nodded. I would. The guys can be assholes sometimes, but their hearts are in the right place. She shot me a grin. I laughed. That's one thing that I really like about Austin's pack. He only lets the good guys in. Has everyone been okay with you being a panther? Sam chuckled. Only you could ask such a loaded question with such sweet intentions. I blushed. Yeah, I didn't meet as much resistance as I thought I would. Once I kicked a few asses, everyone has been polite and professional with me. Well, except Trevor. Sam grinned. I always thought packs of wolves were made up of alpha assholes that hated women. But seaside wolves have proved me wrong. I nodded. I had been terrified of other wolves before I met Austin and the pack. That's what I always thought too. But I think Austin's pack is different because he built it from the ground up. No one was born into this. I wish I had grown up somewhere like this, Sam said wistfully. Me too, I sighed. There was a moment of quiet. I think I need to go back, Sam stated abruptly. I raised an eyebrow. Back to where I started. I was young and immature when my parents died. I was angry and wanted to take it out on everyone around me. When my grandmother and the others never reached out, never stepped in to take care of me, I had this attitude of, fuck you, I don't need any of you. But now you want to know the real story, I murmured. Sam leaned back with a sigh. Yeah, now I'd be open to listening to what they had to say. A part of me hopes it was all a misunderstanding, but my parents left all of them for a reason. I gave Sam's hand a squeeze. I'll go with you. Sam shot me a dubious look. Your guys are going to be okay with you randomly going to Columbia? Well, Sam was right. That was going to be a tough sell. Columbia didn't have the best reputation for safety. Oz knows that I'm on a search for anyone that can help me learn how to heal. You already told him that the community there has shamans. Sam grinned at me. Oz, huh? So your trip went well? I blushed. Yeah, I feel like we made a real breakthrough in our relationship. Is that what the kids are calling it these days? Sam ribbed me. I rolled my eyes. Only the dorky ones like me. I heard clanging on the stairs outside the plane, and the flight attendant opened the metal door with a pop.
Sammy!
Mike shouted as he made his way onto the plane.
You missed some fun shit.
Sam pouted. You always wait until I'm not around for the good shit.
Hey, Anna,
he said in a quieter voice as he took a seat across from us. Rich gave me a polite nod as he filed past us to sit where Austin and Trevor were quietly talking. Davis plopped down in the seat next to Mike, and Quinn parked his ass right on my lap. I grunted at his heavy weight and winced at the feeling of his holstered knife digging into my thigh. Quinn, off! I huffed, trying to push him off. He leaned one arm against my headrest and used the other to mess up my hair.
Aw, come on, Banana. I thought we were friends.
The heavy feel of his weight pressing down on me, being trapped underneath him, was starting to make me panic. I started breathing harder and my vision tunneled. All I could feel was a heavy weight of oppression that was overwhelming me. I flashed back to a moment from my past when I was helpless and trapped. I clawed my way through the darkness and depression that threatened to overwhelm me and tried to focus. This was Quinn. He was my friend. He was joking around with me and I was freaking out like he was an axe murderer. Or my uncle. I deliberately tried to slow my breathing and paste a fake smile on my face. I wanted everyone to think I was a normal person, not a damaged freak.
Quinn,
Austin growled from across the plane.
Get off her.
I could feel a wave of menace roll towards us, and Quinn quickly jumped up and backed away. I pressed my hands to my flushed face as Austin's anger burned through me. I was ashamed that he had felt my panic and disappointed in myself for not being able to keep it together with something so innocuous as a friend touching me. I had come a long way with my guys, but I trusted them absolutely. If my emotions could make me weak like this in a gathering of friends, what would have happened if I were among my enemies? Maybe Austin was right in not trusting me as part of the team. I could feel depression start to creep into the confident new Anna persona that I had been trying to build.
Sorry, boss,
Quinn mumbled, eyes on the ground. Everyone on the plane tensed as Austin stalked after Quinn. There was absolutely no doubt as to why Austin was our packmaster right now. I could feel power emanating from him like I never have before. I caught Austin's hand when he got close enough. He was just joking around, I said softly. He attempted to search my eyes, but I lowered mine in shame. There was no need for him to go after one of our pack members for something that was completely in my head.
He hurt you,
Austin growled, brushing his hand over the injured portion of my thigh. I blinked in surprise. The weight of Quinn pressing the knife holster into my thigh might have been enough to cause me to bruise, but I would heal that in no time. The bigger question was how Austin was able to pinpoint exactly where that bruise was. How could he have sensed that? Austin raised my hand up to give it a gentle kiss.
Our mate bond has started to form.
He tenderly answered my unasked question. I just stared at him, confused but unwilling to admit my ignorance in front of everyone. Austin's attitude abruptly changed as he looked up at Quinn.
You won't touch her again,
Austin ordered Quinn harshly. Quinn shook his head quickly.
Of course not. No excuses,
Trevor barked.
You don't fuck with another man's mate.
Quinn simply nodded this time and kept his mouth shut. I felt guilty. I probably should have just used my magic to push him off me, so that Austin didn't feel like he had to intervene. I was full of mixed emotions. I didn't like that Austin felt that I was too weak to protect myself. I didn't like that things had gotten so awkward. But a tiny part of me liked that Austin would stand up for me. Maybe that was the little devil on my left shoulder, liking the fact that the big bad alpha had shown his teeth on my behalf. But once again, I hadn't reached for my magic instinctively. I'd reacted like a human. I gritted my teeth in resolve. I needed my magic to become an automatic part of myself. Austin kept Quinn pinned with a heated glare, and his power pulsed against the rest of us for what seemed like an eternity. I wasn't the only one that let out a breath of relief when Austin reeled his power back in and relaxed his stance.
Anna, Sam, you can relax here. I want the rest of you up front at the map for a debrief.
Sam opened her mouth as if she was going to object, but quickly closed it when Austin's gaze shifted to her. I waited until the guys had filed up front and started murmuring among themselves before turning to her. It's not because you're a girl or anything, I offered. I had told Austin that I wanted some time with you. Sam's face softened. I thought it was because I wasn't officially in your pack. I shrugged. We can easily hear everything they're saying. If Austin and the other guys didn't trust you, then you wouldn't be here right now. Sam let out a breath. You're right. I should probably be grateful that I get to sit back here and chill with you while they work. I fiddled with the controls to my seat. I plan on getting comfy for the ride. I suspect we'll walk into shenanigans when we get back. I have no idea how you manage James and the twins on top of your alpha, Sam said honestly. They all seem like level 10s in the complicated department. Cody and Caleb seem pretty chill, though. Sam looked at me slyly from the corner of her eye. She was definitely fishing for juicy stories. I smiled at her. I have a feeling that your guys are just as complicated. We do know how to pick them, huh? Sam fiddled with her seat, but got it to go back like mine, and laid sideways so that we were facing each other. When I glanced up front, all the guys seemed completely engrossed with what they were doing. What do you know about the mate bond Austin was talking about? I asked quietly. Sam looked at me thoughtfully. My parents had a bond. My mom used to say it was a blessing and a curse, because sometimes their emotions would get tangled up, and she couldn't tell whose was whose. It seems like Austin might be getting more from me than I am from him, though, I said in confusion. Shouldn't it go both ways? Austin is used to managing the bonds of all of your pack mates. He seems pretty in tune to his emotions of the pack, whereas you're new to all this. Plus, I bet he's used to blocking off all his emotions so that the pack can't pick up on them. An alpha like him can't show anything but confidence and dominance. Otherwise, it would lead to challenges. Maybe don't keep yourself so closed off all the time. Use it just like the rest of your senses. I curled up on my side to get more comfortable. So, I just need time and practice to get the hang of this. Just like every other type of magic that I'm trying to learn. Pretty much, Sam said with a grin.
Maybe you need to practice making breakthroughs in your relationship a little bit more. I'm sure that would help. Her air quotes made me chuckle. Haha, let's talk about the breakthroughs you've been making recently. I mimicked her. Sam picked her head up and pretended to hear an imaginary voice. What's that, Trevor? You need me up there? I rolled my eyes. Wimp. Sam bounced up out of her seat and gave me a wink before joining the circle around the map. I stayed curled up in my comfy chair. All I needed now was a blanket, and I'd be out for the count. I doubted the flight attendant would be cool with it if I shifted into my wolf form for the duration of the flight. Austin and I had been up for a good part of the night. Plus, the showdown with the witches had sapped a lot of my energy. I yawned and opened myself up to the bond that I had felt with Austin earlier. I needed some practice with being just as in tune with him as he was with me. Austin turned to smile at me when he felt my gentle tugging on the bond. I felt it when he opened his side of the bond to me. His love and affection felt like I was basking in the warm rays of the sun. I felt safe and protected in my cocoon. Would you like a blanket, miss? The flight attendant interrupted my thoughts. I gratefully accepted the blanket she offered and let her stow my Heritor box in the side cabinet where it was still in sight. I curled up into the fluffy fleece blanket that she handed over and closed my eyes with a contented sigh. This was the life. While I was lounging, I decided to try some of what Sam and I had talked about. If Austin was aware of his bonds to the pack all the time, but managed to block them from feeling him, then I should be able to do the same. I should also be practicing how to keep my magical senses up and running all the time. I didn't go around blind or deaf until I needed to see or hear something specific. Why should I go around without the advantage of what my magic would show me? I closed my eyes so I could focus internally on teasing out the different bonds I had. I wanted to explore my new mate bond and how it differed from the pack bond that I already had with Austin. My pack bond with Austin and the others felt fainter, like a faded watercolor versus a vibrant print. I could feel the presence of my pack mates, but with Austin the bond felt stronger, and I could sense more of him. If this was the bond just starting to form, I wondered what it would become later. And what about forming a mate bond with the other guys? I yawned and snuggled deeper into the blanket. I let my consciousness drift, which made it easier to explore the web of connections in my mind. Maybe Sam and Talon were right. I was holding myself back. I needed to be more relaxed and open to my magic. I floated in my magical awareness, half asleep as I explored the different connections. I think what everyone had been trying to teach me is to let all of this run in the background as I went about my day. I decided that I was going to get in the habit. Today. Just like I had said goodbye to shy, scared Anna, I was ready to say goodbye to the Anna who thought she was human. It was time that I came to terms with the fact that I wasn't a human who occasionally turned into a wolf. I was Fae, and I was a wolf. No more hiding or avoiding the facts. Chapter 16. Anna. I jerked awake as the plane wheels dropped and we rapidly descended. My ears popped as the pressure in the cabin changed, and we hit the ground with a thunk. I yawned, surprised that I had slept through the majority of the plane ride. Sam stood up and stretched once the plane had come to a stop. "I'm glad to be back in Seaside," she said with a grin. "Were you authorized to leave?" I asked with a frown. Even with being on convalescent leave, I was pretty sure that she still had to notify her command that she was leaving the state and give them her travel plans. Sam shrugged. "This whole situation is weird for me, but I trust Austin and the guys."
"As you should," Trevor grumbled. "We have her shit handled," he directed at me. Austin put his hand on the small of my back as the flight attendant opened the door
and the stairs were wheeled up to the doorway.
"Sam's taken care of," he assured me. "We're not going to let her get into trouble."
I nodded. I had the sneaking suspicion that the guys only let me see the side of the business that was PG. There had to be a lot more going on with them if they were able to get away with some of the things that I'd seen on this trip. I knew that trusting me was going to take time, but I needed them to realize that they weren't protecting me by keeping me in the dark. They were putting the whole pack at risk by not letting me use my newfound magic skills to help. Trevor and Sam went down the steps first, and the rest of their team followed, but Austin held me back for a moment.
"Let them check out the situation first."
I gave him an annoyed look, but stayed put. I extended my magical senses, realizing once again that I hadn't been using all the resources available to me. I saw Cody step out of a waiting SUV to greet Trevor and the others, but frowned when I felt the presence of wolves that weren't in our pack. A white SUV that I didn't recognize pulled onto the tarmac next to Cody, and I saw him speaking to whomever it was in the back seat. Austin sighed.
"We had better get down there."
"Who is it?" I asked curiously.
"Justin,"
he answered through the pack bond. I could feel his annoyance and impatience at his brother's presence. When we reached the bottom of the stairs, Trevor and the rest of our pack surrounded us. Justin stepped out of the SUV with a swagger that I didn't like. I knew that Austin and Justin had a difficult and strained relationship, but I had been hoping that their father's disappearance would bring them closer together. It hadn't.
"Austin!"
Justin shouted angrily.
"I need to speak with you."
Cody ran a hand through his hair in agitation, but let Justin pass him to get closer to our group. Austin gave a signal, and the other guys backed up to allow a path for Justin to get through. Sam pulled me to the side and blocked my body with hers. I rolled my eyes in annoyance. I could totally take down one asshole wolf if I had to.
"We don't need him knowing about your new powers,"
Austin sent to me. Justin smirked in my direction before turning his attention back to Austin.
"I need a word, little brother."
I narrowed my eyes at him. If he thought he was going to lure Austin away from the rest of us. Austin's power flared, and I looked at him in surprise. I could feel that even though Austin was the younger brother, he was clearly the more powerful alpha between them. The guys were on high alert as they watched Austin step away with his brother. Cody stayed close to them, even though Justin gave him an angry glare. Once they were far enough away that we couldn't hear them over the noise of the other jets in close proximity, the door to the white SUV opened again. I recognized Jessica, Austin's ex, and Justin's current fiancée, as she stepped out and headed in my direction. Jessica and I faced off against each other as she approached. We both took the measure of each other without saying a word. This was the female wolf that Austin had taken into Seaside at his father's request. If things had gone differently, it would have been Jessica standing at Austin's side. They may have even been officially mated by now. That is, if she hadn't terrorized his entire pack to the point where he had sent her right back to his father's pack. From what the guys had told me, Jessica was a selfish, spoiled little princess who got her kicks making others miserable. I held my head high and my posture stiff, determined not to show any weakness. There was no way I was going to let this wolf make me feel like I wasn't good enough to be here. I was Austin's choice, and she was going to have to respect that. After what felt like an eternity, she gave me a slow nod of respect and lowered her eyes to the ground. I let out a breath of relief. That was a sign that she respected my position as dominant to hers. Technically, she didn't have to do that. Our positions in our relative packs were equal, but she had acknowledged me as the more powerful wolf. Was that because Austin was a temporary council member? Jessica raised her eyes back up to mine. "I was hoping to have a word with you in private.
Not going to happen,
Trevor growled from beside me.
We don't need your type of poison affecting our females.
Jessica's shoulders slumped, and I looked at her in surprise. I had expected her to come after me in a jealous rage, or at least claw at me spitefully. She looked almost defeated. "Fine," she said softly. "I'll speak in front of all of you. Anna, I heard rumors that you have talents in healing." I nodded slowly. Austin and I had spoken a little bit about the clinic that I wanted to make, but I wasn't sure how much I should say to her. Just what kind of gossip had reached her pack? Jessica rubbed her stomach. "I went into heat a little early this year, and I think I'm pregnant." My eyes widened in surprise. "It must have just happened. How can you know this soon? There is no way she could be able to sense life in the first couple weeks, right?" She shrugged. "It was right before Thanksgiving, but I think I can feel a spark of life inside me." I inhaled a sharp breath. I hadn't had any contact with any wolves for the majority of my life, so I was completely unfamiliar with the ways that a wolf pregnancy differed from a human's. But this was my chance. "May I?" I asked politely as I held up my hands and took a step closer to her. She nodded. "My mother died giving birth to me, and my grandmother before her. I really want to break the cycle." Her voice broke. "I want to be there for my child." Jessica pulled up her shirt so that I could lay my hands on her bare stomach. I could feel Sam inching closer to me as I closed my eyes and extended all my senses. I thought back to my time with Airmed and the Prince, thinking about how they had each shown me how to use my magic to sense for something wrong in the body. My breathing slowed as my awareness extended to Jessica's body, and I lost myself in my mission. I could feel that her heart was strong and pumping steadily. Her bones were straight, her organs functioning normally. I hesitated on my magical exploration of her body when I felt what she must have picked up on. I could feel the almost imperceptible spark of life in her abdomen that was only a tiny cluster of cells. It seemed unbelievable to me that she would have even sensed this, but I couldn't deny what was there. I could feel that she had more than one egg that had been fertilized. One of them was already attached to the uterus, but I could feel several others that were still in the process of moving down the fallopian tube, or hadn't actually attached to the wall of the uterus yet. I took a deep breath and did what I could to bolster the tiny bits of life that I felt. I could tell that one of the fertilized eggs wasn't going to make it. Something had gone wrong when the cells started to divide. I coaxed that one from the fallopian tube into the uterus, so at least Jessica wouldn't be harmed if the cells continued to divide and grow. I helped 2 more developing embryos attached to her uterine wall and secured the third one a little better. I was going to do everything I could to make sure that any life inside of her now had the best chance of making it. Once I was sure that I had done everything I could, I removed my hands and took a step back. Jessica had tears in her eyes. "I'm not sure what you did, but I think you helped." I shrugged uncomfortably. "Is there any way that you could find a way to visit me regularly? I can help the baby along as it grows and monitor you for any potential harmful changes in your body." There was no guarantee that all 3 embryos would continue to develop into healthy babies. But if they did, carrying triplets wouldn't be easy. There were more risks associated with a pregnancy that involved more than one baby. But there was no way I could ever choose to squash one of those lives. I would do everything I could to give Jessica and her babes the best chance at life. But I didn't want to give her a false sense of hope early. There was a chance that only one of the babies would make it. Jessica grabbed my hands, and I felt Sam twitch beside me. "Thank you," Jessica said with a little mist in her eyes. "There's no way that I can repay you."
"Jessica!"
Justin shouted as he stomped back toward us.
Get in the fucking vehicle. We're leaving.
I bristled at the way that Justin spoke to her and stepped in between them. Watch your tone with her, I growled. Justin whirled to face Austin.
Control your bitch.
Austin's face hardened even further.
You're going to want to stop talking. Now.
Every wolf on the tarmac tensed as the two alphas faced off. I pulled Jessica behind me, determined to protect her and the growing life inside of her. I'm pregnant, Jessica blurted out. Anna confirmed it. Justin's left eye twitched as he glared at Austin, but it was only a minute longer before he turned his gaze our way. He looked at Jessica's lean stomach greedily.
Girl or boy?
I cleared my throat. It's too early to tell. Technically, the sex of the baby is genetically determined the moment that the sperm fertilizes the egg, but I had no idea how to use my magic to see that. I had no idea if I would even be able to tell once the babies were developed enough to see on an ultrasound. I was hesitant to tell them that Jessica was pregnant with more than one baby. If I hadn't intervened, it was possible that only the one embryo would have been able to attach and grow on its own. What if the others didn't make it? No, I should probably wait until I was sure that the others would make it before I said anything. Jessica rubbed her stomach with affection. We should probably be officially mated before—
Get in the vehicle,
Justin interrupted, shooting another glare Austin's way.
We'll discuss it later.
I moved aside to let Jessica pass, with some hesitation. All my instincts were screaming at me not to let Jessica go with him. Justin was not a good guy. I had no idea how he and Austin had turned out so differently after growing up in the same house. I grabbed Jessica's hand as she passed. You don't have to go with him. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. I have the Packmaster's pup inside of me. Why wouldn't I? She said smugly. He's going to give me everything I've always wanted for this. I let her hand go reluctantly. If you change your mind. I won't, she stated with her chin raised. But I will be in contact with you, she said a little softer. Her face gentled as she placed her hand on her abdomen and made her way to the vehicle. I just nodded with a sigh. I hoped my instincts were wrong on this, but if she wanted to go, I couldn't stop her. Sam placed her hand gently on my arm with an empathetic look. You can't make her see if she's not ready. I smiled gratefully at Sam for understanding. I was glad I wasn't the only one worried about Jessica. Justin slammed the SUV door shut behind himself, and it squealed off the tarmac seconds later. What was so important that he had to come here? I asked Austin cautiously. Having Justin confront us the second we stepped off the plane couldn't be the beginning of anything good.
He's just being an asshole since I wouldn't return any of his calls,
Austin assured me.
I didn't have the time or the patience to deal with him this weekend.
I narrowed my eyes at him. You're holding back.
I'd rather not discuss it out in the open.
Austin flicked his eyes around the area, making me wonder what had him so worried. Cody reached for me and gave me a warm hug.
Glad you're back.
Me too, I murmured into his broad, muscular chest. I inhaled his scent and instantly felt a little better. I missed my giant wolf.
Cody, are you taking Austin and Anna?
Trevor asked over my head.
Yeah,
Cody answered before dropping a kiss on my head and releasing me.
Follow us to the pack house for a debrief? You got it.
Cody linked my arm in his as he led me to the waiting SUV.
James and the twins have been on edge since you've been gone. I'll be glad when things settle back down.
And Gemma? I asked, probably a little too sharply. Cody shrugged.
Haven't seen much of her.
I held back the snarky comment that came to mind about how the twins wouldn't be able to say the same. But I didn't want to be petty. I doubted that the guys would understand. Cody helped me into the front passenger seat as Austin climbed in the back.
I was surprised to see you so protective of Jessica.
I looked back at Austin in surprise. I would be protective over anyone in that situation. Her past doesn't matter.
I've noticed that you don't hesitate when it comes to speaking up for someone else. But you hold back when it's on your own behalf,
Cody murmured. I blushed. I guess it's just not as important if it's just me that's suffering. But I can't stay silent when I see someone else being pushed down. It's not right. Austin tilted his head at me.
I know things haven't been working out with Gemma.
Gemma's different, I snapped as Cody got into the driver's seat and started the vehicle. Austin just sat back contemplatively and didn't answer. So, what's up with Justin? I asked again, hoping that he would confide in me now that it was just us and Cody. Austin thought for a moment before answering.
More than a few of his pack members want to petition for admittance into Seaside. He is under the wrong impression that I've been encouraging them.
My eyebrows rose. Is that normal? Austin looked out the window.
It's normal for some pack members to move on if they don't agree with new pack leadership. But it's risky.
For them or us?
Both.
Austin rubbed his temples as if he had a headache.
Not all of them would be a good fit for Seaside. But that's the pack I grew up in. I have a duty toward them.
I chewed on my bottom lip. That's a tough situation. You want to take care of them, but bringing them into our pack might not be what's best.
Exactly.
Okay. I nodded. What other options do we have? Cody looked at me in amusement.
We can attempt to find them a place in other packs, but they'll probably end up resentful at not being taken in by Oz.
And making more enemies is the last thing that we need to be doing. I sighed.
Exactly,
Austin murmured. I chewed on my lower lip. And there's no way to get Justin out of the packmaster position. Both the guys gave me sarcastic, "What do you think?" looks. Right, I acknowledged. There's no way to get him to step down. He's too much of an egotistical asshole.
And he hasn't done anything illegal to give us a reason to step in,
Cody added. But the fact that most of his pack wants to leave. Austin shook his head.
You know most alphas in our world are assholes, he said gently. There's a lot of bad packs out there.
I huffed in frustration. It just sucks knowing what's going on and not being able to do anything.
Tell me about it,
Cody mumbled.
We can't do anything yet,
Austin corrected.
Affecting change in our world is going to take time. Causing a culture shift isn't something that can happen overnight.
I sat back in my chair. Austin was right. I needed to be patient. I helped Jessica, I blurted out. Austin, my idea for a shifter clinic can work. If we can get females to come there, then we can show them how a pack should be. We can make wolves want to work for something better.
We can target the younger generation,
Cody added quietly.
The older ones are set in their ways, but the young wolves are still malleable.
Austin gave a slow nod.
But it's the older ones in the pack that shape the younger. They're passing down their attitudes and ideals.
So how do we break the cycle? I mused. There was silence in the car as all of us realized that we didn't have an answer. We had a goal, we had a mission, but we lacked an actual plan to carry it out.
One thing at a time,
Austin assured us after a couple of minutes.
We'll figure this out.
What about a camp? I asked. Cody looked confused. You know, how humans send their kids to summer camp to learn stuff? There's space camp, cheerleader camp. I stopped when I saw Austin shake his head.
Why would a pack send their young out of their territory to be vulnerable on another pack's territory?
Lots of reasons, I told him, becoming more confident as the ideas coalesced in my mind. You guys have a reputation as a strong military pack. What if we set it up as a camp to teach wolves defensive strategies? Like a paramilitary thing.
We teach potential enemies how to fight against us? Anna, I don't think you realize.
I'm trying to think outside of the box, I said irritably.
She has some good ideas, bro,
Cody chimed in.
We don't have to teach them how to be an expeditionary strike force. We can focus on self-defense and providing security for their packs. Teach them that being an alpha means taking care of those weaker than themselves, not taking advantage.
I nodded enthusiastically. Exactly.
Teach them that females are to be treasured, not abused,
Austin added, looking more open to the ideas. That females can be their equals, I corrected. Show them that females are strong and capable. Austin gave me an affectionate grin.
We'll let you and Sam kick their asses a little.
And then let them realize that strong females are an asset for their pack, not a threat, I added. If nothing else, they have to understand that females could be the last line of defense for their young. But hopefully, it will show them that by enabling their females, they are opening their pack up to great things.
This is going to be further down the line,
Austin cautioned.
We still have a lot of work to do in our own pack first. I think Anna should open her clinic first,
Cody added.
Make it clear that our pack is here to help the rest of the community. Get them to trust us.
I nodded in acknowledgement, but my mind was still going 1,000,000 miles an hour. How amazing would this be, to be able to bring our community into the modern world and help other packs develop for the better? I sighed happily. It would be a lot of work, but we would be making the world a better place. For the very first time since I found out that wolves lived longer than humans, I was starting to look forward to a couple centuries of life. Chapter 17. Anna. I hopped out of the SUV eagerly to stretch my legs. I was tired of sitting and being strapped in small spaces. Plus, I was ready to see my guys. Austin and Cody hung back to wait for Trevor and the others, while I ran up the stairs and flung the front door open. I wasn't surprised that the twins were the first ones to greet me. They had probably sensed us coming up the driveway. Jason scooped me up in a hug and swung me around. I giggled when Mason tried to snatch me away, and we ended up in a sandwich hug. Wedged between my two twins was one of my favorite places to be. I closed my eyes and breathed in their scents, knowing I was home.
Holtz, 1 and 2, outside to help unload the vehicle.
James stalked into the foyer, and the twins released me with groans. James glared at them until they reluctantly headed outside. Knowing James wouldn't make the first move, I wrapped him in a hug. I felt the poke of the crystal necklace that I had given him before I left through his shirt. I liked that he was still wearing it and thinking of me while I had been gone. I released him when I heard a happy bark from the top of the stairs. My two pups beat Caleb down to me, and I knelt to greet them as they enthusiastically tried to lick my face. I played with my two happy balls of fluff as they yipped with joy at my return to them. "You guys are getting kind of shaggy," I told them in the playful voice I reserved just for them. "I'm going to have to take you two to the groomers this week."
You don't cut their hair yourself?
Caleb asked curiously as he came down the stairs. I shrugged with embarrassment. I don't have the skills to make them look cute. Besides, have you ever seen pics of Shih Tzus with their hair grown out? I shuddered. It can grow all the way to the floor. I'd have to brush them like every hour to keep them from getting matted. I wrapped my arms around Caleb and gave him a kiss.
I'll go with you,
Caleb offered. James and I both stared at him in shock. As long as I'd known Caleb, he hadn't volunteered to leave our property for any reason. From the look on James's face, he hadn't either. Once James realized that I was studying him, he smoothed his features back into the mildly disgruntled look That was his norm.
"You're not going anywhere today,"
he grumbled.
"We're having a pack meeting in a couple of hours."
The one that was supposed to be Saturday? I asked as I released Caleb. Austin and I had missed it, but I had expected James and Cody to still hold it in our absence.
"We're having this one in addition to the one yesterday,"
James told me as Sam and the guys trudged into the house, carrying luggage and duffel bags.
"We need to go over hurricane plans,"
Caleb offered. I groaned. Isn't hurricane season over? We usually start worrying about snowstorms in December.
"Hurricane season is over,"
Caleb said thoughtfully.
"That's why this one is so unusual. A hurricane of this size and strength shouldn't be able to form this time of year."
I felt a trickle of dread. What size and strength are we talking about?
"It's expected to be a Category 4 when it lands, and it's headed straight for us,"
Mason said with a grunt as he set 2 heavy duffel bags down in the entranceway. James raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms, but Jason was oblivious and also set his load down. Mason was the first to pick up on Jason's steady scowl.
"All right, boss,"
Mason grumbled as he picked up his bags again. Jason followed suit with a scowl, and the 2 of them headed in the direction of the garage. The huge entranceway was starting to feel a little crowded as everyone made their way in, so I grabbed Caleb's hand. "Help me make some snacks for the meeting?" He gave me a smile and a nod as I pulled him in the direction of the kitchen. James watched with an unreadable expression as his eyes dropped to our entangled fingers. I prodded at the bond that I started to form between us to get a feel for his emotions, but he abruptly cut me off. I stopped beside him and made a grab for his hand. "James?" His expression relaxed in a barely perceptible way.
"The pack likes your snacks,"
he said gruffly. I nodded and gave him a grin. That was James' speak for,
"Nothing's wrong, and I'm trying my best not to be an asshole, even though I'm uncomfortable showing emotion with this many people around." "I love your snacks,"
Cody said enthusiastically.
"Any chance we could get some of your famous brownies?"
"With nuts?" Sam asked hopefully.
"And that chocolate frosting that you make?"
Rich added. "I'm on it," I called over my shoulder as I followed Caleb to the kitchen. I knew my magical radar was up and running the way it was supposed to when I felt Talon approaching the house from the forest. He must have realized I was back. I could also feel a scattering of a dozen or so of our wolves over the property. They were probably taking the opportunity to go for a run before the meeting. I sighed. I wish I could be with them right now. I could really use the opportunity to blow off some steam. Instead, I did the responsible thing and headed to the pantry so I could start handing Caleb ingredients.
"Hey, Anna."
Jason stuck his head around the corner.
"Mace and I were just about to—"
"Help me get ready for the pack of 50 or so wolves that are about to descend on the house?"
It's probably going to be more like 40 or so."
I gave him a glare that let him know that there was no way he and his brother were going off to have fun without me.
"Yep,"
Mason said as he punched his brother in the arm and walked into the kitchen.
"That's exactly what we were about to do. What do you need?"
"Can you bring in a couple cases of beer from the garage? And some of the hamburger meat from the freezer? If we're making everyone in the pack drive out here to Seaside 2 days in a row, we definitely need to feed them." Austin had an amazing location for the pack house. It was adjacent to a state park, so we could run anytime we wanted. But it was far from the center of our territory. Some of the guys would have a long drive, so we might as well make it as fun as we could.
"Yes, ma'am,"
Jason said with a cheeky grin. Mason simply gave me a nod and led Jason on their assigned errands. I turned to hand Caleb an armful of ingredients to set on the counter, only to see him smiling at me.
"I like it when you take charge and look out for the good of the pack.
I blushed and tried to hide it by pushing everything in his arms and stepping back into the pantry. We were probably also going to need every bag of chips in the house, and I needed to get those brownies whipped up and in the oven ASAP. And I needed that meat thawed sooner than later if we wanted to grill. I gave Caleb some instructions for setting up a snack buffet on our dining room table before turning my attention to Talon, who had just come in the patio door.
"You look busy,"
he said hesitantly. "Pack meeting in a couple hours," I told him, raiding the cupboard for my measuring cups. He visibly paled.
"I think I'll stay in my room for the duration. But we do need to discuss this hurricane when they all go."
"Sure," I told him with a smile as I mentally scaled up my recipe to feed a pack of wolves. "I'll come find you later?" He gave me a nod and quickly headed for the stairs. I hadn't thought that Talon would ever be the shy type, but facing down an entire pack could be overwhelming for anyone. I was in the pack, and I still got a little nervous when surrounded by male wolves. I got things started in the kitchen and gave the guys instructions so I could disappear upstairs for a couple minutes to get freshened up. I wanted to take a quick shower and change my clothes after my trip, but I didn't want to leave the twins to their own devices for too long, so I ran up the stairs. To my disappointment, I ran into Gemma in the hallway. My eyes narrowed in suspicion when I saw her coming from the opposite direction of her room. That side of the hallway housed Mason, Jason, and a plethora of guest rooms. It was possible that she was coming from Talon's room, but I doubted it. "Are you going to help us get ready for the pack meeting?" I asked Gemma neutrally. I wasn't going to try to start anything with her, but I also wasn't going to try to be her friend anymore. She had crossed a line with me, and we wouldn't be coming back from that. Gemma scoffed. "No, I'll be in my room." I just shrugged as she stomped off. I was fine with it if she wanted to keep away from the rest of us. We didn't really need her help anyway. I rushed back to my room and tossed some clothes on my bed while I waited for my shower water to get hot. I probably should get dressed up, but for a casual pack meeting, most of the guys would be in jeans. I would be much more comfortable in jeans and a hoodie as well. I'd rather have the pack see me as down to earth and one of them than as a high-maintenance female anyway. I made it back downstairs in record time and was pleased to see that no one had set any fires and my brownies were baking nicely. The twins wandered outside to the grill once more of our packmates started arriving. I was surprised to see Caleb sticking with me and the pups. Normally, he would have tried to escape social interaction by now. I was glad he was sticking by my side. I could use the moral support. I was pleased to see most of the guys stop to say hello to me before going to find food or one of the alphas. I was definitely making progress in being accepted by them. I had just sunk my knife into the warm brownies when Chris came through, followed closely by Jamie.
"I see we got here just in time,"
Chris said with a grin. Chris and Jamie were really the first wolves I had ever met in Seaside. They were the ones who had chased me off the property that first night. I had seen them around enough times now that I no longer felt nervous around them. I smiled at him. I learned from last time and made double what I thought would be enough for the pack. The last time I made brownies for a pack meeting, there had been some disagreements over the last couple of brownies.
"Good strategy,"
Jamie said, eyeing the brownies. "Give me a minute to get some frosting on there," I told him. I had cut the pan of brownies in squares so that I could pipe a swirl of frosting on each one, making them look fancier than if I had just smeared the frosting over the top. Jason walked in the room just as I finished.
"Aw, Anna, I thought you would save the first ones for us,"
he pouted. "I saved the first one for Caleb," I said with a smile as I handed it over. "Caleb has been a huge help all day." Caleb gave me a shy smile as he took the brownie. Jason grabbed a couple of them, and I gave Chris and Jamie a nod to tell them to go ahead and help themselves. I finished with the rest of the brownies, as all our pack members started to gather in the area.
"Find your seats,"
Cody shouted out over the crowd. The room immediately quieted down, and Mason put his arm around my waist.
"You're with us,"
he murmured into my ear. Jason had flung his entire body over the love seat to hold it for us, but he sat up as we approached. I found myself sandwiched in between the twins, but I had no complaints with the arrangement. Austin stood in the front so that everyone seated on the couches and at the table could see him. James and Cody flanked his sides, and I caught a glimpse of Caleb awkwardly drifting towards a corner. Jason followed my gaze.
"Hey, over here, bro,"
he called across the room. I gave Jason's knee a squeeze in thanks as Caleb made his way over to us and perched on the armrest of the love seat. Mason moved even closer to me to give him some extra room. My heart warmed at the welcome that Caleb received from the twins. He was shy like me, and we both needed reassurance that we were wanted here. I was glad that the twins were making an effort to reach out to him.
"I called you all here for several reasons."
Austin looked around the room, making sure he had everyone's full attention. I admired the way he could stand in front of the pack, confident and commanding. Austin's pause had the desired effect, because I could see that he had the entire pack on the edge of their seats. The room was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Emotion swirled through the bond I shared with the guys, and I realized that I could pick up on the energy of the entire pack if I relaxed and let it flow through me. As a group, we were alert and tensed, as if we had just caught the scent of prey in the forest, and there was that moment of tension while we waited for an indication of which direction our hunt would take us. I found myself caught up in it, and for the first time, I realized what it really meant to be in a pack. Another missing piece of my soul snapped back into place as I let myself sink into the collective energy of the pack and truly became a part of it.
"The first is to let you know that our brothers from overseas will be joining us before Christmas."
Austin allowed the exclamations of excitement go for a minute before he held up his hand for silence.
"I've always been honest with all of you about my vision for this pack,"
Austin said solemnly.
"Many of us struggled to find a meaningful mission to keep us going after leaving the service."
There were quite a few nods in the crowd.
"When each of you interviewed for a place in this pack, you expressed a desire to make a difference in this world, in our world. You agreed to be champions for equality, to protect those weaker than yourself, to teach and guide the younger ones among us, but most of all, to be an example of what a wolf should be."
I could feel pride and motivation rising in the room. Austin was a natural-born leader, no doubt about it.
"Anna, will you stand by me?"
I turned bright red as every eye in the room shifted toward me. I kept my chin up and shoulders back as I walked to Austin. There was no way I wanted to give off the slightest hint of nervousness or shyness, not when I wanted the pack to see me as worthy to stand by Austin's side.
"It's no secret that Anna is a white wolf, and I've heard rumblings and rumors as to what that really means."
A couple guys in the crowd ducked their heads, and many didn't seem to want to make eye contact. I had a sinking feeling in my gut. Had I been deluding myself by thinking that I could truly be one with the pack? By making myself believe that these men, these wolves, would accept me as being one of their own?
"For centuries, the white wolves have been our strongest defense against the Fae."
I flicked my eyes over to Austin in surprise.
"Anna's mother was one of the guardians who protected the gate to the Fae world, keeping us all safe from invasion. Past generations have worked in secret and given their lives to a thankless task. But the time has come for everything to come to light. Secrets can no longer stay buried.
I could feel curiosity and confusion in the crowd. I was confused myself. Where was Austin going with this?
White wolves like Anna have the ability to defend against Fae magic with magic of their own.
This time there were definite whispers in the crowd. Austin had just told them all that I was different. I tried to stay cool and calm on the surface, but internally I could feel my anxiety rising. I wanted to become one of the pack, not to be pointed out as a freak of nature. What if someone guessed at my secret ties to the Fae? I wasn't ready to be outed to the world as a closet Fae.
Our world is changing. We've gone from relying on tooth and claw to fight our battles, to mastering the weapons that the humans have created. Recently, our pack was faced with a new weapon: magic.
Austin paused, but he had the rapt attention of everyone in the room.
Anna has faced down the Fae and earned their respect, and she's challenged the witches and came out victorious. But most importantly, she's dedicated to using her blossoming magic to defend our home and our pack.
I tried not to look as embarrassed as I felt. Austin was making me sound way better than I really was. A bunch of the guys in the pack gave me respectful nods, and the twins were grinning proudly at me. I did my best to look as confident as Austin did in the front of the pack.
I am very proud to have Anna by my side, and as a part of this pack as we continue our fight to make the world a better place.
Austin glanced at me, and I could tell that this was my chance to make an impression, to say something meaningful. Seaside Wolfpack is made up of some of the strongest and most dedicated warriors I've ever met. I started out.
Yeah!
Quinn shouted out into what was about to be an awkward pause. I grinned, grateful for the momentary interruption. Cheers went up around the room when the guys saw me smile at Quinn. I could feel a sense of pride growing in the pack, and I relaxed at the positive reaction. I'm proud to stand tall among you and fight beside you. I looked around the room, making eye contact as I spoke. I chose Seaside Wolfpack because I believe in our mission, and I want to be a part of making our pack be a beacon of hope for the rest of our kind. My heart raced nervously as I stood in front of everyone, but thankfully, Austin took control of the room again.
Now that we have Anna, we have magical defenses in addition to all the other weapons at our disposal. Anyone who thinks to become our enemy will quickly realize that we are hunters, not the hunted. We will defend our pack, our home, and those who come to us for protection, with every breath we have, with all our might, and we will stand together as a team. We won't back down from a fight, and we won't let anyone destroy what we have. Who's with me?
The room erupted in cheers, and the energy of the pack soared. It was hard not to get carried away with the wave of pride, determination, and camaraderie that went through the pack. I had never felt such a strong urge to shift and run with my packmates before. It took everything I had not to shift and howl my joy to the world. Austin let it go on for a couple of minutes as the guys clapped each other on the back, high-fived, and cheered. Eventually, Austin raised a hand for quiet.
We're going to break in a few for some food and a pack run. But first we need to talk about the hurricane.
There were quite a few groans in the room.
Didn't we just do this for Florence?
Henderson groaned.
We never even got more than an inch of rain.
James glared at him, and Henderson shrank down.
We prepared for Florence, and we're going to prepare for Hurricane Joyce.
Cody stepped forward.
We've all seen how devastated parts of the Carolinas were when Florence hit them directly. And now we have the potential to see that destruction here. I know that we evacuated last time and nothing happened, but that doesn't mean that we are going to be complacent this time.
Cody grinned.
The Marines in the room know that wearing down your enemy with false attacks is a strategy to lull them into lowering their defenses. But we're too smart for that.
There were more than a few rahs and oorahs around the room.
And those of us that aren't crayon eaters know to be prepared for any eventuality."
Austin grinned at him. There were laughs and good-natured ribbing among the pack members that came from different branches. It was pretty common to hear Marine, Navy, Air Force, and Army jokes in the pack, as we had members from every branch and they loved to pick on each other. Austin called for quiet again and waited for the room to settle.
"Caleb is tracking the storm for us now."
Austin nodded at Caleb and he stood nervously.
"There's a lot of different projections as to where the storm is going to land,"
he said quietly.
"But the most likely trajectory is straight to Seaside." "Shouldn't it just fizzle out?"
Rich asked.
"It's winter. The water should be too cold to support a storm like that." "It should,"
Caleb said slowly.
"But the storm has been increasing in ferocity the closer it comes to us. Normally, a storm is fueled by the heat energy and moisture coming off the ocean water. This time of year is usually too cold to support large hurricanes." "This isn't more fairy shit, is it?"
Blindle shouted out. Everyone shifted their attention to me and my eyes widened. Was it possible to fuel a hurricane using magic? If anyone could do that, it would be the Fae. But why? If they wanted to attack, they could do it much more directly. Why waste what would have to be a ton of magic to send a hurricane that might not even affect us? "If it is an attack from the Fae, I'll handle it," I told him, much more confidently than I felt.
"But it's possible it's just a freak storm,"
Austin assured the pack.
"And we know how to handle a hurricane."
Austin spent the next 20 minutes going over our plan for if the hurricane hit us. Cody and the other guys chimed in to support Austin and offer suggestions, but I got the feeling that this meeting was more about making the pack feel prepared. Most of the guys already knew what they were doing, but the meeting helped eliminate any uncertainty and fostered team spirit. Without a doubt, we were all in this together. Austin called an end to the meeting, but requested that all the team leaders see Cody for specific assignments. The pack dispersed, most in search of food and beer.
"I'm going upstairs,"
Caleb said as he stood. I reached up and gave his hand a squeeze, but didn't argue. I'm sure that Caleb had already hit his limit for time spent in a crowd today, especially with the public speaking. Jason pulled me up in his lap.
"We finally get some time with our Anna,"
he said affectionately.
"Not quite,"
James interrupted.
"I need you two to rendezvous with Team 7. Henderson and Blindle especially need some extra motivation to get this shit done."
Team 7 was most of the wolves involved with the construction company, so I was guessing that Austin had assigned them to fortify our pack properties. The twins both groaned and reluctantly stood. James scowled at them as they gave me tight hugs before heading in Henderson's direction. I just shrugged at James. Out of all my wolves, the twins were the ones most frequently concerned that I had enough of their scent on me. They especially liked it when I wore their clothes. I looked around the room. Austin and Cody were working the room to make sure that everyone had their assignments, and James was busy sending threatening glares. I decided to go up to Caleb's room to get some more information. I also needed to find Talon. He had wanted to speak with me about the hurricane, so maybe he would know if the Fae were involved. Chapter 18. Anna. I gave a gentle knock on Talon's door and waited. It was unusual that he spent any amount of time in his room, other than to sleep. He generally preferred to be outdoors, and I would normally find him out in the forest. The door opened, and Talon gave me a smile.
"Anna, come in."
I slipped inside the room, and he started to close the door behind him. "Can you leave the door open?" I asked with a sheepish grin. "I don't want to give James a reason to try and murder you in your sleep." Talon paled, but tried to play it off with a laugh. The guest room Talon was staying in had a bed and a nightstand, but not any other furniture, so I sat cross-legged on the floor. We sat outside like this all the time for our lessons, so Talon didn't hesitate to join me. "What do you know about the hurricane?" I prompted. "Is this a Fae attack on us?" Talon frowned.
"I can't be sure this far away from it, but your intelligent wolf explained that it is an unusual phenomenon for this time of year."
I rolled my eyes. It was probably a compliment that Talon referred to Caleb as the intelligent one. His nicknames for the other guys weren't as kind. I'd spoken to him on more than one occasion about being respectful toward my packmates, but I think he enjoyed getting them riled up. "I don't want to wait until it gets closer to figure this out," I told him with a frown. "How close do we need to get to be able to sense if there's magic?" Talon shrugged.
"Some of the winter Fae like to use their magic to create blizzards. I can usually feel it when I'm within a couple of miles."
"But a hurricane is more of a warm weather thing. How likely is it that this is someone from winter?" Talon hesitated before answering.
"There are some other Summer Fae who were banished to winter, but it's unlikely that they have enough power for something of this magnitude. The Summer Fae banished to winter or the human world are weak, and have been cut off from their main source of power for years. If I had to guess, this is the work of several of the more powerful Summer Fae banding together."
"But why?" I asked in frustration. "I've never done anything to them. It's winter that should have a grudge. If anything, they should be grateful to me." Talon shook his head.
"Froston has many enemies. They undoubtedly heard that his daughter is alone and unguarded in the human world, and wish to get back at him by harming you."
"With a hurricane?" I asked doubtfully. "They move so slow that it won't even be here for over a day. I could be across the country in several hours by hopping on a plane, and they would have wasted their effort."
"But by the time you return, your lands will be destroyed and your humans devastated."
Talon chided me.
"You forget how different the Fae world is from here. Destroying a Fae's territory affects their wealth and ability to survive. If they'd never lived in the human world, they won't understand how difficult it is here. The Fae don't have disaster relief and don't band together in times of crisis. They circle around like vultures, waiting to see what they can get out of it."
"That's terrible," I said in surprise.
"Your humans weren't so different several centuries ago,"
Talon told me. I sighed. "What's step 2? Once we identify if it's magic, how do we stop it?" Talon cocked his head at me.
"You and I alone may not be powerful enough to stop it. We could try to influence its path, try to turn it away from here."
"Turn it into the middle of the ocean so no one gets hurt?" Talon blinked.
"We could, but as long as it's over water, there's going to be a source of power for it. It would be more difficult to maintain once it's over land, and the Fae would lose interest once they realized they were only harming humans."
I gave him a sharp look.
"But I guess you don't have a hurricane-sized piece of land that's uninhabited?"
he asked dryly. I shook my head. "The coast is completely saturated." I chewed on my bottom lip. "I think normally a hurricane is at least 100 miles in diameter. But I'll check with Caleb on the specifics of this one. I need to figure out just how close we have to get to be able to put a stop to this." Talon gave a sigh of defeat.
"I guess I will be following you into the storm."
I patted his knee before I stood. "Don't look so glum. This is your chance to work some interesting magic."
"I'd better rest up then."
Talon flung himself on the bed as I left and closed the door behind me. Talon was slowly learning right from wrong, but he had spent his entire life thinking of humans as a lesser species. It was going to take more than a couple weeks to completely change his way of thinking.
He was slowly opening up to the idea of wolves being his peers, but seemed prejudiced against anyone without the ability to use magic. I was determined to teach him that the amount of power and magic a person had didn't make them important. There was so much more to a person's character, and every life had worth. I went to Caleb's room next to find him engrossed at his work on the computer. I ran my hand through his soft brown hair as I peered over his shoulder. "Is that the satellite image of the hurricane?" I asked curiously.
Yep,
He said distractedly.
it's currently 645 miles southeast of here, moving at 18 miles per hour.
"So, we have a day and a half before it gets here." "Caleb, I need to get close to it," I told him. "Talon and I should be able to sense if it's powered by magic."
And if it is?
Caleb turned to look at me.
Anna, this is a hurricane, a force of nature. How do you plan on stopping that?
I sat on his lap and put my arm around his shoulders. "Caleb, I'm still learning about what I am and how to manage my magic. But I'm not normal. I think I am kind of a force of nature." I looked into his eyes. I stood in the ocean during a storm and absorbed a bolt of lightning. That shouldn't be possible by the rules of science, but I did it. Caleb stared at me in shock.
No, that shouldn't be possible.
He swallowed and avoided my eyes.
Anna, I don't think I really understood what it meant that you could use magic.
I cupped his face and tilted it up toward me so I could look in his eyes. "I still don't understand it, but I'm learning. I'm still a wolf. I'm still Anna. I don't want you to look at me like that," I pleaded with him. Caleb pressed his forehead to mine.
It doesn't matter if you're a goddess or a human. I still love you,
he said softly. A smile stretched across my face before my lips met his in a gentle kiss. "And I love you." I moved to get more comfortable on his lap, but then decided to straddle him on the chair. I think I surprised both myself and him with that move. But he didn't complain when I ran my hand up his jaw to the back of his head before leaning forward for my kiss. Our lips met, and my entire body tingled in awareness of everywhere he was touching me. Our kisses got more heated, and he ran his hands up my thighs to grab a hold of my bottom and pull me flush against him. I panted as I felt him pressed against the heat building in between my thighs. He was clearly enjoying this just as much as I was.
Anna, I wanted to wait for the right time. I wanted to make this romantic,
Caleb murmured to me.
You deserve rose petals and candles, and all kinds of things I can't think of right now.
All I need is you, I told him as I kissed my way down his neck. He ran his hands under my shirt and up my back. My skin was on fire everywhere that he touched. He tugged my shirt up with a questioning look. I didn't even hesitate. I just helped him get it off. He took a deep breath before running his hands up my abdomen to cup my breasts through my bra. I gasped when he teased my nipples, the pleasure was so intense. He leaned forward and unhooked my bra with one hand, but hesitated before removing it completely, as if waiting for me to protest. I didn't. He gently cupped my naked breasts in his hands, and I watched with hooded eyes. He circled my nipples with his thumbs, and they pebbled in response. Pleasure shot through my body, and I could feel warmth pooling in my core. He took one of my nipples in his mouth and swirled his tongue, teasing me. I couldn't help but start grinding against him in pleasure. I wanted him with an intensity that I couldn't even describe. Caleb was moaning as I ground against him. He gave my nipple one last kiss and stood, while holding me up by the ass. I wrapped my arms around his neck and pressed my body up against his as he carried me to the bed and set me down. He reached to unbutton my jeans. "Take off your clothes too," I begged him. I wanted to see him naked. He chuckled.
I want to see you first.
He took off my pants and panties at the same time, and I was completely naked in front of him. I started to cover myself in embarrassment when he stared, but he pressed my hands to the bed and stood in between my legs.
Don't hide from me,
he murmured before he captured my mouth with his again. He devoured my mouth and nudged my legs open further. My bare nipples brushed against his shirt and ached for his touch again. I panted and looked at him with desire. I wanted him. Okay, Caleb, I told him with a grin. Now it's my turn to take your clothes off. I slid his t-shirt up over his head to reveal his abs and a sexy Adonis belt. There was something about that part of a man's body that drove me wild. Caleb pulled away so he could unbutton his pants, and my eyes explored his body as he stripped. He was lean and fit for a guy who spent most of his day at a computer. I watched with anticipation as he dropped his boxer briefs. He was even more beautiful than I could have imagined. We explored each other's bodies with gentle caresses and tender kisses. I kissed my way down his abs and took him in my hand to tease him as my mouth got closer and closer. He watched me as I licked the head of his cock and slowly took him into my mouth.
Anna,
he groaned. I used my mouth and hands to please him until he was breathing heavy and ready for me. We switched positions so that he was on top, and I wrapped my legs around his waist, aching for him to be inside me. He teased my entrance with the head of his cock, and I moaned.
Anna, are you sure?
He asked as he searched my eyes. Yes, I told him breathlessly. He very slowly slid inside of me, and I could feel every inch of him caressing me from inside. He captured my mouth with his as he started moving inside of me. We started out slowly, still kissing and exploring each other. As the pace quickened, I had to pull away from his mouth to catch my breath. The pleasure was building up inside of me, and I squeezed my legs around his hips to move with him. He looked into my eyes as our pace became more frantic, and I saw he was losing control just as much as I was. My pleasure had reached unbearable heights again, but this time I grabbed hold of him tightly so that there was no chance of him stopping. I shattered into a million pieces as waves of ecstasy shot through me. He followed soon after as my muscles contracted rhythmically around him. We both let out shaky breaths, and my muscles felt too weak to hold me up. We clung to each other, and he ran his hands through my hair before giving me tender kisses.
Are you okay?
He asked with concern. I gave a shaky laugh. I don't know if I can walk anytime soon, but yeah, I'm more than okay right now. He smiled and ran his thumb over my swollen lips.
That was amazing.
I sighed happily. Yeah. He held me close.
I never want to let you go,
he murmured. His phone started ringing on his desk, and we both ignored it. Instead, we traded more kisses. Whoever it was hung up, but promptly called back. He groaned.
I should probably get that.
I reluctantly let him go and tried to stand. My legs were a little shaky, but I reached for my clothes and started to dress. Caleb stood at the desk and answered the phone, unabashedly naked. I couldn't hear much from his side of the conversation, but I did see his frown growing. I heard him agree to meet with whomever it was. I tossed him his pants after he hung up the phone, and he gave me a grin. He pulled on the pants, but came to me for another kiss. Everything okay? I asked him.
Yeah. Trevor needs me to get him some info, stat.
Caleb looked worried. Anything I can help with? He gave me another kiss.
No, it won't take me long.
All right. I pulled away from the warmth of his body reluctantly. I'm going to find Austin and let him know that I'm going storm chasing. Caleb shook his head.
Good luck with that.
I shrugged, but decided that I wanted a shower first. That would give me time to think about a good way to approach Austin with my shitty plan. Chapter 19. Anna. I walked slowly down the hall, still trying to think of a game plan. Hey, Austin, can you find a boat for me to ride into the middle of a hurricane like an idiot? Was probably not the opener that I wanted to go with. I wasn't even sure that was a good plan to begin with. There were too many unknown factors. How close would I have to get to the hurricane? The storm would have an effect on the ocean waves for miles. Would I even be able to get close enough by boat? The more I thought about it, the stupider my plan sounded. Even if I got close, what if I couldn't do anything? I trailed my hand over the railing as I made my way down the stairs. Maybe Austin and I could brainstorm together. I felt a little twinge of anger at my father. Maybe if he hadn't hidden from me all those years, I might have a better grip on Fae magic. Or maybe, if he didn't have so many enemies, I wouldn't have to worry about protecting my pack from them. Where was Froston when I needed him? Talon had confessed to me that he didn't have a way to contact my father, but that Froston had promised to check in regularly. I wasn't going to plan on having help from him anytime soon. The house was quiet, but I could sense a good number of our pack mates still on the property. They had probably all gone out for a pack run. I perked up at the thought. There was no reason why I couldn't join them now. The twins had been sent out on an assignment, and James was with Trevor's team, but Austin and Cody were probably out with the pack. I reached out with our pack bond for Cody first, since Austin was probably leading the excursion. I got a sense of joy from him.
Come out with us. I'll come back to the house for you,
he told me through the bond. There was more bounce in my step as I made my way out to the patio, and excitement rose inside of me. I loved the freedom of shifting into my wolf form and just running. Having a pack to run with just made the experience that much better. All our emotions were heightened by sharing when we were connected with pack bond in wolf form. I had just slipped off my shoes when Cody connected with me again.
Anna, get back in the house,
he sent urgently. I reflexively took a couple steps back, but then stopped myself. Whatever it is, I can help.
Drake.
I felt his hatred reverberate through his words. My eyes narrowed and I put my shoes back on. Our barrier hadn't sounded an alarm to let us know that there was someone here that meant us harm. But that didn't mean the prince was here with good intentions, just that he knew how to get past the magic in place. There was no way that I was going to leave my pack to deal with Drake alone. I was the only one strong enough to stand up to him. I started running to where I could sense the growing fury of my pack as I worried about what he wanted. I didn't believe that it was a coincidence that he would show up here when there was a potential Fae hurricane headed for us. The cool air blew past me as I ran through the forest, dodging bushes and leaping over felled logs. It was nowhere near as fun while I was in my human form, but I needed my human form to talk to Drake. I certainly didn't want to shift back into a naked human in front of him. I slowed as I heard the growl of wolves getting closer, and threw a barrier around myself that should protect me from any magic he threw in my direction. I wasn't stupid enough to think that I could take him on in an all-out magical battle. He was just as familiar with my magic as I was. I could feel Drake's magic pulsing against my awareness before I saw him. He was casually walking down the beach in my direction, while my pack dogged his footsteps, snarling and growling.
Anna, stay back,
Austin cautioned me. Austin, I need you to trust me to be the magic against magic right now, I responded. You know I'm the best person to manage him. Austin reluctantly agreed, but I could tell that it was almost painful for him. He wanted to tear into Drake for what he had done to Cody and me while we were in the Fae world.
Anna,
Drake said with a nonchalant wave, as if we had just randomly come across each other on a busy street, instead of late at night on a deserted beach owned by a pack of wolves.
It's a pleasure to see you again.
I stopped a few feet away from him as Austin and Cody came to stand at my side. Drake, what brings you to Seaside? I asked suspiciously.
Just stopping by to see how you're settling in,
he said with a grin, holding out his hands for mine. Cody growled at him, his entire body vibrating against mine. I stroked the soft hair on the top of Cody's head to calm him, and Drake dropped his hands without comment. Moonlight shone down on us and glimmered off the waves of the black ocean. I wish you would have called first, I told him with a smile. I would have prepared better for your visit. The Winter Prince shrugged.
Take a walk with me? I hear a stroll on the beach is romantic.
I sighed. I thought we agreed there would be no romance between us.
It's a woman's prerogative to change her mind,
he said flippantly.
You might like what I have to offer you.
He held out his arm for me to take, but I ignored it. Let's walk, I told him, keeping one hand on Cody's thick coat. But no touching. Drake chuckled.
Very well. I don't suppose we could get some privacy.
I raised an eyebrow at him in response. Was he serious right now?
I see you still have the giant wolf by your side,
Drake said with annoyance tinging his voice.
I had hoped you would have tired of him by now. And the golden one? That's your pack master?
He mocked me.
You shouldn't call any wolf your master.
Was there something you wanted? I asked sweetly. Because I was hoping to go to bed early tonight. Drake laughed.
My sweet Anna, I've missed you.
His face turned serious.
I had received word from a source in Summer that the king has placed a target on you. Are you aware that he is sending an attack your way to drive you off your protected lands?
I blinked in surprise. That was the cause of the hurricane? The Summer King needed me to leave my protective barriers so he could attack? I just learned of it, I told Drake confidently. I'm in the process of deciding how I'm going to handle it. He looked at me in amusement.
Unless you have a team of powerful Fae hiding somewhere on your lands, you won't be able to stop it. Rumor has it that some of the most powerful Fae in the Summer Court are in the eye of the hurricane, ready to gain favor with the king by bringing you to him.
I paled. I had gotten lucky with the Winter King, but the Summer Fae would be prepared for any tricks I might try to pull. Nausea rose in my stomach at the thought of a group of powerful Fae attacking my pack. There was no way that I could win against them. What are you proposing? I asked Drake limply. The only reason that he would come here to warn me about a coming attack would be because he wanted to make a deal to benefit himself.
Don't look so sad, Anna, Drake crooned. I'm here to help you.
Delight gleamed in his eyes, and I could tell that he was having fun with this. And your price? I asked gloomily.
Come back to Winter and be my queen.
I couldn't stop the snort that came out of me. No. What's option 2? Cody wasn't the only one growling now. Austin looked like he wanted to rip Drake's throat out. I sent them both reassuring thoughts. There was no way I was going to let Drake blackmail me into anything that I didn't want to do. Faye didn't lie, but I didn't miss that Drake had said a source told him and rumor has it. He never directly stated facts. Drake chuckled.
I didn't think it would be that easy, but I had to try. My brothers and I are meeting for a discussion in a couple of days. I would simply need you to stand by my side and smile. You won't even have to speak.
None of you have become king yet? Drake scowled.
No. It turns out that we are more evenly matched than I thought.
And you need me? I asked incredulously. Surely my father would have more influence than a half-breed like me.
Oh, Anna.
Drake smiled like he knew a secret that I didn't.
You're too modest. Perhaps I want you there to blind my brothers with your beauty.
Perhaps you have darker, ulterior motives, I countered. If I agree to attend the meeting, Austin and Cody almost overwhelmed me with a mental barrage of denial and pleas. I shook my head and blocked them out as Cody stalked toward Drake. Drake held up his hand.
I've tolerated your wolf's insolence so far, he said darkly. But if you don't call him back, I will be forced to act.
A chill ran down my spine as I felt Drake's death magic unfurl from him and head in Cody's direction. I hurriedly stepped in between them and locked Drake and myself in a protective barrier. Drake smiled in triumph.
I knew you were waiting to get me alone,
he said seductively. He flicked his hand, and I saw his magic merge with mine in the barrier.
Just minor modification to make it soundproof,
he told me airily. I narrowed my eyes at him. Drake, I appreciate your offer of help, but I don't want to play games. Let's get this deal done. I could see the pack getting more agitated as they milled around the bubble we were inside. It was going to drive my guys nuts that they couldn't hear what we were saying, but at least they could see that I was safe.
But games are so much fun,
he purred. I glared at him until a thought sparked, and then I smiled. If games are so fun, let's play Stop the Hurricane. I'm sure you're not going to let the Summer Fae get their hands on a female you've expressed interest in.
On my future queen? Absolutely not.
Drake paused to give me a brilliant grin.
But a woman who spurned my advances on numerous occasions, killed my father, and then fled to the human world?
He shrugged.
Do you really want to gamble when the lives of your entire pack are on the line?
I huffed out a frustrated breath. I should have known better than to think I could get the upper hand on a Fae prince. He had been perfecting his manipulation for centuries. I'll attend the event with your brothers, and you'll stand against the Summer Fae to put a stop to the hurricane. Drake smiled and held out his hand. His smile made me nervous, so I added an addendum. Put a stop to the hurricane before it comes to land. Drake tilted his head.
You're learning,
he murmured.
Come back with me now. I'll teach you what we need to do to stop the hurricane before the meeting. With the time difference, we will have only been away from your world for 4 or 5 hours. Surely your wolves can survive that long without you.
But I would have to survive without them for a few days, I pointed out. And they need me here. Drake sighed.
We can take the giant wolf with us. He made quite the impression last time.
His name is Cody, I said pointedly. And I need to confer with my pack. I dropped my barrier, and Drake let his magic dissipate. Austin shifted to his human form and grabbed me when I came in range.
Anna.
I know, I interrupted. But hear me out. Even if I could get close enough to the hurricane to sense the magic fueling it, I'm not sure I could stop it.
So we evacuate,
he said calmly.
We can replace and rebuild anything we lose here.
His voice gentled.
But we can't replace you.
You won't need to, I said confidently. And we are talking about a Category 4 hurricane being driven by a bunch of crazy Fae. Hurricane Sandy took how many lives? There's no guarantee that we can save all the humans in the path of the hurricane. Why should they lose their lives and their property for a fight they know nothing about? If I have a chance to stop this, I have to try.
I give you my word that I'll give you the full assistance of my allies in stopping the hurricane, and I will return Anna to you safely.
Drake called from behind me.
I have no interest in harming her.
I'll be back in 4 hours, I told Austin, with reinforcements to stop the hurricane. I turned to Drake. And I will require time with one of your midwives. His eyes widened in surprise before shooting down to my belly, which was well covered in a hoodie. I rolled my eyes. Not for me personally, but I need a consultation. AirMed hadn't been interested in teaching me how to manage a Fae pregnancy, but maybe I would have more luck with a midwife.
I finally had my first pregnant shifter patient, and I needed all the help I could get. I was hoping to blend what I knew about human medicine with what I could learn about Fae magic. Wolves were a combination of the two, so I hoped that was what I needed.
Anna, I still don't like this,
Austin sent to me. I didn't want the rest of the pack to hear us arguing, so I continued to use the pack bond with him. I don't either, I admitted. I don't like being targeted by the Summer Fae, and I don't like being blackmailed into helping Drake. I let out a breath of frustration. But I don't know how to convince them to leave me alone.
You won't stand alone against them,
Austin said as he gently brushed my hair out of my face. But maybe I should, I said sadly. No one in the pack asked to go battle against the Fae. The only reason why the pack is being targeted is because of me. If I wasn't here...
I like to think it was fate.
I could feel the determination in Austin's words.
You were meant to be here with us, and I won't give you up. If you walk away, I will follow you. Wherever you go, I will come after you.
Tears filled my eyes and threatened to spill onto my cheeks. I hid my face against Austin's chest so no one else could see while I reined in my emotions.
Time is slipping through our fingers, Drake called out. We've already lost half a day in my world.
Do you trust me? I whispered to Austin. I saw the struggle in his eyes. Trust that I will come back to you, I told him. James has something that will help, and Drake is willing to let me take Cody. I glanced down at Cody. If he's willing.
Of course.
Cody sounded almost insulted that I would ask.
I can...
Austin started. The pack needs you, I said quietly. Austin lowered his head and looked at me with blazing eyes.
I will never stop you from doing what you think is right. I respect you as my equal. And I'm not the type of male who would ever forbid his female from standing in battle beside him. I'll never lock you up or trap you. But if you aren't back in 4 hours, I will follow you. I will find a way and I will come for you.
I nodded. I swear I'll be back.
James is going to shit a brick,
Cody pointed out. That's one reason why I need Austin here, I answered. As much as I love James, I don't think it would be a good idea for all 3 of us to disappear and leave him with the pack in the middle of a crisis. Austin is a master at managing the pack in times like this. Austin straightened, and I could see him pull the mantle of Packmaster back on.
We'll continue with hurricane preparations here while you find a magical solution.
Austin and I shared a kiss, and as we pulled apart, the look in his eyes almost broke my heart. I wanted to tell Drake to go fuck himself and destroy the hurricane myself. But instead, I simply said my goodbyes and walked away from my pack. I walked back up the beach in the direction Drake had come from originally, but felt a disturbance that reminded me of the inverted magic Talon had been trying to teach me. I had a momentary flash of pride for successfully using my magical radar, but that quickly faded to worry. Just what was Drake hiding? I shot him a nervous look, but he waved his hand.
That's just our portal back. Your father wasn't available, so I had to have Sheikah open one for us. He doesn't like to interact with earthen creatures, so he's holding the portal open on the other side.
Drake dropped the magic that had been hiding the portal from us, and dread shot through me. Nothing good had ever happened after I stepped through one of these. I held on tightly to Cody's fur, and he nuzzled me.
We don't have to do this. We can find another way.
We're doing the right thing, I told him. I wrapped Cody and myself in the protective barriers that would shield us from the harsh conditions of the Arctic that we needed to pass through, before stepping into the second portal that would bring us into the Fae world. There was a tall man with ebony skin and dark eyes waiting for us in the Fae world. I was guessing this was Sheikah. I gave him a nod in greeting, but he ignored me completely.
If that's all, my prince,
he said in a deep voice.
Yes, thank you,
Drake replied.
You'll find payment waiting for you with my steward upon your return to the castle.
Sheikah left through another portal, and I looked around our surroundings. We had been left in front of a large mansion with ski resort vibes to it. I had been expecting to visit either my father's castle or the former king's. "Where are we?" I asked Drake cautiously. He walked to the front steps.
My hunting lodge. It's very modern. I had it modeled after one of the homes I own in your world. I thought you would be more comfortable here since we'll have more privacy.
Two of Drake's guards lingered by the front door, and I could sense more over the expanse of the property. I guess that was as private as it got for the prince, though. "Cody is going to need clothes," I informed the prince.
Of course, he agreed. I had a room prepared for the two of you. You'll find plenty of clothing and other items the two of you might need.
I looked at him in surprise. I didn't understand how he could be asking me to be his queen one moment, and then preparing a room for myself and a man that he knew was my lover the next.
Your wolf pleases you. Why would I begrudge you that?
Drake smiled at me.
And I know wolves aren't meant to be solitary creatures. If you were my queen, I wouldn't have any issue with letting you keep him.
I thought we were past that.
Never, my darling, Drake murmured. You'll change your mind eventually. Perhaps in a few centuries when you've outlived your current batch of wolves.
I looked at him in horror. It had never occurred to me that I would live longer than Austin and the rest of the guys in the pack. I had just assumed that my lifespan would be the same as any wolf. Drake raised an eyebrow.
Surely you must have realized that the amount of power you hold shows that you are truly Fae. The wolves only have shorter lives because of how they mingled their DNA with humans. The small amount of magic they have doesn't sustain them for the long term.
DNA? I wouldn't have thought the Fae were interested in human science.
There's a lot you don't know about my interests,
Drake said quietly. He turned to face me with a serious look.
But I hope to show you.
I searched his eyes, but saw only honesty there. Was this a rare moment when I was seeing the real Drake? Or was this merely another act? Another manipulation? Drake, how much do I need to worry about one of the Fae at the meeting retaliating against me for the death of the king?
Not at all,
he said lightly.
There were hundreds of plots over the years to remove him from power. You were simply the one to succeed. He never let his guard down near any of us. Who knew that you would be the key?
I let out a sigh. I doubted it would be that easy. Surely there was someone who had loved the king, even if his sons didn't. Drake excused himself after asking the housekeeper to show us upstairs. She led us to our room with a warm smile and a curtsy, and I found myself missing Kaylee. I wondered how she had been doing all this time. Weeks in the human world would have translated into months here. Cody shifted back to his human form once we were alone, and despite the stress of the situation, I couldn't keep my eyes off his naked body. He flashed a grin at me, but turned to the wardrobe in search of clothes. I didn't mind the view from the rear either. That man was built.
Does this feel like déjà vu to you?
Cody asked as he tugged on a pair of pants. Not really, I answered with a grin as I flung myself down on the bed. This trip is delightfully lacking in kidnapping. Cody laughed out loud.
I meant you and me, alone in the Fae world.
He pulled on his shirt, and I thought about what he had said. This trip was much different than the last. Last time I was taken here against my will, tormented by Morpheus, and spent my time desperately hoping for a way home. We're not alone since we have each other, I said quietly. And I'm pretty confident that I can keep you safe and get you back to our world this time. Cody flopped on the bed next to me.
I'm glad they have clothes to fit me this time.
I turned on my side to face Cody and fluffed my pillow before plopping down on it. It bothers me that Drake was so confident that you and I would be back here, that he stocked a closet specifically for us. Cody frowned.
I think being an arrogant, presumptuous asshat is probably a requirement for Fae princes.
I smiled. You're probably right. He does have to out-asshole all the other assholes in the Fae realm. Cody chuckled.
So you're saying I don't have to worry about you running off to become a Fae princess?
No. Can you imagine? Cody looked at me thoughtfully.
I can't imagine you as a princess.
He moved closer to me.
You're so pretty and sweet. You would fit right into the Disney princess lineup.
I snorted. A clumsy wolf shifter princess with all of my issues? I doubt parents would be lining up to take their kids to that movie. I leaned a little closer so I could tease him. Plus, I doubt most of America would approve of my 6 wolf princes.
Fuck them.
Cody laughed.
You're perfect for me.
Cody pulled me towards him so that I was flush with his body. I took the opportunity to lean forward for a kiss, and Cody's lips met mine softly. A knock sounded at the door, and I groaned as I pulled away. Yes?
Lady Anna, the prince requests your presence for dinner, which will be served shortly.
Thank you, I replied. Footsteps retreated from the door, so I assumed that was an acceptable answer. I rolled off the bed and opened the wardrobe to see if there were any dresses in there that I would feel comfortable wearing. Since I didn't have Kaylee to help me, I simply wound my hair in a bun after slipping into a midnight blue dress that was as soft as it was pretty. Cody found boots that were shockingly large enough to fit him, but my shoe selection was limited to thin slippers to match my dress. I glanced at the pair of us in the large mirror as we passed. Cody looked so tall and handsome. He could probably pass for a Disney prince. However, I still had a long way to go. Chapter 20. Anna. The prince had been surprisingly cooperative last night and this morning, so I was pretty confident that disaster would befall us at any moment. True to his word, Drake had arranged for me to spend the morning with a midwife who had successfully helped multiple Fae women give birth. She had been suspicious of me at first, but had warmed up to me once she realized that I had a genuine desire to help others. I now had an entire notebook filled with clinical pearls that she had given me, along with a promise of assistance in the future. Drake and I had come up with a plan to stop the hurricane. It was currently being fueled by magic heating the surface of the water, so we were going to do the opposite. We were going to cool the ocean water so that it would run out of steam and peter out to a mild storm. We were practicing now, but on a smaller scale. I flung my arms up as if I was throwing my magic across the empty field, and Drake laughed.
So dramatic, Anna.
I blushed, but kept going. So what if I needed some over-the-top gestures to help me visualize what I wanted to do? I was getting it done, right? I focused on pouring out my magic as wide as I could, using it to freeze the foot of snow on the ground. Not that it wasn't already frozen. I was freezing it better, or more. Whatever. I was practicing what I needed to do. We were going to have to cover 100 miles or more of the ocean with our magic to make this work. I needed all the practice I could get. I was grateful that Drake taught me how to use my magic on a larger scale. It made me realize that I hadn't come close to what my limits were yet. Making balls of fire and barriers had seemed so cool at first, but I was starting to realize that was child's play compared to what Drake could do. Drake was alternating between critiquing me and merging his magic with mine.
You have to get used to working with others to enhance your own magic,
he had explained to me.
When you work with others, your creation takes on a whole new flavor, combining the different strands of magic from each Fae, making it stronger.
Cody was prowling around in wolf form behind us, keeping watch for us. I wished I could shift and play in the snow with him. It was doubtful that we would get a foot of snow in Virginia anytime soon. The last time it snowed that much was several years ago.
I felt the prickle of someone else's magic a moment before I saw the glowing form of a portal growing between us and the house. The portal flashed into existence, and Froston stepped out. I saw a flicker of surprise on his face before he smoothed it into his usual jovial expression.
Anna, darling, I had no idea you had decided to visit our realm,
Froston called to me as he walked toward us. I gave Drake a side glance. I thought he was too busy to make a portal for us. Drake flashed a grin at me.
That's what I assumed. Your father is always busy.
I rolled my eyes. Drake promised me his help if I came to a meeting with his brothers, I explained to Froston. I decided it would be better if I left all the "be my queen" comments out of the story. I wasn't sure where Froston's opinion would lie with that, so I decided it was best not to find out.
You're testing the bounds of our alliance,
Froston told Drake with a smile that didn't match his hard eyes. Drake shrugged.
I'm just asking her to sit with us. You're putting her in danger. She doesn't need to be a part of this.
I decided that I would keep quiet for now while they fought over me. It irked me that they were speaking as if I wasn't here, but I wanted to get a feel for what their individual motivations were toward me. The more information they let drop, the better. At least this way, I didn't have to sneak around to eavesdrop on their conversations.
I'm making it clear that she's under my protection.
Drake and Froston circled each other, dropping the pretense of a friendly conversation.
The best place for her is out of sight,
Froston countered.
That's where she's safest. Out of sight, out of mind?
Drake mocked.
Hardly,
Froston said arrogantly. Drake kind of had a point there. Froston had spent most of my life ignoring my existence.
Did you know Summer is after her?
Drake questioned him. Froston froze in place.
They're bearing down on her territory now, trying to force her out. And where were you? Helping you attain the throne,
Froston spat out. Drake swept his arm in front of him to encompass me.
And that's why I'm helping to take care of your daughter.
Froston turned his gaze back toward me.
Anna.
Drake is coming back to Seaside with me once the meeting is over, I told him. We could use your help in cooling parts of the ocean. That's your specialty, right?
And we could use a ride there,
Drake added with a grin.
Right, Anna?
He turned to Froston.
I don't think she likes Sheikah as much as you. Sheikah,
Froston scoffed.
You're lucky he could hold the portal open for you.
I decided not to mention that Sheikah had held the portal open for way longer than I had ever seen Froston do it. It would be nice to have your help, I said quietly. Froston gave a sharp nod.
I will come back with you.
He turned his gaze to Cody, who trotted back up to us.
It's good that you kept one of your wolves with you.
I reached to rub the top of Cody's head as he bumped into me. I would have preferred to stay with them, I murmured. Not that I'm not grateful for your help, Drake. Drake smiled, but his eyes glittered with dark amusement that made me think the punchline was still coming.
Froston, why don't you and I withdraw to my study, while Anna and her wolf prepare for the meeting? Of course.
Froston glanced at the jeans and hoodie that I had dressed in again for our work outdoors. I shrugged self-consciously. Female Fae clothing doesn't seem to be made for the outdoors. Drake laughed.
Because our female counterparts are delicate little flowers that prefer to be pampered and catered to. They're nothing like you.
I blushed. I think Drake meant that as a compliment, but it brought me back to my school days, when other kids used to tease me for being a giant or calling me Big Bird. I used to wish I was one of the petite and delicate girls that everyone wanted to be friends with. Now that I was an adult, I realized that there was more to a person than their height or their looks. But I still had that niggling little thread of self-consciousness that threatened to get the best of me every now and again. I shut down those thoughts completely and stood tall as we walked back to the house. If I showed any hints of weakness in front of the Fae, They would be on me like vultures. The best thing I could do was make them not want to mess with me. Chapter 21. Anna. I sat at a table with Drake, his brothers, and an accompaniment of other Fae, my eyes glazed over in boredom. While Drake and Froston were in the habit of speaking English around me, these other Fae were not. Drake hadn't been exaggerating when he said he simply needed me to sit here and not say a word. I couldn't contribute to the discussion even if I wanted to. The fight for the throne was surprisingly civil. It seemed the Fae preferred sly insults and threats of power to actual battle. I reached for the glass of wine that had been placed in front of me a half-hour before, but Froston gave me an almost imperceptible shake of his head. I sighed and laid my hands back in my lap. Now that I knew that the refreshments here weren't safe for me to drink, it made me even thirstier. Froston had warned me ahead of time that many of the Fae, like Drake and himself, had taken to speaking English because they found it entertaining, and it made communicating with their human staff easier. Humans that were mostly stolen from Canada and the US. Drake said that it had become fashionable to speak English at court, but the purists among them hated the trend. Some of the older and more powerful Fae saw themselves as gods to the humans, and felt that it was beneath them to speak the language of servants. That left me sitting here with nothing to drink, nothing to do, and not even a book to read. The Fae language was beautiful, but knowing that the people speaking it would probably like to slit my throat took all the fun out of listening to it. At least I had Cody here. Cody was standing along the wall behind me with the advisors and guards of the Fae at the table. His comforting presence made me feel safer. He wouldn't let anyone stab me in the back. "Hey, Cody, I'm bored," I sent to him through the pack bond.
"Yeah, I'm ready to get out of here too. The way that some of those Fae are looking at you is making me twitchy."
I pressed my lips together so I wouldn't smile. "So after we finish up here and save the world from a giant hurricane, you want to go get a burger?"
"Yeah, definitely,"
Cody said with enthusiasm. Cody was my favorite burger and a beer buddy. He knew all the best spots in Hampton Roads. "I heard there's a place in Port Idris that has candied bacon for their barbecue burgers," I teased him.
"I'm intrigued. I've never had my bacon candied before."
"Me neither, but I like my barbecue sauce with a little sweetness, so..." I trailed off when I realized that the Fae were looking in my direction as they spoke. This wasn't good.
"Anna,"
Drake's oldest brother addressed me.
"We've decided to lift your banishment to the human world."
I blinked in surprise. I hadn't known that I was banished from the Fae world. It looks like both Drake and Froston had been holding out on me. Not that I was surprised. But you would think they would mention something as serious as a banishment. "Okay," I said. I knew better than to say thank you or anything like that, because that would be saying that I owed them something. I was fine with being banished to the human world. It gave me a great excuse not to come back here. My answer wasn't what he had expected because he scowled at me.
"Drake will be responsible for you, and will teach you to manage your magic responsibly. I take it you have learned your lesson from your punishment?"
I nodded, but flicked a glance towards Froston, whose face was stoically blank. Why was I being handed off to the prince and not to my father? I shook my head. It didn't matter. I wasn't staying here anyway. I was going back to my world as soon as this meeting ended. It was quite ironic that what they considered a punishment, I considered desirable. Not that I was going to mention that now. It did make my heart ache for Talon. I knew it wasn't easy for him to stay in the human world. It said a lot that the punishment for killing the King of Winter was a short banishment to the human world. The Fae spoke for a couple more minutes, and then everyone was standing. I pushed my chair back and got to my feet enthusiastically. Now it was time to go home and save my pack. "That was a lot less violent than I thought it would be," I commented to Drake. I was expecting you to be at each other's throats. Drake shook his head.
Our last king was a tyrant, so we've come together to decide on the future king without bloodshed.
That's very modern of you, I said in surprise. Drake smirked.
Besides, who wants to give up their immortality and face death over something so petty? Especially when we could simply wait and assassinate the contender later.
I sighed. That sounds more like the Fae I know. The drinks? Froston shrugged.
Could have been easily poisoned. Best not to take a chance.
Froston opened a portal for us in the courtyard, and I grabbed Cody's hand before stepping through. Snow and ice swirled around us as we waited for the prince to step through and Froston to open the second portal. I watched carefully as Froston worked. Arminius had put the idea in my head that I could one day do this. Froston worked so quickly that the magic he used was a blur. I was going to need him to slow down for me to understand exactly what he was doing. My intense concentration must have showed on my face because Froston smiled at me.
You're too young for this, Anna. You need more than a basic understanding of magic to master this without harming yourself or others.
I let out a sigh. I'm learning too slowly.
You're still fighting your true nature,
Froston said gently.
It will come easier once you stop being so human.
I gave him a dubious look but didn't answer. What did that even mean, stop being so human? We stepped onto the familiar beach and seaside, and I smiled in relief. A part of me had been afraid that Drake was lying, and I would get stuck in his world.
We could use Talon for this,
Drake told me pointedly.
I heard he's staying with you.
He is. I closed my eyes to use the pack bond, but Cody squeezed my hand.
I already told Austin we were back. He's on his way now.
Cody's eyes glazed over for a second.
And he'll bring Talon. Anna, are you ready to see what Fae magic can really do?
Drake teased me. I stretched my arms over my head and cracked my back. I'm ready. I felt Austin and Talon coming with a large number of our pack mates. Froston had chosen a spot on the beach that wasn't far from the house, so we only had moments to wait before they were here. I ran to Austin and gave him a huge hug. It had only been hours for him, but for me, I had been away for a day and a half. Austin held me close but looked over my shoulder to Froston and Drake.
You've brought company.
I pulled away. It's going to take more than one of us to do this. I turned to Talon. Are you ready? He nodded and stepped toward me.
Caleb reported that the eye of the hurricane is 530 miles southeast from here.
Froston nodded and opened up another portal.
This will bring us into the forward path of the hurricane. By the time we're done, the eye should pass over us.
My jaw dropped when I saw the thundering rain and violent ocean waves through it. We're not going in there. Drake laughed.
Where's your sense of adventure, Anna? You didn't really think we could do this from 500 miles away, did you?
I gave an embarrassed shrug. I guess not. Froston stepped through the portal first, and I gasped. Instead of sinking down below the agitated ocean waves, he stood on an invisible platform. Drake smiled at me and waved a hand. A wooden platform appeared under Froston's feet.
Is that better?
I eyed the platform, examined the magic that the two Fae had used, and committed it to memory. Drake had merely laid a glamour over the magic that Froston had used to make it look like we weren't floating on a magical platform in the middle of the ocean during a Category 4 hurricane. I shook my head. What had my life become? I stepped through the portal but stayed between Drake and Froston, as if that would make this safer. Froston sealed a barrier around us as he closed the portal to protect us from the onslaught of water. But the rain, wind, and sea created too much of a mess to see far.
This is a new lesson for you, Anna,
Talon said quietly.
Froston has made a barrier to protect us, but you are going to have to use magic outside of it.
I watched what the others did first before attempting to do the same. I floundered at first, but strengthened as I added my magic to theirs. "Where are the Summer Fae?" I asked. "I thought you said it was them that was driving this." Drake laughed out loud.
"So you thought there was actually a group of Fae hovering in a bubble inside of a hurricane, driving it like a boat?"
My face turned bright red. Not exactly." His description was actually pretty close to what I had been imagining.
"They would have been doing something like we're doing,"
Talon said gently.
"They've been coming here to bolster the storm and kept it going in the direction they wanted. They wouldn't have needed to remain here permanently."
"That makes sense," I mumbled. Magic poured out of me, and I started to sweat with exertion. There was no more room for talk. This took all of my concentration. Our magic extended for as far as I could sense, but we kept going for an hour or more. I kept waiting for one of the elusive Summer Fae to pop up and stop us, but no one appeared. Maybe it was like Drake said. They weren't willing to face us head-on in battle. They would simply wait for another sneaky opportunity. I swayed and sank down to my knees on the platform, my exhaustion going bone deep.
"You need to take more magic in,"
Froston chided me.
"Remember the storm on the beach. This is no different. There's a ring of thunderstorms around the eye that will be passing over us shortly. Prepare yourself."
I sat down on the platform and crossed my legs. There was no reason why I couldn't be seated to do this. I took a deep breath and reached up into the storm. There was energy in the angry wind and rain that swirled around us, but that was like small drops compared to the full glass that I needed. I extended my awareness and felt what Froston had been talking about. The energy crackling around the eye of the hurricane was much stronger. It was exactly what I needed. I reached out for it as it got closer and drew from the storm the way that I had drawn from the king. Magic filled the emptiness inside me and crackled around my limbs. I funneled the magic through myself and into our work.
"Good job, Anna,"
Froston called to me. The familiar buzz of having too much magic hit me, and I giggled. I'm not done yet. I opened myself up even further to the energy of the storm, so that instead of sucking it through a straw, my entire body was absorbing it. My vision went white, and then I lost all the sensations of my body. All I could feel was the magic buzzing through me as I channeled it into cooling the water beneath us and ahead of the path of the storm. I could sense the ocean as a mass of swirling energy with almost unlimited depths. Even with the insane amount of magic I was pouring into it, I barely felt the effects on the ocean. I knew that I only needed to change the surface temperature of the ocean by a few degrees to have an effect, but it seemed like an impossible task. I opened myself even further to the magic flowing through me, taking in more than I ever would have thought possible. I lost all sense of myself until the only thing left was my sense of purpose. Save Seaside. I felt like I was just a buzzing mass of energy with nothing to hold me together. I was so lost in the sensation that I didn't realize that I had started to lose myself in the magic. The only thing that prevented me from completely giving into the magic were these thin golden tendrils of light. I touched one and felt worry for a girl named Anna thrumming through it. That's when I realized that I was losing myself. I fought to cut off the flow of energy that had threatened to sweep me away. As I slowly narrowed the flood into a more manageable trickle, I could feel my body again, and memories came back to me. My heart started pounding faster once I was completely back in my right state of mind, and fear made my breath hitch. What would have happened if I had let go completely? Would I have lost my mind? I struggled to my feet as Talon gave me a hand up.
"Anna, you need to keep a little in reserve."
I gave him a tired smile but opened myself back up to the last bit of faded energy from the storm. It was enough to give me a slight boost so I could stand up straight. I was cautious to take only a small amount. I had come too close to losing everything. I stiffened when I felt the prickle of magic in front of us, and my heart started pounding faster as I saw a portal shimmer into existence. 2 male fae stepped out, and I bolstered the magic reserves that I had left to ready myself to defend against an attack from them. Both males were tall and beautiful in the way that I had begun to associate with the fae. They had high cheekbones that would put any male model to shame, and both had their long hair tied back at the nape of their neck. Their elaborately embroidered brocade clothing made them look like they had just stepped out of Louis XIV's court. The one with golden brown hair sneered at me derisively.
"I didn't expect to find your illegitimate spawn here, Lord Froston."
"And the prince himself," his blonde companion mocked.
"Have you given up your pursuit of the throne to become the errand boy of a half-breed?" "Speaking of errand boys," Drake said smoothly, "have you lost favor with the king so soon?"
Anger flashed across both their faces, but Drake didn't back off.
"I know you wouldn't step foot in this realm if you were given a chance, Aeolus, Zephyrus."
Aeolus smirked.
"But since we're here, we might as well entertain ourselves."
"By destroying my home?" I asked angrily. "I've never even met you before." Zephyrus laughed.
"Winter shouldn't have a foothold in this world."
He turned to Froston.
"You shouldn't be sending your spawn out to colonize to get around our agreement."
"My mother is from this world," I said heatedly. "I have the right to be here." Both men turned their attention to me.
"You deny your connection to Winter?"
Aeolus asked with a glint in his eye.
"Anna has our protection,"
Froston interrupted.
"but she isn't an agent of the court." "So you say,"
Zephyrus sneered.
"But here she is with a prince and a lord of Winter."
"I don't deny either side of myself," I said quietly. "I just want to be left alone, to live in peace."
"Withdraw to Winter where you belong,"
Aeolus ordered. "I belong here," I hissed.
"Then it appears that we are at an impasse,"
Zephyrus said with a grin and a dark look in his eye. I felt the magic building inside of him a moment before he struck. I hastily threw up a barrier just as he threw a ball of fire directly at me. The fire splattered over my shield and spluttered out only a moment later. Froston flung icicles at both the Summer Fae, but they had erected barriers of their own, and the icicles fell harmlessly into the ocean below us. Aeolus and Zephyrus laughed until Drake sent out tendrils of black magic towards them. I shuddered at the cold sense of death emanating from his magic as a tendril passed too close to me, but his magic didn't pass through their shield. They were tense until they saw Drake's magic stop by their barrier. Then smug amusement returned to their faces. I narrowed my eyes in concentration and focused on their shields, determined to wipe that look right off their stupid faces. I tugged at the magic holding their barrier together, and the 2 Fae looked at me in surprise and then horror once the barrier between us started to disintegrate. I could feel one of them start to erect another barrier to replace it, but I quickly grabbed a hold of that magic and pulled it to me as well. True worry was etched on their faces as I unraveled and sucked up their magic. One of them hastily opened a portal, and they stumbled through just as I sucked up the last of the magic that was holding the barrier together. Drake's black tendrils of magic pursued them, but the portal closed behind them, cutting off our view. I took a deep breath as Froston looked at me with worry, but Drake had an excited gleam in his eyes.
"You've progressed since we last trained together,"
he said with a grin. I shrugged. "Talon has been helping me develop my magic further."
"You don't seem to have the usual limits the rest of us do,"
Froston said cautiously. I sighed. "Can we go home? I was tired, and I didn't want to participate in another discussion about how weird I was."
"Of course, darling,"
Drake said solicitously as he slid his arm around the small of my back. I scowled at him and stepped out of his embrace as Froston opened a portal back to Seaside. Not now, Drake. Drake didn't seem offended when he let me go, but I didn't like the calculating way that he watched me. I had a feeling that Drake was going to be causing me more problems in the future. Austin was waiting for us with a large group of our pack members when I stepped through the portal. Our eyes met, and I saw relief cross his face. It had been hours since I had left the pack behind to battle with the hurricane. Austin was in a rare state of undress. Instead of his usual slacks and button-down shirt, he was barefoot in just a pair of jeans. The golden eyes of his wolf tattoo glimmered under the moonlight, and I had to stop myself from staring at his half-naked form. As much as I didn't want to appear weak in front of the rest of the pack, I couldn't resist melting into his embrace and inhaling his scent. Most of our pack was already shifted into wolf form, and a chorus of howls went up around us. I could hear answering howls from around the house and further in the distance. Dark clouds hovered above our heads, and the wind had picked up, but it was nowhere near the hurricane-strength gales that had battered our bubble while we were fighting the hurricane.
"Wolves of Seaside,"
the prince announced with a flourish.
"We have conquered the hurricane and saved your fair lands from disaster."
I rolled my eyes, but a bunch of the wolves bumped Talon in support. Drake seemed to think that their thanks was completely for him, whereas Froston stood back, completely aloof from the rest of us.
"Caleb tells us the hurricane was downgraded to a tropical storm, and may even break apart before reaching land,"
Austin said quietly. Yeah, we did the best that we could. I debated whether or not I should tell them about the ambush from the Summer Fae, but decided that could wait until we were alone. We should celebrate our victory for now, and wait to worry about future attacks later.
"My prince,"
Froston called.
"We should depart."
He looked in my direction, but remained at a distance.
"Anna, I'll check back with you later."
I sighed. Later could mean anything in Froston's terms, but I doubted we would be seeing him anytime soon. I briefly considered asking him about the journals that my mother had left for me, but I didn't fully trust him, and I definitely didn't trust Drake. Drake gave Froston a nod and held his hand out to me.
"Lady Anna, it was a pleasure as always."
I allowed him to take my hand and give it a kiss, but I felt Austin stiffen beside me. "Thank you for your help, Drake." I pulled away from him as soon as I could, but I could tell that Drake wasn't discouraged. One side of his mouth quirked up in the beginning of a smirk, and his eyes flicked to Austin. "Don't," I cautioned him. Drake smiled at me.
"Until next time."
I nodded, but hoped that next time was very far away. As much as I appreciated Drake's help, I worried that this would end up costing me more than a visit to Winter. Chapter 22. Anna. Austin called a halt to the majority of our hurricane preparations, so the pack was in high spirits. Caleb kept monitoring the progress of the storm, and each time he called out stats to show it lessening, even further in intensity, I relaxed a little more. Even if the storm made it here, the most we would have to worry about was a little flooding. Virginia had already called a state of emergency and evacuated a large portion of the coastal areas that were prone to flooding. So most of the guys were off work tomorrow. Apparently, that called for a celebration. I didn't mind having most of our pack members in the house and on the grounds. I liked the feeling of comfort and belonging it gave me. A part of me wondered if it had something to do with the magic that wolves had at their core. Someone like Austin could exude power, but every wolf had at least the minimum amount that would allow them to shift. Did our pack bond allow us to share magic as well as our thoughts? What would happen if I tried to share my magic with the pack after I absorbed a large amount? Could I also draw magic from the pack if I needed it? Sam nudged me as we sat side by side on the love seat. can I borrow your charger? My phone is at 6%. I made a face. Yeah, but it's upstairs next to my bed. I'll go with you, she offered. I looked at her face a little closer and saw strain around her eyes. Maybe she needed a break from all the testosterone we were surrounded by. A loud cheer went up in the kitchen as a bunch of guys did another round of shots. Yeah, it might be time to take a walk. A couple minutes of quiet would be good for both of us. My mouth cracked open in a yawn as we walked up the stairs together. That's contagious, Sam complained before shooting me a grin. Trevor and the other guys are on their way back here, so it's cool if we stay the night, right? Yeah, of course. It was already pretty late, and James was adamant about not letting anyone drive drunk. He claimed it was because he didn't want any police attention on anyone in the pack. But I knew that deep down, he just didn't want to see anyone get hurt. That wouldn't stop him from being a complete asshole about taking keys and making threats, though. Another yawn hit me as I opened the door to my room and flicked on the light. I let out a rare curse when I saw Gemma rifling through my nightstand. I scowled at her. This was taking things too far. Sam stopped dead in front of me. What the fuck is that? She asked in alarm. I stared in confusion for a second, looking beyond Gemma for what Sam had seen. I took a step forward and Sam held out her arm to stop me. My eyes shifted back to Gemma when I felt the phantom trickle of magic again. This time, I really looked at Gemma with all of my senses. I felt nauseous when I realized what Sam must have picked up on. Something was wrong with her. I had always assumed that Gemma didn't give off a magical signature like the rest of us because she was too human to have anything of significance. But when I truly examined her, I felt the slight disturbance that indicated she was using inverted magic to hide something. Anger rose inside me. I don't know if I was angrier at her for hiding something, or at myself for missing it for this long. Gemma hissed when I pushed past Sam and let my magic rise inside of me. I let my anger flow through me and faced off with her. Gemma had dropped her innocent facade and was staring at me with hate in her eyes.
Hey, Anna.
Jason's voice interrupted our stare down, and Gemma's attention flicked to where he and Mason were coming through the doorway. Tendrils of magic floated from Gemma and toward my twins. I grabbed a hold of them with my own magic and tugged on the slimy strands. Gemma's jaw dropped and she tried to pull back, but it was too late. She had given me an opening and I was going to take it. I didn't stop with the magic that she extended. I kept going. I pulled on the magic that was flowing out of her and also reached for the magic that she was using to cloak what she really was. I felt her fighting me, but after battling the Winter King, she was no match for me. Magic unraveled around her and revealed her true self. She was slightly shorter than the glamour that she had been wearing, and her slight frame was emaciated to the point that it looked painful. Her skin had a grayish tinge, making her look sickly. I could feel shock reverberating from the twins. I stopped drawing magic from Gemma once she had stopped fighting me, and wrapped her in a protective barrier. She simply laid her hand on the barrier as if testing the limits, but didn't try to break out. I walked around the edges of her prison, and she tracked me with hateful eyes.
Anna, what the fuck?
Jason asked in disbelief. I turned to face him and opened my mouth to answer, but my attention had been off Gemma for too long. She broke through my barrier and I whipped around. Gemma was faster than any normal human and had lunged at Sam before I could get another barrier around her. Sam used some kick-ass moves to take her down to the ground, but the moment that Gemma got a hand on Sam, I could feel her draining the magic from my friend. Sam shifted into her panther form, tearing her clothes, and went right for Gemma's throat. Mason and Jason shifted behind me and ran to attack Gemma as well. With 3 large shifters tearing at Gemma, I couldn't get at her with my magic without harming one of the others. I tried to push through them to get to her, but they purposely blocked me out. Gemma's grayish skin must have been made of something tougher than leather, because the teeth and claws of a panther and 2 wolves weren't having the expected effect. A human would have been torn to shreds within moments, but Gemma's hide was barely damaged. Jason had one of Gemma's arms in his mouth and looked like he was attempting to tear it right off her, but I could feel Gemma latch onto him with her magic. I hissed in frustration as I desperately tried to get through them, but Gemma was draining the magic from all 3 of the shifters that were touching her. Jason's body slowly sank to the ground, but he didn't relax his grip on her arm. "Let go!" I shouted at them. "I need a clear shot at her." I knew they were trying to help, but what they were doing was just making her stronger and not giving me an opportunity to fight her. Gemma laughed and got to her feet as all 3 of my friends laid limply on the floor. Jason gave a whimper and tried to pick up his head, but he didn't have the strength to get up. Sam and Mason were completely still. I tried not to let terror get a grip on my heart. They had to be okay. Gemma and I circled around each other, and I could see the glow of my magic around her. Magic that she had stolen. Rage boiled beneath the surface of my skin. How dare she take advantage of our hospitality this way? She had been living here with us, pretending to be an ally, when all along she was an enemy. Magic flickered around my fingertips as I let go of all my self-control. There was no more reason for me to hold back from her. Gemma easily blocked the stream of fire that I sent in her direction. Smoke started to rise as my bed caught on fire, and the flames started growing. I took a deep breath and focused on Gemma, trying to block everything else out. Once I took her down, I could put out the fire and heal the others. But if I allowed myself to be distracted right now, she could get the upper hand. I tugged at the barrier she had erected around herself, and a slight tingling of magic off to my left was the only thing that gave me a warning of her next attack. I took a step to the right, and a blade made of air whistled past where I had just been standing. I narrowed my eyes and dug deep inside of myself for the power I needed to end this. It had only been a couple of hours since the battle with the hurricane and the Summer Fae, so I was already exhausted. If I had been at full strength, there was no way this would have dragged on for this long. Finally, I got a hold on the magic holding her barrier together and sucked it into myself. That gave me the boost of magic I needed to attack. Footsteps pounded in the hall as Austin, Cody, James, and several of our other pack members burst into my room. I mimicked the air knife that Gemma had sent my way, but instead of one blade, I sent knife after knife in her direction. She blocked them as quickly as I sent them, but I could feel her tiring. I pushed past my own exhaustion and kept going. Luckily, James had picked up on our magical battle, and instead of getting in the way or trying to interfere, he shouted for the guys to put out the fire. I worked on trying to get Gemma to step away from our pack members who were collapsed at her feet, and tried to drive her into the corner. Cody realized what I was doing and edged his way around the room to get into position so that he could pull Sam and the twins to safety once Gemma was far enough away. I couldn't see what Austin was doing behind me, but then I felt his touch. My body was flooded with the warm, earthy energy that I associated with him. Austin was sending his power into me, giving me the upper hand over Gemma. With his help, I did something I hadn't thought was possible. I kept throwing the air knives at her, but another part of me tugged at her barrier. There was a light pop as I finally won the tug-of-war game with her barrier and absorbed it. Before she could make another to replace it, I grabbed a hold of the magic that made up her very essence, similarly to how I had drained the lesser Fae in the Winter Court. Gemma crouched down with hate burning in her eyes. I could feel her shaking with determination and doubled my efforts to drain her magic. The room was quickly filling with smoke, making my view of her hazy. The fire alarm in the hallway was shrieking, and I could hear the shouts of our pack mates throughout the house. Austin had let our pack know we were under attack, and they were rallying for battle. Gemma sprung forward in a desperate last attempt to attack the men, and I took half a step back, Austin bracing me from behind. I struggled to throw up a shield, but I wasn't going to make it before she crashed into me. I could feel a sinking feeling in my gut when I caught the flash of steel in her hand. She had given up on trying to beat me with magic and was going to stab me right in the throat. I felt like everything was going in slow motion. This couldn't be how it all ends. Out of nowhere, Talon flashed in front of me. Gemma's knife sank into his throat instead of mine. Blood sprayed everywhere, and Gemma's eyes met mine with surprise that flashed to triumph when I let out a scream of pain and rage. I slashed an air blade through her throat at the same moment that James pierced her heart with a sword from behind. I gave one last yank and pulled all the magic out of her collapsing form. Talon's body had sank down at my feet, and I wiped the blood from my face so that I could see him clearly. I clasped my hand over this neck wound, struggling to stem the gush of blood spraying out. Talon's eyes were wide with fear and panic as he grasped my wrist. "I can do this," I said desperately, tears in my eyes. I struggled to keep my hand over the slippery spray of blood and closed my eyes to focus. I pictured the wound sealing shut in my mind and forced magic into his body, begging this to work. I could feel his flesh knitting back together, but it was too slow. He was losing blood too fast, and I couldn't heal him quickly enough.
"Anna,"
I heard Talon's voice in my mind.
"I want you to remember me the way I was at the end."
"Talon," I screamed into his mind. "Do not give up. I need you to fight for this." I poured everything I had into the wound, but I could feel his body failing. He didn't have enough blood pumping through his body, and his heart was slowing. He was making a horrible gasping noise, but his presence was strong in my mind.
"This is the last gift I can give you."
Talon's memories flooded my mind and flashed by in fast forward. His love for a raven-haired beauty that made him leave his world behind and give up everything that he had ever known. His sense of loss and betrayal when she left him. Despair and abandonment when he found himself lost and alone in a world full of fae that hated him. Distrust when Froston took him in. The hardening of his heart over the years as he was forced to live a life that he hated. Resentment and anger when he was banished to the human world with me. And then hope for a brighter future when he spent time with the pack. The realization that we were fighting for a better world. Determination when he dedicated himself to our cause. I felt his desperation again and again as he tried to connect to the earth in our world. Frustration when he felt his life force fading, knowing that he was dying now that he finally had something to live for. His resolve, the moment that he realized he was going to die. A bright flash of magic overwhelmed me. I was lost in a white sea of pure energy. Love, hope, and finally the fear of the unknown went through me. The pure magic absorbed into my body as the knowledge of who Talon truly was sank into my brain. My vision cleared, and once again I was in the room filled with smoke, ash, and death. Talon's body was limp under my hands, his eyes open wide and staring blankly at the ceiling. He was gone. My shoulders shook with sobs before I threw my head back and screamed. I pounded on his chest angrily, but nothing changed. Talon was still dead. Gemma had won.
"Anna,"
Austin said gently. I collapsed on Talon's chest, my heart breaking as I sobbed. This was all my fault. This was why Talon had given me so many lessons on how to sense inverted magic, how to remove glamours from Fae. He had known what Gemma was and was trying to warn me.
Anger burned through me. Why hadn't he just said something? Why was I so stupid? So slow? Why couldn't I protect my pack? Protect Talon? If I was better, strong, faster, smarter, none of this would have happened. I raised my head and looked around the room. The guys had opened the windows and turned on the ceiling fan so the smoke would clear from the room. My bed was a charred mess, the walls stained with soot, an ugly black mark on the ceiling. Talon's body laid in front of me, Gemma's right in front of his. James was growling orders and Cody was helping Sam up as the twins struggled to their feet. No one would look me in the eye. Austin was rubbing my back, and I turned to meet his gaze. I saw only pity in his eyes. I shrank back from that and struggled to my feet. I still had enough magic left in me to heal Sam and the twins. I staggered over to Sam, and she gave me a weak smile. The bitch is dead. I tried to return her smile, but the cost of our victory was too high. I could feel a part of Talon still inside me, and I didn't understand it. His memories, his essence, felt like they were now a part of me. I couldn't hear his voice, but I finally understood more of what he had been trying to teach me. I reached out to Sam and sent a healing wave of energy to her. She stood up a little straighter and gave me a nod. My guys are going to be pissed when they hear about what they missed. I tried to laugh at the rhyme, but it came out sounding fake. Cody let go of Sam and watched her for a moment to make sure she could stand on her feet. She gave him a pat on the arm. I gotta text Trevor.
They're on their way,
Cody murmured as he turned his gaze to me. Cody looked worried as he took in the bloody mess in front of him. I'm fine, I lied as I pushed past him to the twins. Jason was staring at the floor, refusing to look at me. Tears threatened to overwhelm me again, and I swallowed the lump forming in the back of my throat. I touched Mason, and he looked at me with sadness in his hazel eyes.
I'm sorry, Anna.
His eyes flicked to where Talon was still lying on the floor. I tried to lock up all of my emotions as I gave him some of my energy. Mason perked up and grabbed my arm when I started to sway. I reached for Jason, but he pulled away from me.
I'm fine,
he mumbled. Austin slid an arm around me.
Let's get you cleaned up.
My legs started shaking as Austin guided me past the bodies and toward the hall. My breathing came faster now that some of the numbness had worn off, and reality slammed into me. Not only was Talon gone, but I had killed someone. I had killed with my magic before, but it was an accident. This was on purpose. I had wanted Gemma dead and had callously slit her throat. Could I have handled this differently? Could I have disabled her instead of murdering her? Maybe, maybe not. What scared me the most was the part of me that was glad she was dead. She would never be able to harm anyone ever again. I had felt anger and hate before, but I had always been able to rise above it. I had never given in to the dark desire to kill before. There was no doubt about it. Sweet, innocent Anna was dead and gone. Forever.
Chapter 23. Jason. I hit the punching bag in front of me again and again until sweat was dripping down my back and my knuckles were cracked and bleeding. That little physical pain was nothing compared to the agony that was currently tearing up my heart. Mason had gone in search of food, but I couldn't take a break from punishing myself. I needed to feel the pain in my muscles screaming at me to stop, and the exhaustion that was settling deep in my bones. I didn't deserve a break. I deserved to suffer. Quiet footsteps tracked across the gym towards me, but I kept my head down, not ready to talk to anyone. "None of this was your fault," Cody said softly behind me. I ignored him and went back to taking my aggression out on the swinging bag in front of me. I hit as hard as I could, but my muscles were starting to fail. My punches were becoming weak, just like me. You couldn't have known. Anna knew, I spat out. She knew there was something off with Gemma. Her instincts were screaming at her that something was wrong. But she didn't trust herself because we kept telling her she was wrong. We kept telling her it was all in her head, that Gemma could be trusted. I shook my head. The worst part is that Anna trusted us completely. She trusted us over her own instincts. And because of us? My voice broke, and I lowered my head in shame. Because of us, a friend of the pack lost his life defending Anna. Mason and I were weak and useless against the enemy, but Talon had given everything to defend her. We should have been the ones to stand between Anna and danger, not him. We should have recognized the evil in Gemma before she even took one step near Anna, the first day we had picked her up from the airport. Instead of recognizing her as an enemy, we had coddled her. I hated myself for all the time we wasted on Gemma when we could have been with Anna. I despised myself for falling for her shitty victim act. Yeah, Austin had explained to us that Gemma had been using magic to manipulate us, but that didn't make it okay. We should have been strong enough to fight it. We should have been strong enough to fight for Anna. Cody was quiet as I steadied the bag in front of me, preparing to assault it again. We're all wrong sometimes. I whirled around to cut him off. I don't need your psychobabble bullshit right now. I fucked up. Talon's blood was on my hands, whether or not I was the one actually wielding the knife. Anna was in pain and grieving right now, because I failed her. Cody raised an eyebrow at me as I clenched my fists. You want to go? He gestured to the mat behind him, the space that we usually used for sparring. Yes, I said darkly. Let's go. Cody was the biggest wolf in the pack, and he had years of experience over me. There was no way that I would be able to take him down, but I wasn't looking to win a fight. I was looking to take a beating. Cody and I faced off. I hadn't wrapped my hands or put boxing gloves on before I started beating on the punching bag, so my hands were in bad shape. A couple drops of blood splattered on the mat as we circled each other, but we both ignored it. Cody watched me carefully, waiting for me to make the first move. I didn't disappoint him. I rushed forward and feinted with my right before taking a jab with my left. He wasn't fooled and blocked both easily. We traded blows, but after a few minutes it was clear that he was holding back. He was blocking my punches with ease, but not trying to take me down. I doubled my efforts to get a hit in, directing all my rage in his direction. My frustration only grew when my body wouldn't obey my commands. I was moving too slow, and my hits lacked the necessary force to do any real damage. Cody was hardly affected by the few strikes that I managed to get in. The fucker wasn't even really hitting me back. Something inside me snapped, and I ran at him in an attempt to take him down in a flying tackle. We both hit the ground with a grunt, and Cody twisted to get the upper hand on me. I didn't even try to get leverage. I just pummeled him with a free fist that I had. Hit me back! I screamed in frustration. Is that what you want? Cody growled as he pinned me to the ground. You think that having some bruises and broken bones is going to help you take care of Anna? I got one arm free and elbowed him in the face. I don't deserve her, I said in despair. You're right, Cody said as he twisted my arm up and pain shot through my body. You're acting like a selfish prick right now. She needs you and you're down here, wallowing in your self-pity. It's not self-pity. Mason's voice came to us as he strode into the room. We're not good for her. Bullshit, Cody said as he smashed my face into the mat, while I frantically tried to break free of his hold. That girl needs you just as much as the rest of us. Like it or not, you made a commitment to her, and abandoning her when things get rough isn't an option. She's better off without us, I panted. Cody gave me a shove and got to his feet. You have 1 day to get your shit together. Pull your heads out of your asses and do what you need to do. Marines don't abandon their commitments, and don't give up when a battle takes a turn for the worse. You stand up, and you give it all you have until your last dying breath. The door to the gym slammed shut behind Cody, and then it was just me and my brother. We're a couple of fuck-ups, I told him. We've always been fuck-ups, Mason confirmed as he gave me a hand up. But he's right. We need to be better. Better for Anna, better for our pack. I just looked at him hopelessly. We fucked up this time. But we can make sure we don't do it again, Mason assured me. We train until we're good enough for her. We can't train to be smarter, I pointed out. Mason grinned. Anna will always be the brains of our operation. We just need to be the brawn to back her up. I sighed. And the next time a Gemma comes along, we trust Anna. But there's not going to be a next time, Mason said darkly. We don't give anyone a chance to get close to us again. Gemma used us to get to Anna, and we were blind to it. I nodded. We don't need anyone but Anna and our pack. That's right, Mason confirmed. Come on, I made you a protein shake. I staggered over to where Mason had set down our protein shakes and water. He was right. Cody was right. Making myself weaker wouldn't help Anna. I needed to be better and stronger. Starving myself wouldn't help. I needed to be in top shape for what was coming next.
Chapter 24. Anna. I buried my face in Austin's pillow, but not even his scent could bring me peace. I hadn't stepped foot back in my room since it was completely destroyed. I didn't want to see the bloodstains on the floor, or the marks from the fire on the walls. I didn't even want to smell the smoke on any of my belongings. Austin had promised that Team 7 was coming later this week to put everything back to normal. But plaster and paint couldn't fix the gnawing emptiness and pain that filled my heart. I couldn't get past the guilt of Talon's death, or of letting Gemma in to terrorize my pack. I had one job. Protect the pack from magic. I could still feel the echo of Talon's memories in my mind, and I was suspicious of some of the new knowledge that was floating through my brain. Talon had given me more than I had realized, but a part of me was angry that he hadn't fought harder to stay with us. We had a funeral service for him yesterday. As much as he had antagonized the guys while he was alive, no one could deny that he had given his life for the pack. For me. His service had been held on the beach, his body burned on a funeral pyre. We had no way to get in touch with Froston, or anyone else from the Fae world. But with everything that I had seen in Talon's memories, they wouldn't have cared anyway. I think I had surprised Austin with my bitterness when I told him that, but he had just gently taken my hand and assured me that Talon would be surrounded by people who respected him for his sacrifice. I wasn't sure if it was military or wolf culture, but almost every member of the pack had sought me out to promise that Talon had earned a spot in Valhalla. Austin, Cody, Caleb, and even James had been gently caring for me since that night. I had slept the first day after everything that had happened, probably because my body had been physically and mentally exhausted. But after that, I had drifted between troubled sleep and blankly staring at the wall, replaying everything in my mind and cursing myself for not being able to stop what happened. The guys had been trying to coax me into eating, but everything tasted like ashes and stuck in my throat. They tried to hold me at night, but not even the warmth of their closeness was enough to heal my broken heart. I had heard Cody and James shouting at the twins down the hall a couple of times, but Mason and Jason had avoided me for 3 days now. I deserved it. The other guys had taken turns watching over me. Right now, I had Austin on one side of the bed and Cody on the other. Intellectually, I knew that I was being weak by hiding in bed and not facing the consequences of my actions. But I just couldn't. I was numb to everything but my own self-loathing and regrets. Tears soaked my pillow, and I tried to remain soundless as I cried. I wasn't successful, because Cody took me in his arms to rub my back.
"You're breaking my heart, Anna,"
he murmured as he held me.
"I just want to make you okay again."
I didn't answer, because this wasn't the first time that he had held me as I wept, and I doubted it would be the last.
I drifted off to sleep as he stroked my hair, and his murmurs faded into silence as the darkness swallowed me up. Chapter 25. Anna. Anna, a sweet voice called to me from afar. I struggled to wake up from a lingering nightmare and tried to follow the voice. A hand gently stroked my hair as I cracked my eyes open. "There you are. I've been waiting for you," a blonde woman said brightly. I stared at her for a second until realization hit me. "Mom?" I asked in confusion. I recognized the woman from the picture that James had found for me, but this was impossible. My mom had died when I was just a babe. "Oh, honey," she sighed. "I've been trying to reach you for so long. Every time I felt your pain or your fear, I would try to soothe you. But I could never get through to you. Not until now." I just stared at her in confusion. "Where are we?" I was lying in a bed with fluffy pillows and a lacy pink bedspread. The room looked like it belonged in a little girl's daydream. There were ruffles and pink things everywhere. Off to the side of the bed was a princess vanity, which was the perfect size for a little girl. The table next to it had a castle-like dollhouse with a collection of princess dolls. My mom blushed. "This is what I had planned for you," she said sadly. "I guess it's a little too late now, but I can't always control the dreams I create. They take a lot from my subconscious." I sat up and leaned toward her eagerly. "Mom, there's so much that She pressed a finger to my lips. "I know, but we don't have time for everything." She glanced around nervously. "I don't know how long we'll be alone, and I don't want them to overhear." "Who?" "Just listen," she said softly. "I left journals in a storage locker in—" "I know," I interrupted. "I have them, but I can't read them. What language are they in?" My mom smiled. "The language of the heart. If you could get in the Heritor box, then you can read the journals." I frowned. "That—" My mom's head snapped up and she looked off in the distance. "They're here. Anna, you won't remember this dream," she said urgently. "But please listen to your heart." The room started to fade around us and I reached for her hand. I felt the warmth of her flesh for only a second before she started to fade as well. "Remember." Her voice faded away and I was left in darkness. I struggled to hold on to her memory, her scent, but it all slowly faded until I was left with only a vague sensation of a pleasant dream. I woke up with a nagging feeling that there was something that I had to do. The bedroom was dark, but with my enhanced wolf vision, I could see the sleeping forms of Austin and Cody. Austin was on his back, with a sheet haphazardly flung across his hips, and Cody was on his side, with one arm extended in my direction, as if he was reaching for me in his sleep. I didn't hear or see anything that would have woken me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that was tugging me to get out of bed. I extricated myself carefully from the bed to avoid waking either of my sleeping wolves. Cody stirred and extended his hand toward the spot I had just vacated, but he didn't wake. I shut the bedroom door quietly behind me with a click before I walked down the dark hallway. The house was silent except for the occasional slight creak of the floor beneath my steps. I could sense one other person awake in the house, and the nagging feeling was leading me in his direction. The door to his office was closed, but I knew he could feel me coming, so I didn't bother to knock before slipping in. James looked up at me without any surprise in his dark eyes, and his nostrils flared as he took in my scent. I'm sure that he could smell both Cody and Austin on my skin, but he didn't say a word about it. I had expected to see jealousy or a similar emotion on his face, but there was only acceptance. James raised an eyebrow, probably because I was staring at him with a question on my face, but had yet to say a word to him. I opened the bond between us so that he could get a sense of my thoughts and emotions. I was slowly getting better at this, and it sometimes seemed easier to communicate this way when I couldn't find the right words. Understanding flashed across his face, and he opened up to me. I felt his trust in Austin and Cody, his affection for me, but also doubt in himself. I stepped closer, and in a rare show of emotion, James embraced me. He laid his head against my stomach and wrapped his arms around me to bring me closer. I sent love and assurance through the bond until I felt a sense of peace from James. He closed his eyes and breathed in my scent, and I gently ran a hand through his dark hair. James pulled away, and I perched on his knee to see what he was working on. He had a map of Seaside spread out in front of him, with all our houses and businesses marked. I examined it with curiosity. I knew that Austin had the teams spread throughout our territory, but had never put it all together with exact locations. I ran my thumb over the star that marked the location of my old house. The twins had helped me move out all of my personal belongings in anticipation of one of the overseas teams taking over the house. "You look like you're preparing for war," I said quietly. James cleared his throat.
Austin might still see Justin as a brother, but I see a festering hatred in him. My job is to prepare for the worst, to prepare for a war.
His territory borders ours to the north? I ran my hand along the border, thinking about what might come our way. James didn't answer, because the answer was clearly written on the map. Austin might be able to smooth things over with Justin. Maybe he just needs time after what happened with their father. We still didn't know for sure what had happened to Austin's father. He had disappeared after we discovered he was an enemy, so I could only assume he was on the run, hiding from us and the council that he used to lead.
You came to find me at 3 a.m. for this?
James asked gruffly. Not just this. I have my own battles to prepare for, I told him firmly. I stood and looked in the direction of his safe. You have your weapon, and I have mine. James nodded with a glint of respect in his eyes as he stood and crossed the room. He accessed the hidden panel in the wall to reveal a safe and quickly entered the code. The door popped open, and he withdrew my Heritor box.
I assume you need this?
I took it from him and sat in the chair opposite from the one he had been occupying when I came in. I held out my palm. Knife? James never went anywhere without multiple weapons, so I was pretty confident he had more than one sharp instrument on him. He smiled and reached down into his boot to produce a wickedly curved blade. I was proud that I didn't flinch when I pricked my finger for the blood I needed to open my box. James watched as I carefully took out the 2 journals and studied them. I was more confident than ever that I was simply missing something. There was a way for me to read these. I laid the knife down beside them so I could pick up the older journal. Blood dripped down my hand, and I started to wipe it away to avoid getting blood on the journal, but I stopped. If blood was the key to the Heritor box, why couldn't it be the key to the journals as well? I let out a small pulse of my magic, just as the blood dripped onto the cover of the journal, and it warmed in my hands. For a moment, it felt almost alive, but quickly faded back to just a book. I opened the cover apprehensively, and joy flooded through me when I found the mysterious scribble had transformed into spidery handwriting that I could actually read. I settled back into my chair and pulled the book closer. The very first page was an open letter to descendants who would read the journal, and I licked my lips in anticipation. This was what I had been waiting for, ever since I found out that I was something other than a normal wolf. I wanted to know what I was, and how to navigate the new role that I had been thrust into by virtue of my birth. I could feel James's eyes on me, and I looked up to meet them. Whatever he saw on my face was enough for him, because he gave me a nod before turning his attention back to the map. James and I sat quietly in the room for hours, each working separately but together in spirit. My broken spirit wasn't completely healed, but my sense of despair had been replaced by determination. I might have failed and let my pack down, let Talon down, but my enemies wouldn't get the drop on me again. This time I would be ready for them, and I wouldn't hesitate to kill to protect my pack.
Epilogue. Justin. I slammed the car door shut behind me, but that didn't satisfy the rage burning inside. I was going to need more than that. Gravel crunched underneath my feet as I stalked across the driveway and up the rickety steps of the front porch. I had to jiggle the handle of the front door after inserting the old-fashioned skeleton key before it would creak open. My two wolves in the front room jumped to their feet, picking up on my current mood. They kept their eyes lowered as I passed by them to the basement door. I cursed as my key got stuck in the padlock and kicked the steel-reinforced door. Not surprisingly, it didn't help get the door open or calm my mood. I yanked open the basement door and pounded down the wooden stairs, hollow thumps marking each one of my steps. Finally, I laid my eyes on the purpose of my trip. He was lying with his feet sprawled out in front of him, half leaning on the wall behind him. My feet stopped inches away from where we had etched a line on the concrete floor, denoting just how far he could reach while in chains. It might have seemed like overkill to have manacles around his wrists and ankles, in addition to around his neck, but I wasn't taking any chances. My father had once been one of the most powerful alphas in the country, and he wouldn't hesitate to take the slightest opportunity to escape and slaughter us all. My mood improved as I stared at one of the most powerful men I had ever met, laying helpless at my feet. His hand twitched as he struggled to open his eyes. My men had been keeping him heavily drugged to reduce the risk of him using his alpha power to influence them. I had cut him off from the pack bond entirely, but that didn't mean that my men were safe from his influence. "Justin," he croaked out. "Come to gloat?" I paced back and forth in front of him. "I came to see if you were ready to talk, father dearest," I taunted him. "You..." My father licked his cracked lips as he struggled to get the words out. "Are no longer my son." I laughed. 20 years ago, I would have considered that to be a threat. Now, it's a joke. My father let out his breath and closed his eyes, as if the struggle to keep them open had become too much. I aimed a kick at his calf, and before my foot had even made contact, he lunged. Luckily, the chains that held his arms prisoner were too short for him to reach my leg. I chuckled as I saw the rage flash in his eyes before it was replaced with burning hatred. He had moved much more quickly than I liked. "Looks like you've been playing possum to keep us from increasing your tranquilizers." I walked over to the table in the corner and loaded up the tranq gun we kept there, just for my father. I took pleasure in aiming the gun and watching my father's face before I shot him in the thigh. "That should do it," I said cheerfully. "Once you're appropriately sedated, we'll continue our discussion about where you're keeping my weapon." My father let out a growl. "The only thing I'm going to tell you today is how much I regret not drowning you as a pup. I should have disposed of you the moment that Austin was born." "Austin," I sneered. "He'll find himself in your shoes soon enough." The mention of my younger brother was enough to ruin my good mood again. That asshole had been walking around with his holier-than-thou attitude for way too long. It was definitely time for him to get taken down a peg, or 10. This concludes